Please be seated. The sitting is open. For reasons duly made known to me, Judges Yusuf and Aresco will not be sitting in these proceedings. With this morning's sitting, the court begins 1 week of hearings on the request for an advisory opinion submitted to it by the General Assembly of the United Nations on the question of the obligations of Israel in relation to the presence and activities of the United Nations. United Nations, other international organizations, and third states in and in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory. I shall now recall the principal steps in the present advisory proceedings. On 19 December 2024, by Resolution 79/232, the General Assembly of the United Nations decided to request an advisory opinion from the court. The text of the resolution was transmitted to the court by a letter from the Secretary General of the United Nations dated 20 December 2024 and received in the registry on 23 December 2024. I shall ask the registrar to read the question on which the court is asked to render an advisory opinion.
What are the obligations of Israel as an occupying power and as a member of the United Nations in relation to the presence and activities of the United Nations, including its agencies and bodies, other international organizations and third states, in and in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory, including to ensure and facilitate the unhindered provision of urgently needed supplies essential to the survival of the Palestinian civilian population, as well as of basic services and humanitarian and development assistance for the benefit of the Palestinian civilian population and in support of the Palestinian people's right to self-determination.
In accordance with Article 66, paragraph 1 of the statute, the registrar gave notice of the request for an advisory opinion to all states entitled to appear before the court. By an order dated 23 December 2024, the President of the Court decided that the United Nations and its member states, as well as the observer state of Palestine, were likely to be able to furnish information on the question submitted to the court for an advisory opinion and fixed 28 February 2025 as the time limit within which written statements on the question might be presented to the court in accordance with Article 66, paragraph 2 of the statute. Pursuant to Article 65, paragraph 2 of the statute, on 30 January 2025, the Secretariat of the United Nations communicated to the court a dossier of documents likely to throw light upon the question formulated by the General Assembly. Additional documents were transmitted to the court under the same provision on 10 February 2025, 20 February 2025, and 19 March 2025. The complete dossier has been published on the court's website. Ruling on requests from the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the League of Arab States, and the African Union, the Vice President, Acting President, decided in accordance with Article 66 of the statute, that though 3 international organizations were likely to be able to furnish information on the requests submitted to the court, they were therefore authorized to submit written statements within the time limits fixed by the President of the Court and participate in the oral proceedings. They were also informed that the dossier of documents communicated by the Secretariat of the United Nations had been posted on the court website. By communications dated 6 February 2025, the registry informed the United Nations, its member states, and the observer state of Palestine, as well as the international organizations authorized to participate in the proceedings, that the court had decided to hold public hearings on the question for an advisory opinion, which would open on 28 April 2025. The addressees were further invited to inform the registry by 17 March 2025 if they intended to take part in those hearings. Within the time limit of 28 February 2025, written statements were filed in the registry by 41 states, the United Nations, and 2 other international organizations. In addition, the court decided on an exceptional basis to authorize the filing of the written statement of the African Union after the expiry of the relevant time limit. The United Nations, its member states, the observer state of Palestine, as well as the organizations authorized to participate in the proceedings, were duly informed of the list of participants having filed written statements and provided with a link to a web portal managed by the registry from where those documents could be downloaded. The list of participants in the oral proceedings and the schedule of those hearings were communicated to the states and international organizations taking part in them. The participants were also informed of certain practical arrangements relating to the organization of the oral proceedings. The schedule for the hearings was also transmitted to the member states of the United Nations, which were not taking part in the hearings, and subsequently posted on the court's website. This morning, the court will hear a 30-minute presentation by the United Nations. This will be followed by the first part of Palestine's oral statement. Palestine will complete its oral statement this afternoon and will be followed by Egypt and Malaysia. Palestine has been allocated a total of 3 hours of speaking time, Egypt 45 minutes, and all the other participants will speak for a maximum of 30 minutes each. Before inviting the first delegation to address the court, I would add that in accordance with Article 106 of the Rules of Court, the court has decided to make the written statements submitted to it accessible to the public after the opening of the oral proceedings. The written statements of states not taking part in the oral proceedings will be made accessible to the public on the first day of the oral proceedings. The written statements of states and organizations taking part in the oral proceedings will be made accessible at the end of the day on which they present their oral statements. The written statements in question will be posted on the court's website. Let me also take this opportunity to explain the procedure that will be followed in the event of questions being put by members of the court. to participants in these proceedings. Such questions will be asked at the close of the hearings on the afternoon of Friday, 2nd May 2025, after the last delegation has completed its presentation. The written text of such questions will be transmitted to the participants by the registrar. Written replies should be provided by Wednesday, 7 May 2025 at 6 p.m. No written comments on these replies are envisaged. I now give the floor to the United Nations, and I invite Ms. Elinor Hammarskjöld, Legal Counsel of the United Nations, to the podium. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members of the Court, it's a great honor for me to appear in front of you on behalf of the Secretary General of the United Nations in the context of this request for an advisory opinion. At the outset, I want to underline that the Secretary General is making every effort to alleviate and bring to an end the ongoing and persistent human suffering of the population in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, including the hostages and their families, and all those affected by the ongoing armed conflict. There is an urgent need to return to a ceasefire and for the parties to respect their obligations under international law. The Secretary General has consistently reiterated his strong and unequivocal condemnation of the abhorrent acts of terror by Hamas and other Palestinian armed groups on 7 October 2023. He has also repeatedly called for all the hostages to be released immediately and unconditionally. No humanitarian aid or commercial goods have been allowed into Gaza since the 2nd of March, which has devastating humanitarian consequences in the Gaza Strip. The Secretary General continues to call for humanitarian aid to reach all people in need. As I stand before you, 295 United Nations personnel have died in Gaza since the 7th of October 2023. Mr. President, the request in General Assembly Resolution 79232 that the Court render an advisory opinion focuses on the obligations of the State of Israel. This statement will therefore do likewise. Before doing so, I want to reiterate that all parties to a conflict must comply with all their obligations under international law, including international humanitarian law and international human rights law at all times. In the context of the situation in Israel and the occupied Palestinian territory, Israel, the State of Palestine, and non-state actors, including Palestinian armed groups such as Hamas, have obligations under international law that must be observed. Mr.
President, members of the Court, the purpose of this oral statement is to assist the Court in the present advisory proceedings concerning the obligations of Israel as occupying power and member of the United Nations, with regard to the presence and activities of the United Nations in connection with the occupied Palestinian territory. The United Nations has a special and direct interest in these proceedings. Detailed information has already been provided in the written statement on the presence and activities of the 13 United Nations entities in the occupied Palestinian territory. So I will not repeat that information today. I shall confine myself to pointing out that all these entities are subsidiary organs of the United Nations within the meaning of the Charter, or form part of the United Nations Secretariat. In this respect, I would stress that the status of these entities is irrefutable. These entities are engaged in the unhindered supply of basic necessities essential to the survival of the Palestinian civilian population. Also, in some cases, these entities are engaged in the provision of basic services and humanitarian and development assistance in the interest of the Palestinian civilian population and in support of the right of the Palestinian population to self-determination. Today, I will present my remarks as follows. First, I will refer to Israel's obligations as the occupying power, and second, I will refer to Israel's obligations as a member of the United Nations.
Members of the court, I will now elaborate on the obligations of Israel as an occupying power. After making initial preliminary remarks, I will turn to three specific issues. First, the scope of relief schemes under the Fourth Geneva Convention. Second, the limitations on the authority of the occupying power to administer an occupied territory. And third, the protection of humanitarian, medical, and United Nations personnel in general. Israel has several obligations in relation to the presence and activities of the United Nations in the occupied Palestinian territory by virtue of its status as the occupying power. These obligations include the following obligations under international humanitarian law: the overarching obligation to administer the territory for the benefit of the local population, the obligation to agree to and facilitate relief schemes, the obligation to facilitate the proper working of all institutions devoted to the care and education of children, and the obligation to maintain the medical and hospital establishments and services, including those set up by United Nations entities. In the specific context of the current situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, these obligations entail allowing and facilitating all relevant United Nations entities to carry out their activities for the benefit of the local population. In addition to international humanitarian law obligations, international human rights law obligations are also applicable to the conduct of Israel with regard to the occupied Palestinian territory. This includes respecting the decisions of the representative of the Palestinian people to receive basic goods and services from the United Nations entities in order to fully enjoy their right to self-determination. Israel is bound to respect the decision of the Palestinian people on the manner in which the dependence of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, on Israel for the provision of basic goods and services should be reduced. Israel has the obligation to render assistance to such activities of the United Nations. Mr. President, members of the court, against this background of an overarching framework, I would like now to move specifically address 3 points of international humanitarian law. First, I would like to address the scope of relief schemes under Article 59 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. I recall that under Article 59, the occupying power is required to agree to relief schemes and facilitate them if the whole or part of the population of an occupied territory is inadequately supplied. Article 59 refers to relief schemes in general. The plain terms of Article 59 do not limit relief schemes to objects that are urgently needed for the survival of the civilian population. Article 59, paragraph 2, specifically refers to foodstuffs, medical supplies, and clothing. These are examples of relief supplies and do not constitute an exhaustive list of objects that constitute relief schemes. The content of relief schemes depends on the needs of the population of an occupied territory. The legal obligation covers those needs that have to be addressed immediately. For example, when a large number of population is displaced due to military operations, relief schemes would comprise items that are essential to address their immediate needs, such as food, water, shelter, and hygiene facilities. The definition should also be understood to cover needs which may be more long-term, in particular in cases of prolonged occupation. For example, relief schemes to address long-term needs may include items that are essential for the construction and repair of certain infrastructures, including medical and sanitation facilities, and items and services to eradicate poverty. Therefore, the needs of the population in an occupied territory could evolve depending on the nature and duration of the occupation, and relief schemes need to be adapted to the evolving needs. The occupying power must agree to such relief schemes as adapted and facilitate them. Second, the authority of the occupying power to administer an occupied territory must be exercised in a manner that is consistent with international humanitarian law. Any measures taken by the occupying power to ensure its security must be exercised in a manner that would not deny impartial humanitarian organizations, such as the United Nations, the ability to carry out relief schemes, while part of the population of an occupied territory continues to be inadequately supplied. In instances where the occupying power has concerns with the impartiality of a humanitarian organization, the occupying power may not unilaterally declare that such humanitarian organization is not impartial and deny its relief schemes. Such concerns must be addressed in consultation with the humanitarian organization concerned. I will elaborate on this point later. Third, under international law, including international humanitarian law, humanitarian relief personnel, medical personnel, and United Nations personnel must be respected and protected. As such, attacks may not be directed against such personnel as long as they are entitled to the protection given to civilians under international humanitarian law. At every stage of the conduct of military operations, all feasible precautions must be taken to avoid, and in any event to minimize, incidental casualties to humanitarian, medical, and United Nations personnel. They must be treated humanely and must not be subjected to harassment or intimidation. They are also protected by international human rights law. As such, they must not be subjected to arbitrary arrest or detention. United Nations personnel, including those who carry out humanitarian and medical work for the United Nations, are also accorded particular status under the Charter of the United Nations and the Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations, to which Israel is a party. Consistently with their status as United Nations officials or experts, United Nations personnel may not be attacked, arrested, or detained, or subjected to any form of legal process in connection with their official functions. Privileges and immunities are granted to United Nations personnel in the interests of the organization. Interference with their functions impedes the activities of the United Nations as an organization. Mr. President, members of the Court, I will now move on to the second part of my statement, which concerns Israel's obligations as a member of the United Nations. I will start by recalling the unlawfulness of Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory and the relevance of this to the present proceedings. I will then recall the general obligations arising from the Charter and the 1946 Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations, which I shall refer to in my statement as the General Convention. I will then specifically discuss, first, the inviolability of United Nations premises, second, the general obligation of cooperation with the United Nations, and third, the issue of impartiality of certain United Nations entities. Mr. President, members of the Court, I will now turn to the first point, the unlawfulness of Israel's continued presence in the occupied Palestinian territory and the relevance of this to the present proceedings. Under international law, states, including members of the United Nations, are prohibited from acquiring territory by force. In the advisory opinion of 19 July 2024, this court concluded that Israel's assertion of sovereignty over and its annexation of certain parts of the occupied Palestinian territory constitute a violation of the prohibition of the acquisition of territory by force. On this basis, the court has authoritatively determined that Israel is not entitled to sovereignty over or to exercise sovereign powers in any part of the occupied Palestinian territory on account of its occupation. The enactment of the law to cease UNRWA operations and of the law to cease UNRWA operations in the territory of the State of Israel by the Knesset of Israel on 28 October 2024 appears to constitute an extension of sovereignty over or exercise sovereign powers in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. The same can be stated regarding any measures taken on the basis of those laws and other applicable Israeli law in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. They are, as such, inconsistent with Israel's obligation under international law. Insofar as the law to cease UNRWA operations in the territory of the State of Israel, among other effects, prevents UNRWA operations in East Jerusalem, which Israel considers to be part of the territory of the State of Israel, the enactment and implementation of this law is also inconsistent with the international legal status of East Jerusalem. I will now turn to certain general obligations under the Charter. The present proceedings are crucial because they will afford the opportunity to clarify certain fundamental elements of the legal framework applicable to the United Nations. The status of Israel as a member of the United Nations entails several legal obligations concerning the presence and activities of the United Nations in and in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory. These obligations are all essential for the organization to properly function and perform the mandates it has been entrusted by its member states. The exclusively international character of these functions and mandates is enshrined in Article 100 of the Charter. When the basic elements of this legal framework are not observed, the very nature of the work of the organization on behalf of its member states is in jeopardy. The basic elements of the legal framework of the United Nations include general principles of good faith and cooperation with the organization, obligations concerning the safety and security of United Nations premises, property, assets, and personnel, and more specifically, obligations concerning the privileges and immunities of the United Nations and its premises, property, assets, and personnel. Regarding these, I wish to note that the Charter confers certain privileges and immunities to the organization so that it may fulfill its purposes, as Article 105 of the Charter makes clear. Such privileges and immunities are applicable to all entities that are integral to the United Nations, including its subsidiary organs such as UNRWA, which was established by the General Assembly as its subsidiary organ. In the written statement of the Secretary-General, the obligations stemming from the Charter and from the General Convention were elaborated in detail. These principles are well set in law and practice. In this regard, I welcome the fact that a clear majority of member states, having submitted written statements, appear to agree on the importance of the privileges and immunities of the organization and its personnel. Today, I wish to underline, before turning to certain specific points, the importance for United Nations operations of the obligation to uphold the immunity from legal process of the United Nations and its personnel, irrespective of which United Nations entity they may be assigned to. Equally important is the obligation to facilitate the movement of supplies, goods, and equipment of the United Nations and the freedom of movement of its personnel. Particularly since the end of January this year, United Nations operations on the ground, specifically for UNRWA, have faced increasingly difficult conditions. Following the enactment and implementation of the Knesset laws, the issuance of visas to UN personnel has been further denied or restricted, and actions have been taken against UNRWA personnel in connection with their duties for the organization. There has been unauthorized entry into UNRWA schools, and orders for their closure have been issued, notwithstanding the ongoing mandate for UNRWA activities. In this regard, it is necessary to uphold the privileges and immunities of the United Nations and its personnel. As set out in documents contained in the dossier provided to the court, violations of these obligations have occurred. Differences arising out of the interpretation or application of the General Convention may result in a situation in which a difference under the General Convention has arisen between the United Nations and Israel. Mr. President, members of the court, I would like now to elaborate more specifically on 3 points. First, I wish to emphasize the absolute and mandatory obligation to respect the inviolability of United Nations premises, property, and assets at all times, including during armed conflict, in accordance with international law. Article 2, Section 3 of the General Convention provides that the premises of the United Nations will be inviolable. Also, that property and assets of the United Nations, wherever located and by whomsoever held, shall be immune from search, requisition, confiscation, expropriation, and any other form of interference, whether by executive, administrative, judicial, or legislative action. Consistently with this provision, inviolability entails that state agents may not enter or otherwise physically penetrate or physically interfere with the United Nations premises without the prior consents of the United Nations. It also entails a duty on the part of the state to take all appropriate measures to prevent the United Nations premises being entered or otherwise physically penetrated, damaged, or interfered with by other actors. State officials, including members of the armed forces and domestic law enforcement authorities, may not enter United Nations premises without authorization by the United Nations. Any other form of interference is also prohibited by Article 2, Section 3 of the General Convention. These obligations, therefore, also prohibit any state authorities, including a state's armed forces or security forces, from hitting, damaging, or attacking United Nations premises, property, and assets. There are no stated qualifications to or limitations on inviolability in the General Convention and other relevant agreements. There is no reference to inviolability being merely functional in nature, as is in the case for certain other provisions in the General Convention. Nor is there any reference in the General Convention to situations of armed conflict, civil unrest, or other emergency situations as constituting possible limitations on such inviolability. The respect for the inviolability of United Nations premises, property, and assets is an indispensable precondition for the organization to be able to implement its mandated activities all over the world, including in the occupied Palestinian territory. Serious breaches of international law have been committed by parties to the ongoing conflict, but a breach by one party does not excuse breaches by other parties. I will now refer to the second point, the general principles that enshrine obligations of cooperation with the United Nations. It is from the preamble of the Charter that we derive the notion that member states have committed to combining their efforts to accomplish the aims of the organization. Among the principles set out in Article 2 of the Charter is that all members, in order to ensure to all of them the rights and benefits resulting from membership, shall fulfill in good faith the obligations assumed by them in accordance with the present Charter. Another of the principles is set out in Article 2, Paragraph 5 of the Charter, which requires in its first part that all members shall give the United Nations every assistance in every action it takes in accordance with the present Charter. Consistently with the Court's interpretation of Article 2, Paragraph 5 of the Charter in its advisory opinion concerning reparation for injuries suffered in the service of the United Nations, in the practice of the Secretariat, Article 2, Paragraph 5 of the Charter has generally been interpreted as meaning that member states are required to provide every assistance to the United Nations entities to ensure the effective implementation of their mandates. In this context, it has been generally relied upon when calling upon states to comply with their obligations under Article 105 of the Charter and the General Convention. In the present case, the United Nations action consists of the activities carried out by a number of United Nations entities in the occupied Palestinian territory. Such activities are carried out consistent with resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly, and with mandates provided by various United Nations bodies, in a context in which this court has authoritatively held that Israel is not entitled to sovereignty or to exercise sovereign powers. In these circumstances, Article 2, Paragraph 5 of the Charter is directly relevant in the context of Israel's responsibilities vis-à-vis the presence and activities of the United Nations in and in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory, in accordance with international law, including other provisions of the Charter. Finally, my third point, referred to in certain written submissions, relates to allegations that have been raised as to the impartiality of certain United Nations entities. The United Nations considers very seriously any credible allegations against the organization, including those involving its personnel or misuse of its premises. Any such concerns must be brought to the attention of the organization so that the matter may be considered by the United Nations in accordance with its legal framework, including the privileges and immunities of the organizations and its personnel. The organization has established a framework to address and investigate specific allegations of incidents brought to its attention, which is in line with the status, privileges, and immunities of the UN. With regard to allegations against United Nations personnel, the regulatory frameworks of the United Nations require such allegation to be confirmed through an internal administrative investigation, which may include referring the allegations to the Office of Internal Oversight Services, OIOS, for investigation. The ability of the United Nations to further inquire into allegations depends on the full cooperation of member states, including the provision of relevant documents and materials, without which the organization may not have sufficient basis to take further action in specific cases. Where concerns relate to broader issues, the organisation has taken further steps to review the matter. For example, following allegations that have been raised against UNRWA and its personnel, UNRWA and OIOS have taken steps to investigate those allegations in line with the organisation's regulatory framework and continue to do so. In response to Israel's concerns regarding the neutrality of UNRWA personnel more broadly, the Secretary-General appointed the former Foreign Minister of France, Catherine Colonna, to lead an independent review to assess whether UNRWA was doing everything within its power to ensure neutrality and respond to allegations of serious neutrality breaches when they are made. The Secretary-General and UNRWA have expressed their commitment to fully implementing the review's recommendations with the support of Member States. We note that such steps have been welcomed by the General Assembly and by a number of Member States in their written submissions for these proceedings.
Mr. President, members of the Court, I conclude by recalling that Israel continues to launch devastating strikes on Gaza, strikes that have continued to claim the lives of hundreds of civilians, including United Nations personnel. Furthermore, no humanitarian assistance has been allowed into the Gaza Strip since early March. As a result, the Secretary-General has taken the difficult decision to reduce the organization's presence in the Gaza Strip, even as humanitarian needs are increasing dramatically and our concern for the protection of civilians is growing. The United Nations is determined to carry out its mandates in the occupied Palestinian territory, including Gaza, in particular by providing civilians with the assistance they need to ensure their survival. In order for United Nations entities carry out their functions, all parties to the conflict must fully respect their obligations under international law, including the obligation to protect the absolute inviolability of United Nations premises and the obligation to ensure respect for the independence and status of United Nations personnel. In this regard, Israel's compliance with its obligations under international law is essential for the United Nations entities to carry out their mandates in and in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory. Such respect for international law is equally essential for the protection of civilians, and so that our colleagues at the United Nations can continue to work to save civilian lives without facing intolerable risks. Respect for international law by all parties remains the only option for lasting peace, as well as for the security and justice of Israelis and Palestinians. Mr. President, members of the Court, thank you for your attention.
I thank Ms. Eleanor Hammarskjöld. I now invite the next participating delegation, Palestine, to address the Court, and I call His Excellency Ambassador Amal Hijazi to the podium. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. President, members of the Court, it's an honor for me to present Palestine today and its proud people in these proceedings at a time of existential crisis for the Palestinian people and for the rule of international law. On behalf of Palestine's delegation, I wish to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as President of the Court and to wish you success in your tenure. Allow me also to express our gratitude to the courts holding these hearings on an expedited basis. As I address you today, the Palestinian people are being starved, bombed, and forcibly displaced by Israel, their unlawful occupier. Israel has not allowed food, water, medicine, and medical supplies or fuel into Gaza for the past 2 months, a policy supported by the highest court in Israel, which rejected petitions to allow aid into Gaza on several occasions. This man-made catastrophe of unprecedented proportions targets life itself. Death looms large, including by starvation, which has already claimed the lives of 59 Palestinian children. The UN Secretary General has described Gaza as a killing field, where civilians are in an endless death loop. Mr. President, we are here today because the General Assembly asked the court to determine the legal obligations of Israel in relation to the provision of urgently needed humanitarian assistance by the United Nations, other international organizations, and third states, and in relation to the exercise of the right of Palestinian people to self-determination. This request was provoked by the international community's outrage at Israel's methodical targeting, banning, and obstructing of said parties, including its legislation banning the United Nations Relief and Works Agency of Palestine Refugees, UNRWA, from fulfilling its UN mandate in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem. There can be no doubt about the court's jurisdiction in these proceedings. The question raised by the General Assembly is plainly a legal one. It specifically asks the court to advise on Israel's legal obligations under international law and other rules of international law. Nor is there any reason, let alone a compelling one, for the court to decline to answer it, as the court has already determined in two prior advisory opinions. The question of Palestine is fundamental to the United Nations and its mandate in this case. This request was provoked by the international communities. During this presentation, the State of Palestine will present evidence on the devastating immediate, intermediate, and long-term consequences of this unlawful Israeli policy on Palestine and its people, on every aspect of their fundamental rights and continued existence. The State of Palestine will also present the court how Israel's prohibited conduct extends to the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, because the target of these actions, by admission of top Israeli leaders, is the permanent annexation of the Palestinian territory and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. It is a self-incriminating admission that debunks the security sham they used to justify their genocide, as we will also demonstrate in our presentation. Mr. President, members of the court, before I go any further, allow me to first address the context in which these deliberations are happening. This legal and moral crisis is not 18 months old. Israel has been systematically dispossessing, uprooting, slaughtering and imprisoning Palestinians in absolute flagrant disregard for international law and the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people for 8 years now. It has done so with the intent to destroy our people and to thwart the realization of self-determination in their homeland. To implement this policy, Israel has waged a relentless campaign of erasure against Palestinian people, their demography, their material presence, their national identity, their history and heritage, and their very humanity. This campaign of erasure was a central hallmark of the Nakba that started in 1947, and whose darkest chapter yet, unfolding before our eyes and yours. On 3 separate occasions in the past years, the court issued provisional measures ordering Israel, among other things, to ensure and facilitate the unimpeded flow of humanitarian assistance into Gaza. Israel did not comply. On 19 July 2024, this court also ruled that Israel's presence in and control over the occupied Palestinian territory is unlawful and must come to an end. The court also ruled that despite the illegality of occupation regime, Israel was still bound by its obligations under international law as an occupying power. These obligations include ensuring the welfare of the protected civilians. Israel defied this ruling and the rule of law, brazenly declaring instead its official policy of annexing the occupied Palestinian territory, forcibly displacing Palestinian people, weaponizing food and humanitarian aid, and negating refugee issue and their rights, including by banning UNRWA. On 21st of November 2024, the ICC issued arrest warrants for the Prime Minister of Israel and now his former Minister of War, in part because they intentionally deprived civilian population in Gaza of food, water, medicine, and other essentials. To summarize, Israel is an unlawful occupying power, standing trial for genocide. Its Prime Minister is wanted by the ICC. It's attempting to destroy Palestinian people and erase Palestine, including by barring and obstructing humanitarian organization, thus also violating its obligations under the UN Charter and other instruments of international law. That is the context of the question before you. Mr. President, members of the court, UNICEF says Israel's onslaught has killed and injured 100 Palestinian children in Gaza every day since 18 March 2025. This is in addition to the more than 15,000 children Israel has killed since the onset of genocide, and the thousands who are still missing under tons of piling rubble of what was once their schools and their homes. Israel's genocidal campaign has turned Gaza into the home of the largest cohort of child amputees per capita in the world. Their limbs are amputated without proper medicine or care, sometimes without so much as a painkiller. Many don't survive, like baby Sham Mharib, whose arm was amputated following a strike on her home 18 days ago. Israel's genocidal campaign has also targeted UN and other humanitarian workers and organizations in Gaza, killing over 408 UN workers, among them almost 300 UNRWA staff. They have also killed 27 Palestinian Red Crescent Society paramedics in Gaza and 113 civil defense first responders. These killings are deliberate, not accidental. This was proven repeatedly, including in January 2024, when Israeli soldiers killed 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her relatives, then murdered the Palestine Red Crescent paramedic who received permission to rescue Hind while she was still alive. It was proven once more last March when Israeli soldiers ambushed and killed 14 paramedics and humanitarian heroes. The soldiers then buried the bodies in a shallow mass grave alongside with their crushed ambulances and emergencies in an attempt to hide their crime, while top Israeli officials lied to the world about the murders. This is the jarring equation prompting our appeals to the court and these proceedings. Israel is starving, killing, and displacing Palestinians, while also targeting and blocking humanitarian organizations trying to save their lives. These grave crimes aim to hasten the forcible transfer and destruction of Palestinian people in the immediate term. They will also ensure that our children will suffer irreparable damage and harm, placing an entire generation at grave risk. Already experts have concluded that life expectancy in Gaza has been slashed in half since the onset of the genocide. Mr. President, members of the court, this targeting of life in the Gaza Strip has been ongoing for years and in grave violation of Israel's legal obligation as an occupying power and as a member of the UN. Israel began engineering food deprivation in Gaza 19 years ago, making the majority of civilian population dependent on food aid to survive. A senior Israeli official then said, and I quote, "The idea is to put the Palestinians on diet, but not to make them die of hunger," end quote. Since October 2023, the blockade has progressively turned into a total siege. The Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights said, "This siege is creating conditions that were incompatible with sustaining life or the continued existence of Palestinians in Gaza." These are the facts. Starvation is here. Humanitarian aid is being used as a weapon of war. All UN-supported bakeries in Gaza have been forced to shut their doors. 9 of every 10 Palestinians have no access to safe drinking water. Storage facilities of the UN and other international agencies are empty. More than 12,500 wounded Palestinians, including thousands of children, now require medical evacuation to have a chance at life. That is in addition to thousands of cancer and other patients dying slowly, dying in agony, and hundreds of thousands of children whose lives are in danger because Israel is denying entry of vaccines. Meanwhile, Israel continues to repeatedly, forcibly displace and starve the Palestinian population in Gaza. This UN-produced map illustrates how Israel has squeezed the population into a third of the Gaza Strip that it continues also to bomb. UNICEF, for example, has been forced to shut down 21 malnutrition clinics because of these repeated forced displacement orders. Israel has also waged a war on hospitals in Gaza, bombing them, laying siege to them, burning them, or leveling them to the ground. Israel has bombed and attacked all 36 hospitals in Gaza. The last hospital to be bombed was Gaza's Al-Ahli Baptist Hospital, an institution that has offered health to Palestinians since 1882. This hospital survived 2 world wars and many wars after, but Israel decommissioned it twice in the past 18 months. Israeli occupation forces have killed over 1,400 doctors, nurses, and other health workers. Some, like renowned surgeons Adnan al-Bursh and Iyad al-Rantisi, who were forcibly disappeared and tortured to death. Others, like director of Al-Awda Hospital, Dr. Ahmed Mhanna, was forcibly disappeared for over a year now, while director of Kamal Adwan Hospital, Hussam Abu Safiyi, continues to be unlawfully detained. Only a handful of hospitals continue to bravely function, thanks to the heroic Palestinian doctors who remain and the brave international doctors volunteering to assist them despite the dangers and severe Israeli restrictions. To understand what this means in real bone-chilling terms, I ask you here this brief testimony of Dr. Muhammad Mustafa, an Australian doctor who was volunteering in Gaza last March.
We've worked throughout the entire night. We haven't stopped. The bombing has been non-stop. We've run out of ketamine. We've run out of propofol. We've run out of all painkillers. We can't sedate anyone. We can't give them any analgesia. When we intubate people, they wake up and they're choking because we have no sedation. There are 7 girls getting their legs amputated, no anesthesia. The bombing is still going on. The room is still shaking. I haven't slept. We went to bed at about 1 o'clock, and at 1:30 the bombing started. It's about 10 a.m. now. Just come back to my room. I'm lightheaded. I'm dizzy, and I mean, it was just mostly women and children, burnt head to toe, limbs missing, heads missing. You know, there's a video I put up on my story of me doing a chest drain. The gentleman that did the chest drain, and he died on the way to the CT scan. There's another video of 3 girls laying on a bed. That's his 3 girls who are now orphaned. Their mother didn't even make it into the hospital. She was killed along with their other sister. I don't know what to tell you. I was here in June, nothing to this intensity. This is unbelievable. And the bombing is still going on. The rooms are still shaking. The screams are everywhere. It's insane.
Mr. President, members of the court, the carnage and destruction extends to the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. There, Israel's killing of Palestinian civilians, including children, was record-breaking for 3 years in a row before 2023. Since the beginning of the year, Israel launched a military assault in the West Bank, unprecedented since 1967. Israeli occupation have demolished, razed, and burned the refugee camps in Jenin and Tul Karim, forcibly displacing more than 40,000 Palestinians. And Israel has announced that the displaced will not be allowed to return. The World Food Programme reports a near 100% increase in Palestinians in need of food aid in the West Bank, impeding the presence and activities of the UN and international organizations must be viewed in the context of erasure and forced displacement. Mr. President, members of the court, before I stand before you today on behalf of the persecuted people, fighting to survive, to live freely in our land. This is our inalienable and most fundamental right. It is not anyone to give or withhold, as this court has repeatedly affirmed. That's really the heart of why Palestine and over 40 other states are addressing the court today. It is not about the number of aid trucks Israel is or is not allowing into the occupied Palestinian territory, especially Gaza. It is not about Israel destroying it is about Israel destroying the fundamentals of life in Palestine, while it blocks UN and other humanitarians from providing life-saving aid to the population. It is about Israel unraveling fundamental principles of international law, including their obligations under the UN Charter. It is about Israel turning Palestine, in particularly Gaza, into a mass grave for Palestinians and those coming to their aid. Before I conclude, Mr. President, allow me to describe the remainder of Palestine's presentation today. First, Mr. Paul Reichler will present Israel's legal obligations under international law and international humanitarian law. Next, Ms. Blinay Negroli will discuss Israel's violation of its legal obligations as a member of the United Nations. Then Professor Ardi Msis will address legal obligations specifically in relation to UNRWA. He will be followed by Professor Alain Play, who will discuss the legal consequences of Israel's violations of its obligations with respect to the provision of humanitarian aid to the Palestinian civilian population and the exercise of their right to self-determination. Finally, Ambassador Riyad Mansour will present the State of Palestine's closing remarks. I thank you for your kind attention and ask that you call Mr. Reichler to the podium.
I thank Ambassador Hijazi. I now give the floor to Mr. Paul Reichler. Sir, you have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the court, it is, as always, an honor for me to appear before you, and it is a privilege to speak on behalf of the state of Palestine. And on behalf of all of my fellow counsel here as part of the delegation, we are pleased to echo the congratulations that were conveyed to you by our agent on your election as president. I will address Israel's legal obligations under international humanitarian law concerning the provision of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian civilian population, and then Israel's legal obligations under the rules of international law set out in the court's advisory opinion of 19 July 2024. I will conclude with some observations on Israel's legal obligations under overlapping rules of international humanitarian law and international criminal law. I begin with an update on the situation on the ground. On 1 March 2025, Israel announced that it would unilaterally end the 6-week ceasefire that had prevailed since mid-January, and that it would resume aerial bombardment and other armed attacks against Gaza. On the following day, 2 March, the office of the Prime Minister made this announcement. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has decided that as of this morning, the entry of all goods and supplies to the Gaza Strip will be halted. The Prime Minister's decision immediately cut off all humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza. This was underscored by the head of Israel's civil administration for the occupied territory and Minister of Finance, Bezalel Smotrich, in another post on the same day. The decision we made last night to completely halt humanitarian aid to Gaza until Hamas is destroyed or completely surrenders and all our hostages are returned is an important step in the right direction, the threshold of the gates of hell. Now we need to open those gates as quickly and lethally as possible on the cruel enemy until absolute victory. Israel's Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, made clear that the cruel enemy was not just Hamas, but the entire civilian population of Gaza. He addressed this message specifically to them. Citizens of Gaza, this is your last warning. The Air Force attack against Hamas terrorists was only the first step. The rest will be significantly worse, and you will pay the price. Unless all the Israeli hostages are released and Hamas is expelled from Gaza, Israel will act with forces never before seen. The alternative is utter destruction and devastation. In keeping with these official Israeli statements, all humanitarian assistance intended for the civilian population of Gaza has been blocked by Israel since 2 March. No food, no water, no medicine, no fuel, no anything. For 57 days and still counting, Israel has prevented all goods and services of any kind from entering Gaza. On 9 March, Israel's energy minister, Eli Cohen, posted a picture of himself on the social media platform X, signing an order to cut off electricity to Gaza. The message accompanying the photo read, "I have now signed an order to cut off electricity to the Gaza Strip immediately. Enough with the talk. It's time for action." The impact of this action was to shut down the lone desalination plant in Gaza, depriving more than 600,000 Palestinians of their only access to water. Overall, the consequences for the Palestinian civilian population, especially the deprivation of urgently needed humanitarian assistance, have been as promised by Defense Minister Katz: utter destruction and devastation. According to the United Nations Undersecretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, who briefed the Security Council on 18 March, today I am distressed to report that in addition to the intense airstrikes that have resumed, since 2 March, Israeli authorities have cut off the entry of all life-saving supplies, food, medicines, fuel, cooking gas, for 2.1 million people. This total blockade of life-saving aid and basic commodities and commercial goods will have a disastrous impact on the people of Gaza, who remain dependent on a steady flow of assistance into the Strip. Blocking food, water, and medicine for people who need them is unconscionable. It also goes against international humanitarian law and the provisional orders of the International Court of Justice. Mr. President, members of the court, the Undersecretary General is plainly right. The facts on which his statement is based are not in dispute. As you have seen, they're admitted, proudly and loudly proclaimed by Israel's most senior government officials. Nor can there be any dispute about the applicable law. In its July 2024 advisory opinion, the court explained that international humanitarian law governs Israel's conduct in the OPT for as long as its occupation continues. Israel must thus comply with its obligations under the Fourth Geneva Convention, of which it is a state party, and additional Protocol 1, the relevant articles of which are part of customary international law. The indisputable evidence shows that Israel has flagrantly violated these obligations. They include, first, the obligation under Article 55 of the Fourth Geneva Convention to ensure, to the fullest extent of the means available, provision of, quote, the food and medical supplies of the population. Under this article, Israel has an affirmative duty to, quote, bring in the necessary foodstuffs, medical stores, and other articles if the resources of the occupied territory are inadequate, which is undeniably the case throughout the Gaza Strip. Article 69 of Additional Protocol 1 further requires Israel to ensure the provision of, quote, clothing, bedding, means of shelter, and other supplies essential to the survival of the civilian population of the occupied territory. Second, Israel has the obligation under Article 56 of the Convention to ensure and maintain, to the fullest extent of the means available to it, quote, the medical and hospital establishments and services, public health and hygiene in the occupied territory. Article 56 further provides, quote, medical personnel of all categories shall be allowed to carry out their duties. Israel has been blatantly violating these obligations, and not only since 2 March, it has been violating them for many years, most egregiously since October 2023. On 9 October 2023, Israel announced a complete siege of the Gaza Strip, cutting off essential resources and the movement of goods, including food, water, medicines, fuel, and electricity. All crossing points between Israel and the Gaza Strip were sealed. Israel's defense minister at the time, Yoav Gallant, described his government's strategy in these terms, quote, a complete siege, no electricity, no water, no food, no fuel. The United Nations Independent International Commission of Inquiry found that this was precisely what Israel did. Quote, throughout the siege on Gaza, Israel has weaponized the withholding of life-sustaining necessities, specifically by cutting off supplies of water, food, electricity, fuel, and other essential supplies, including humanitarian assistance. On 6 December 2023, the Secretary General reported to the Security Council we are facing a severe risk of collapse of the humanitarian system. The situation is fast deteriorating into a catastrophe with potentially irreversible implications for Palestinians as a whole and for peace and security in the region. In response, the Security Council adopted Resolution 2720 on 22 December 2023, which recognized that the civilian population in the Gaza Strip must have access to sufficient quantities of assistance that they need, including enough food, water, sanitation, electricity, telecommunications, and medical services essential for their survival, and that the provision of humanitarian supplies in the Gaza Strip needs to be sufficient to alleviate the massive humanitarian needs of the Palestinian civilian population throughout the Gaza Strip. And the resolution reaffirmed the obligations of the parties to the conflict under international humanitarian law regarding the provision of humanitarian assistance. And it demanded that they allow, facilitate, and enable the immediate, safe, and unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale directly to the Palestinian civilian population throughout the Gaza Strip. Israel ignored the Security Council's demand, just as it disregarded subsequent Security Council resolutions 2728 and 2735, adopted in 2024, and 5 General Assembly emergency special session resolutions, which called on it again to allow and facilitate urgently needed humanitarian assistance at scale to the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza. In fact, Israel did the opposite of what was demanded to it. It continued to impede the provision of humanitarian goods and services indispensable to the survival of the Palestinian people. And it restricted humanitarian access by United Nations agencies, other states, and international humanitarian organizations. The court needs no reminding that Israel also disregarded its orders on provisional measures in the case brought by South Africa, which were issued on 26 January, 28 March, and 24 May 2024. Israel was required by the March order to take all necessary and effective measures to ensure, without delay, in full cooperation with the United Nations, the unhindered provision at scale by all concerned of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance, including food, water, electricity, fuel, shelter, clothing, hygiene and sanitation requirements, as well as medical supplies and medical care to Palestinians throughout Gaza, including by increasing the capacity and number of land crossing points and maintaining them open for as long as necessary. Israel has ignored these obligations and refused to comply. By May 2024, the court recognized that, quote, the humanitarian situation is now to be characterized as disastrous, as indeed it was. And the situation grew even worse thereafter. On 28 October 2024, the Commissioner General of UNRWA made this report to the General Assembly. The situation in Gaza is beyond the diplomatic vocabulary of the General Assembly. After more than a year of the most intense bombardment of a civilian population since World War II, and the restriction of humanitarian aid far below minimum needs, the lives of Palestinians are shattered. The surviving population lives in the greatest indignity. In the north, the population is trapped, awaiting death by airstrikes or starvation. On 2 December 2024, the Secretary General reported to the Cairo Ministerial Conference, "Nothing justifies the collective punishment of the Palestinian people." Collective punishment is, of course, prohibited by Article 33 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. Secretary General continued, "Yet conditions for Palestinians in Gaza are appalling and apocalyptic. Malnutrition is rampant. Famine is imminent. Meanwhile, the health system has collapsed. What we are seeing may well amount to the gravest international crimes. In the face of the gigantic needs, humanitarian aid is outrageously being blocked. This flies in the face of the clear requirements under international humanitarian law to respect and to protect civilians and to ensure their essential needs are met. It defies numerous General Assembly and Security Council resolutions demanding a ceasefire and unhindered humanitarian access. And it ignores the International Court of Justice, which issued binding provisional orders that must be complied with. As appalling and apocalyptic as the situation was in December, it is even worse today. The Secretary General recognized this in a statement on 8 April. More than an entire month has passed without a drop of aid into Gaza. No food, no fuel, no medicine, no commercial supplies. As aid has dried up, the floodgates of horror have reopened. Gaza is a killing field, and civilians are in an endless death loop. The current path is a dead end, totally intolerable in the eyes of international law and history. And the risk of the occupied West Bank transforming into another Gaza makes it even worse. Mr. President, in these circumstances, there can be no doubt that Israel is violating its obligations under international humanitarian law, including its obligations under the Fourth Geneva Convention and customary international law, as reflected in Additional Protocol 1. In its written statement, Israel argues that its defense and security concerns justify its refusal to allow humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian civilian population, no matter how urgently this assistance is needed. This posture is as unlawful as it is inhumane. Under Article 59 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, as pointed out by the distinguished Undersecretary General for Legal Affairs earlier this morning, quote, "If the whole or part of the population of an occupied territory is inadequately supplied, the occupying power shall agree to relief schemes on behalf of the said population and shall facilitate them by all the means at its disposal." The ICRC commentary on Article 59 explains, "The obligation on the occupying power to accept such relief is unconditional. In all cases where occupied territory is inadequately supplied, the occupying power is bound to accept relief supplies destined for the population." The convention not only lays down that the occupying power must agree to relief schemes on behalf of the population, but insists that it must facilitate them by all the means at its disposal. The occupation authorities must therefore cooperate wholeheartedly in the rapid and scrupulous execution of these schemes. Article 59 itself further provides, quote, "All contracting parties shall permit the free passage of these consignments and shall guarantee their protection." The ICRC commentary explains that these obligations apply to any state that is enforcing a blockade, and it specifies that the consignments, quote, "cannot, under any circumstances, be declared war contraband or be seized as such by those enforcing the blockade. Mr. President, the question posed by the General Assembly calls for the court to issue an opinion on Israel's legal obligations, and I quote, to ensure and facilitate the unhindered provision of urgently needed supplies essential to the supply of the Palestinian civilian population, as well as of basic services and humanitarian and development assistance. This question assumes that the relief consignments are humanitarian in nature. As such, international humanitarian law does not permit Israel to deprive the Palestinian civilian population of such assistance for any reason, including what it claims are its defense or security requirements. This is the conclusion reached by the ICRC itself. In relation to the current situation in Gaza, the ICRC has stated, the suspension of assistance now, including the cessation of power to the only water desalinization facility in Gaza, risks plunging Gaza further into an acute humanitarian emergency. Under international humanitarian law, Israel shall ensure that the basic needs of civilians under its control are met. The rapid and unimpeded passage of humanitarian assistance must also be allowed and facilitated. I now turn to Israel's legal obligations under the rules of international law applied by the court in its 2024 advisory opinion. I refer specifically to the court's determinations that Israel has no sovereignty and may not exercise sovereign powers in the occupied Palestinian territory, and that its presence there is unlawful, such that it must be terminated as rapidly as possible. I refer as well to the court's determination that Israel has an obligation to facilitate and not to impede the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, including the right to a sovereign and independent state in the occupied Palestinian territory, and that Israel, by its presence in this territory, its annexations and its settlements, among other actions, has been systematically violating that obligation. The court further determined that third states and the United Nations are legally obligated not to accept the Israeli presence in the OPT as lawful or to contribute to its maintenance, and must work to bring it to an end, and that they have an erga omnes obligation to support the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. These determinations by the court have at least three inevitable consequences for the present proceedings. First, because its presence in the OPT is unlawful and it lacks sovereign rights or powers within the territory, Israel has no legal authority to impede humanitarian goods and services from entering or circulating within the Gaza Strip or any other part of Palestinian territory. The decision to accept and receive humanitarian assistance, and from whom, is an exercise of sovereignty, which in the case of the Palestinian territory belongs exclusively to the Palestinian people, who are represented by the state of Palestine. Accordingly, in addition to its obligations to ensure and facilitate the provision of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian civilian population under international humanitarian law, Israel bears an obligation under general international law not to override the sovereign will of the Palestinian people, expressed through their legitimate governmental representative, to receive in their own territory such urgently needed assistance and services as they may authorize from the United Nations, third states, and other trusted organizations. Second, Israel's prevention of humanitarian assistance from entering Gaza also violates its obligation, in the court's words, quote, not to impede the Palestinian people from exercising its right of self-determination. As the court explained, the right of self-determination includes the right to territorial integrity, the right to be protected against acts aimed at dispersing the population and undermining its integrity as a people, and the right of the people freely to determine its political status and to pursue its economic, social, and cultural development. all of which the court found were violated by Israel's prolonged occupation of Palestinian territory. By preventing humanitarian assistance from entering Palestinian territory, Israel further violates each of these components of the right of self-determination. In particular, Israel's denial of food, water, and other essentials of life to the Palestinian civilian population inevitably impedes their economic, social, and cultural development. And it is intended, as Israeli officials themselves proclaim, to displace and disperse the Palestinian population, especially in Gaza, but increasingly in the West Bank as well, which undermines their integrity as a people. Mr. President, I see that the clock is approaching 11:30. I have somewhere between 5 and 8 more minutes of my speech remaining. If you allow me to continue, I would be happy to do so. If you prefer to take the coffee break, obviously that's fine with us. We're entirely in your hands.
I think we can have coffee after you finish your remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Israel's prevention of humanitarian assistance also violates the territorial integrity of Palestine, another essential component of self-determination. As shown on this map, in the southwest Gaza borders Egypt. The main border crossing is at Rafah, which is where most humanitarian assistance, before it was blocked by Israel, entered Gaza. Israel enforces its blockade on goods entering here from within Palestinian territory, thus violating its territorial integrity. The situation is similar in the east, where Israeli forces stationed in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, prevent or restrict the entry of humanitarian assistance from Jordan via the King Hussein al-Karama bridge crossing, again, in violation of Palestinian territorial integrity. As the Secretary General observed, the humanitarian situation in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, is also grave due to Israel's prevention or restriction of humanitarian assistance to the millions of Palestinians who live there. While Israel has not announced a formal cutoff of humanitarian assistance to the West Bank, as it has to Gaza, it has imposed major obstacles to the delivery of such assistance, including the arbitrary withdrawal or denial of operating permits for humanitarian organizations. According to the Commissioner General of UNRWA, while a number of international NGOs have already been silenced, there is now a larger concerted effort in Israel to undermine or restrict through legislative measures the operations of international organizations and NGOs. In occupied East Jerusalem, the agency is facing increased pressure from the municipality to vacate premises and end service provision. International staff have been effectively expelled from the occupied West Bank due to the lack of valid visas. The vast majority of the states and international organizations participating in these proceedings agree that Israel's shutdown of relief operations and denial of urgently needed humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian civilian population violate its duty not to impede the Palestinian people from exercising their right of self-determination. According to the Netherlands, for example, in a situation of extreme dependence on relief operations, the occupying power's unilateral decision to terminate its agreement and cooperation with a third party responsible for the bulk of the humanitarian assistance directly and severely affects the people as a whole, frustrating its economic, social, and cultural development. This has severe negative consequences on the ability of the people concerned to exercise its right of self-determination. The written statement of the Secretary General explains, quote, "The obligation of Israel to respect the right of self-determination of the Palestinian people has another important aspect: to respect the decision of the Palestinian people on the manner in which the dependence of the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and Gaza, on Israel for the provision of basic goods and services should be reduced. Therefore, in instances where the representative of the Palestinian people decided to receive basic goods and services from United Nations entities in order to fully enjoy its right of self-determination, Israel is bound to respect that decision. The third consequence of the 2024 advisory opinion is that Israel's prevention of humanitarian assistance from other states and the United Nations violates its duty not to prevent them from fulfilling what the court found to be their erga omnes obligations to support and facilitate the exercise of self-determination by the Palestinian people. Many states and international organizations emphasize this point. The African Union, for example, explains that as a member state of the international community, Israel must cooperate with third states to ensure the effective enjoyment by the Palestinian people of their right to self-determination. It must therefore grant all facilities at its disposal for the provisions by third states of the support necessary for the latter to be able to self-determine. Mr. President, I come now to the final part of my presentation and the briefest on Israel's legal obligations under parallel rules of international humanitarian law and international criminal law, particularly those which prohibit starvation of the civilian population as a method of warfare. This practice, which Israel, by admission of its senior government officials, deliberately employs against the Palestinian civilian population in Gaza, is unlawful under both Article 54.1 of Additional Protocol 1, which expressly prohibits it, and the Rome Statute, which provides in Article 8.2b that, quote, intentionally using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare by depriving them of objects indispensable to their survival, including willfully impeding relief supplies, is a war crime. In fact, starvation of civilians as a method of warfare has been recognized as a war crime, at least since the judgment of the Nuremberg Tribunal in 1946. 8 decades later, it is Israel that is deliberately starving more than 2 million Palestinian civilians in Gaza to achieve its purported war ends by cutting off all supplies of food, water, and other essentials of life. This has led the International Criminal Court to charge Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant with the war crime of starvation. In allowing the prosecution to proceed, the pretrial chamber of the ICC explained, there are reasonable grounds to believe that both individuals intentionally and knowingly deprived the civilian population in Gaza of objects indispensable to their survival, including food, water, and medicine and medical supplies, as well as fuel and electricity, from at least 8 October 2023 to 20 May 24. The distinguished legal advisor of Mexico, Pablo Arocha Olaguanaga, put it eloquently in an article he published last year. Its title is Starvation is Starvation is Starvation. People in Gaza are being starved to death, and we are all witnessing it, if not complicit in it. But this human tragedy is a deliberate choice. It is the consequence of a political decision. It is both avoidable and reversible. All of us, as diplomats, international lawyers, humanitarians, but most importantly, as individuals, have the moral obligation to raise our voices in outcry of this catastrophe and in efforts to stop it. Israeli authorities must ensure complete and unfettered access for humanitarian goods throughout Gaza. Human dignity simply cannot be held hostage to conflict. This must stop. The inhumanity of this Israeli policy is compounded by its unlawful objective. to forever extinguish the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, including a sovereign and independent state in their own territory, as part of the two-state solution that the international community demands. Mr. President, killing and maiming hundreds of thousands and starving and attempting to displace millions of Palestinians out of Palestine amounts to no less than destroying them as a group. In conclusion, the state of Palestine respectfully submits that Israel's unconscionable violations of its legal obligations under international humanitarian law and under the rules of international law set out in the court's 2024 advisory opinion must be called out by the court in its forthcoming advisory opinion, and they must be stopped. International law, we contend, requires this. Maintaining the credibility of the rules-based international order demands it. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the court, for your kind courtesy and patient attention, and I respectfully request that after the coffee break, you call my esteemed colleague, Blinna Negrali, to the podium. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for permitting me the extra time to complete my speech.
I thank Mr. Leichler. Before I give the floor to the next speaker, the court will observe a coffee break of 50 minutes. The hearing is suspended. Please be seated. The sitting is resumed. I now invite Ms. Blin Nijari to address the court and continue the presentation of Palestine. You have the floor, madam.
Mr. President, members of the court, it is an honor as ever to appear before you. It is also an immense privilege, though a weighty responsibility, to represent the state of Palestine in such extreme circumstances for the Palestinian people. I will address Israel's relevant obligations as a United Nations member, focusing on its obligations, 1, to cooperate with the United Nations, 2, to ensure the privileges, immunities and protection of UN staff and property, 3, to ensure the fundamental human rights of the Palestinian people, and 4, to abide by UN resolutions and this court's orders. Israel's violations of those obligations are egregious and ongoing. They are also in breach of Israel's obligation of good faith under the Charter, which is a fifth issue I will address and with which I will conclude. I address those legal issues in the context of the almost unimaginable and yet ever-worsening situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, particularly in Gaza. On the 27th of March of this year, the last international staff of the United Nations Relief and Work Agency left Gaza. Given Israel's recently passed anti-UNRWA legislation, no further UNRWA staff is likely to be permitted entry. 3 days earlier, on the 24th of March, the Secretary General of the United Nations had announced his, I quote, difficult decision to reduce the organization's footprint in Gaza, even as humanitarian needs soar and the United Nations' concern over the protection of civilians intensifies, end quote. His decision, evocative of previous genocides in Rwanda and Bosnia, followed Israel's breach of the ceasefire agreement on the 18th of March 2025 and its resumption of its siege and large-scale assault on Gaza. As had been threatened by the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, I quote, "The gates of Gaza closed and the gates of hell reopened." Israel killed almost 500 people, including more than 180 children, in the deadliest 24 hours in Gaza since October 2023. One strike on a designated UN compound killed one international UN official and injured seriously 5 others. The Secretary General's decision to reduce the United Nations footprint in Gaza followed days later. The United Nations itself cannot keep its staff in Gaza safe from Israel because nowhere and no one is safe. The past 18 months have been the deadliest ever in the history of the United Nations. Of over 418 aid workers killed in Gaza, 295 of them were UN staff. Most of them teachers, doctors, nurses, engineers, operational staff were Palestinian. Those Palestinian staff remain in Gaza. Their own footprint is also being reduced each day as they are injured and killed. As stated by Médecins Sans Frontières, Gaza has been turned into a mass grave of Palestinians and those coming to their assistance, end quote. In the words of the Secretary General, it is a killing field. Since March 2025, Israel has no longer even maintained the pretense of designating so-called humanitarian zones. In the last month alone, it has bombed over 20 times the tents of the displaced in Al-Mawasi, the overcrowded sandy wasteland to which it repeatedly ordered Palestinians to flee, a ground invasion of which is now reportedly imminent. As stated by UNICEF, I quote, "Images of children burning while sheltering in makeshift tents should shake us all to our core." The warnings of United Nations officials could not be clearer, including by the head of office for OCHA in the occupied Palestinian territory, who himself remains in Gaza. I quote variously, "As humanitarian leaders, we are repeating unequivocally to the world, we are being deliberately blocked from saving lives in Gaza, and so civilians are dying. As humanitarians, we need to emphasize that we cannot accept that Palestinians are dehumanized to the point of being somehow unworthy of survival. What is happening here defies decency, it defies humanity, it defies the law." End quote. Before turning to what that law is in terms of Israel's obligations as a member of the United Nations, it's important to recall the reason for the organization's presence and vital role in Palestine. As recently acknowledged by the Israeli Finance Minister Smotrich, I quote, "For 75% of Gaza's population, it's not their homeland. Do you know what their homeland is? Haifa, Tiberias, Accra, Jaffa. This is a refugee population that has been in Gaza since 1948, end quote. Those refugees, their children and grandchildren, have indeed been in Gaza since 1948, and in East Jerusalem, and in the rest of the West Bank, and violently scattered to the four corners of the earth, since being forcibly expelled from their homes on the creation of the State of Israel. The mass displacement and dispossessions Palestinians refer to as al-Nakba, the catastrophe. They are the people, alongside those Palestinians previously long and deeply rooted in Gaza, whom Israel is bombing, starving, maiming, and killing, and whom it has violently displaced over and over again for 18 long months. In the West Bank, including Jerusalem also, Israel is subjecting to ongoing and intensifying attack that same refugee population, alongside other Palestinians, including those violently displaced previously since Israel's occupation began in 1967. Israel's ongoing mass displacements, its demolitions of homes, entire refugee camps, and necessary infrastructure, and its ever-escalating killings of Palestinian men, women, and children, risk, in the words of the Secretary General, transforming the West Bank into another Gaza. Having denied for 77 years the right of return of refugees and the peremptory right of Palestinians to self-determination, in violation of international law and UN resolutions, Israel is now seeking to destroy Palestinians as a group, including by inflicting on them conditions of life calculated to bring about their destruction, by seizing ever more Palestinian territory, and by turning Gaza into an uninhabitable wasteland incapable of sustaining human life. Having willfully destroyed the ability of the Palestinian people to sustain themselves independently, Israel is now intensifying its weaponization of the food and relief assistance on which it has long forced so many Palestinians to rely for their survival. It is also seeking to destroy UNRWA, the very agency mandated by the United Nations to provide them with life-sustaining aid and assistance, including to, I quote, prevent conditions of starvation and distress among them, end quote, until a just and lasting resolution of their plight, in accordance with international law, including General Assembly Resolution 1943 of 1948. It is against that backdrop that I turn to Israel's breach of its duty to cooperate with the United Nations. Article 2.5 of the Charter stipulates that all members shall give the United Nations every assistance in any action it takes in accordance with the present Charter. This is a broad obligation of cooperation, binding members without restriction as to the nature of the action involved or the identity of the United Nations entity taking it, subject to the action being in accordance with the Charter. This is reflected in state practice, including written statements in these proceedings, and numerous UN resolutions concerning Palestine. Israel now argues before this court that the Article 2.5 obligation should be interpreted as restricted to certain limited actions taken by the Security Council, where the United States repeatedly wields its veto to shield Israel from accountability. But Israel interpreted this obligation very differently when being considered for membership in the United Nations. At a meeting of the committee considering its application in 1949, Israel undertook unqualifiedly to, I quote, cooperate with the organs, plural, of the United Nations with all the means at our disposal in the fulfillment of the part of Resolution 194 concerning refugees, end quote. Israel has also interpreted the obligation broadly when commending other states for acting as, quote, loyal members of this organization, end quote, in providing every assistance to the UN pursuant to Article 2.5. Israel cannot now credibly assert for itself a different interpretation of the Charter. The Court has itself confirmed the nature of the obligation in its Reparation for Injuries advisory opinion. It emphasised the importance of the duty, noting that, I quote, "The effective working of the organisation, the accomplishment of its task, and the independence and effectiveness of the work of its agents require that these undertakings should be strictly observed." Accordingly, as the Secretary-General has underscored, it has been a long-standing position of the Secretariat, I quote, "that Member States are required to provide every assistance to United Nations entities to ensure the effective implementation of their mandates." He reaffirmed this just 4 months ago in his letter to the Security Council and General Assembly, underscoring that as a member of the United Nations, Israel is required, quote, "to give UNRWA every assistance," end quote, in any action taken in accordance with the Charter. Israel is intentionally and egregiously failing to do so. Secondly, and relatedly, Israel is egregiously breaching its obligations to respect the inviolability of UN premises and the immunity of UN premises, property and assets, pursuant to Charter Article 105 and Israel's obligations under the 1946 Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations. Israel is similarly in egregious breach of its obligations to respect the privileges and immunities of UN officials, including salaried Palestinian staff, international staff, and experts on UN missions, including fact-finding missions. Those are including fact-finding missions. Those are
Ella, YouTube, you're all right. You won't let me put any quote.
including fact-finding missions.
Those
are
stop. YouTube, you're all right. You won't let me put any quote.
including fact-finding missions.
Stop. Stop. Right, what I said, Peter, or what I was trying to type, is they won't get rid of the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Right, they might build a third temple somewhere else, but they will never get rid of the mosque. They'll never be on the Temple Mount. There'll be all-out war, and Israel will no longer exist. You know, they've done bombings after bombings after bombings all over the Middle East, but not one has gone anywhere near the mosque, has it? Think about it. Right.
Obligations are unqualified and apply both in times of peace and of armed conflict. They cannot be abrogated by a military occupier, particularly one that is unlawfully present in occupied territory. Given that those obligations bind Israel pursuant to the Charter and the 1946 Convention to which it is a party, they are entirely unaffected by Israel's announced withdrawal from its bilateral agreement with UNRWA. Israel's violations of those obligations in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, include its forcible entry into UN schools, its seizure and often violent UN premises, and its failure to protect them from attack by Israeli civilians. They also include Israel's obstruction or prohibition of the movement of Palestinian UN staff and of the access by international UN staff to the occupied Palestinian territory. In Gaza, Israel's violations of those obligations include its obstruction of UN aid, supplies, goods, and equipment into and throughout the territory, and its attacks on UN food stores, distribution facilities, and humanitarian convoys. Further violations include Israel's use of UN premises as military bases and its violent, lethal attacks on UN schools, shelters, and healthcare facilities, which have been a feature of every large-scale military assault on Gaza since at least 2009. Since October 2023 alone, Israel has attacked more than 310 UN facilities in Gaza, many being struck repeatedly. Israel violates the immunities of UN officials, including by killing, injuring, and unlawfully detaining them, and subjecting them to violent interrogation and ill treatment, including severe beatings, waterboarding, deprivation of food and water, and threats of extreme harm to their families. Such violations against UN staff also constitute serious breaches of Israel's obligations under the 1973 Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Crimes against Internationally Protected Persons. For 18 months and long previously, Israel has failed to prevent violent attacks on UN officials or to prosecute those responsible. The Israeli attacks on the 23rd of March 2025 on UN personnel and other aid workers in Rafah stands as a stark example. The slide on your screens shows the mangled wreckage of a UN vehicle, crushed by Israeli soldiers and hidden in the sand, buried alongside its murdered driver, a UN employee, and 14 medics and first responders, with their destroyed ambulances and fire truck. They were only recovered 6 days later, an initial joint UN mission to recover the bodies having been abandoned after, I quote, encountering hundreds of civilians fleeing under gunfire. The acting director of OCHA in Gaza described, I quote again, witnessing a woman shot in the back of the head. When a young man tried to retrieve her, he too was shot, end quote. As a video recording has exposed, the Israeli army's Golani unit, responsible for the attacks on the 23rd of March, was briefed prior to its deployment to Rafah that, I quote, everyone you encounter is an enemy. If you spot a figure, open fire, eliminate, and move on. It was a recording of the Israeli attacks on the 23rd of March, found on the mobile phone of a slain Palestinian Red Crescent paramedic, that compelled Israel's retraction of its initial attempted justification of the killings. That recording of Refat Radwan's final words also reflects the sacrifice made by so many in Gaza who have given their lives for others. After reciting the Muslim prayers of the dying and knowing his mother's heart would be broken by his death, he called out, "Forgive me, Mother, forgive me. I chose this path to help people. Forgive me." As stated by the Director General of the International Committee of the Red Cross, quote, "The situation in Gaza will haunt us for decades because no one will be able to say we weren't aware. All the information is available. The images are there," end quote. They are being streamed from the phones of the living and the dead. All the information is available also of Israel's long-standing violations of the fundamental human rights of Palestinians, which is a third topic to which I now turn. Israel's actions, including those long predating October 2023, are an egregious violation of Articles 55 and 56 of Chapter 9 of the Charter. Through those articles, Israel, quote, "pledged to take joint and separate action in cooperation with the United Nations to promote higher standards of living and universal respect for and observance of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all," end quote. The obligations to which Chapter 9 gives rise are not optional. As the United States explained in its submissions in the Southwest Africa case, which concerned another situation of occupation of Namibia by apartheid South Africa, I quote, "In accordance with Chapter 9 of the Charter, states have an obligation to cooperate with the United Nations towards the realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms without discrimination for the people of Namibia," end quote. The same applies without discrimination to the people of Palestine. That is because through the Charter, the people of the United Nations, including Israel, have declared themselves, quote, determined to reaffirm faith in fundamental human rights, in the dignity and worth of the human person, and in the equal rights of nations large and small, end quote. One of the foundational purposes of the United Nations is, I quote, to achieve international cooperation in solving international problems of a humanitarian character and in promoting and encouraging respect for human rights and for fundamental freedoms for all, without distinction, end quote. International law protects and binds all peoples equally. There are no children of a lesser God. Yet for decades, Israel has denied and violated with impunity the fundamental human rights of the Palestinian people in breach of its obligations under the UN Charter and international human rights law, while in parallel preventing attempts by the UN, other organizations, and third states to ensure their fulfillment. It has violated the right of Palestinians to development, causing widespread poverty across the occupied Palestinian territory and forcing large numbers of people into dependence on international assistance. And then it has obstructed that international assistance or destroyed it once provided. It has violated the rights of Palestinians to food, to water, to health, to physical integrity, to education, to property, to shelter, and above all else, their right to life, including through the system of racial discrimination and apartheid it has imposed. The hundreds of thousands of Palestinian men, women, and children whom it has imprisoned, many without charge or trial, have been particularly severely impacted. Israel's violations have been extensively documented by UN bodies and by Palestinian and international NGOs, and their breaches recorded by this court in 2 previous advisory opinions. However, even as against that standard, Israel's violations since October 2023 have been unprecedented. The International Criminal Court's arrest warrant for Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Gallant include the crime against humanity of persecution, defined as, I quote, the intentional and severe deprivation of fundamental rights, contrary to international law, by reason of the identity of the group or collectivity. In addition to the war crime of starvation, dealt with in the previous presentation, warrants have also been issued for the crimes against humanity of murder and inhumane acts, involving killing and the infliction of great physical or mental suffering or serious injury, committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack against a civilian population. The ICC pretrial chamber considered, for example, by intentionally limiting or preventing medical supplies and medicine from getting into Gaza, the 2 individuals are responsible for inflicting great suffering by means of inhumane acts on persons in need of treatment. Doctors were forced to operate on wounded persons and carry out amputations, including on children, without anesthetics, causing these persons extreme pain and suffering, end quote. And almost inconceivably, the situation has deteriorated further since those warrants were issued. As of late 2024, the UN had already assessed that local water and food production in Gaza, crops, olive tree orchards, fishing, cattle and poultry farms had been all but destroyed, as had been essential services, including electricity, water and sewerage, alongside the destruction of bakeries, shops and trade. And now, no fuel, no medicine, no food, no water. Nothing has been permitted by Israel to enter Gaza for 57 days. 3 days ago, on Friday, the UN World Food Programme announced that it had now, I quote, depleted all its food stocks in Gaza. Widespread malnutrition, rampant infectious diseases, alongside untreated conditions and the severe mental impact of Israel's assault on Gaza, together with its systematic destruction of 95% of Gaza's hospitals and maternity clinics, and its killing of so many of Gaza's medical experts, will impact Palestinians for generations. This is not just about Gaza's present, but about its very future. And Gaza's future, its approximately 1 million children, are being impacted particularly severely. Children are literally freezing and starving to death. They include 79 children, including 8 newborn babies, who died during the particularly harsh cold weather of Christmas and New Year gone by. Gaza is now home to the largest cohort of child amputees in the world, the largest orphan crisis in modern history, and a whole generation in danger of suffering from stunting, causing irreparable physical and cognitive impairments. Over 15,600 children have been killed violently. Tens of thousands more of Gaza's children are injured or missing, and many of those surviving are so traumatized that they openly express the wish to die. They, like everyone in Gaza, are in desperate, urgent need of assistance, which Israel continues to block. As recently warned by the heads of 12 international aid agencies, I quote, "Survival itself is now slipping out of reach." Israel's acts are not just murderous and inhumane, they are genocidal, as the UN Commission of Inquiry and others have concluded, and as is the near consensus view across the human rights community. While the determination of Israel's international responsibility for genocide is a subject of other proceedings before this court, the risk to the right of Palestinians to be protected from acts of genocide is at issue in these proceedings. That is because the court is being asked to advise on Israel's obligations in relation to the provision of aid and other services to Gaza in the context of a binding determination by a competent organ of the United Nations, being the court itself, that there exists a real and imminent risk of irreparable prejudice to the right of Palestinians to be protected from acts of genocide, and that Israel must ensure humanitarian aid and basic services in that situation. Despite Israel's objections, there is nothing to prevent the court advising on the obligations flowing from that situation in these proceedings. On the contrary, given that what is an issue is at the very least a situation of a risk of a violation of a peremptory norm of an erga omnes nature, the court could itself risk, I quote, failing in the discharge of its judicial functions if it did not declare that there is an obligation, especially upon members of the United Nations, to bring that situation to an end quote, as the court underscored in the Southwest Africa case. In the context of what UNRWA's Commissioner General has called, I quote, one of the darkest times for our common humanity that we vowed would not happen again, end quote. The court might well consider it particularly important to remind all states again, as it did a year ago in Nicaragua versus Germany, of their international obligations under the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, as well as under other binding rules of international law. That brings me to the fourth and penultimate issue, Israel's violations of UN resolutions and the orders of this court. Applying the court's reasoning in Southwest Africa, there is no doubt that the 4 Security Council resolutions addressing the current situation in Gaza are binding decisions pursuant to Article 25 of the Charter, having regard to their subject matter, their imperative language, and the discussions leading to them. Those discussions include the Secretary General's exceptional triggering in December 2023 of Article 99 of the Charter, the most powerful tool available to him, permitting him to bring to the Security Council, quote, any matter which in his opinion may threaten the maintenance of international peace and security, end quote. Israel's continuing failure to comply with those resolutions, with unanimous Resolution 2417, which condemns the unlawful denial of humanitarian access to civilian populations, and with dozens of other Security Council resolutions since its admission to the United Nations, constitute repeated violations of Charter Article 25, reflecting a fundamental rejection of the Security Council's authority. Israel has similarly defied numerous General Assembly resolutions, including those calling for an immediate humanitarian ceasefire, setting out the modalities for the implementation of this court's 2024 advisory opinion, and, I quote, strongly deploring the continued and total disregard and breaches by the government of Israel of its obligations under the Charter. End quote. Israel continues to defy Resolution 194 concerning the right of return of Palestinian refugees, with which it unequivocally undertook to comply on being admitted to UN membership, and Resolution ES 1024, demanding that Palestinians displaced during Israel's occupation be allowed to return home, as stipulated by this court in its 2024 opinion. Israel has also repeatedly violated Charter Article 94(1) by failing to comply with this court's binding orders in South Africa versus Israel. Israel's Prime Minister has rejected the court's authority, asserting that, I quote, nobody will stop us, not The Hague, not the axis of evil, and not anybody else. Just 12 days ago, its defense minister declared, in defiance of this court's orders, that, I quote, Israel's policy is clear and no humanitarian aid is about to enter Gaza. In violation of the court's order to maintain open land crossing points, in particular the Rafah crossing, previously described by the UN High Commissioner as, quote, the symbolic lifeline for 2.3 million people in Gaza, Israel has closed all crossings, and it has turned Rafah itself, once a refuge for almost 1.5 million displaced Palestinians, into a post-apocalyptic wasteland. The slide on your screens, reflective of the general tenor of Israeli media since at least October 2023, shows Rafah devastated with the caption, "The annihilation of Rafah is complete," alongside an Israeli flag and a flexed bicep. Plans are reportedly underway for Israel to annex 75 square kilometers of Rafah, 1/5 of Gaza, to Israel's so-called buffer zone, permanently. This, together with Israel's continuing maritime blockade, cuts Gaza and its people off from direct aid and assistance and from the rest of the world. In further violation of the court's orders, Israel continues to block UN-mandated investigatory bodies from Gaza, while destroying and burying evidence of its crimes. Despite the extraordinary efforts of Palestinian journalists, who are themselves repeatedly targeted and killed, so much remains undocumented. As stated by UNRWA's Commissioner General, I quote, I shudder to think of what will still be revealed about the horrors that have taken place in this narrow strip of land. Simultaneously, Israel obstructs external investigations. It does so while its officials denounce the UN Commission of Inquiry and the UN Human Rights Council itself as, quote, a propaganda mouthpiece for terrorist organizations and anti-Semitic Israel haters engaged in blood libels, and calls for the council to be, quote, removed from this earth. And so to my final submission concerning the principle of good faith, one of the United Nations bedrock principles set out in Article 2.2 of the Charter. It provides, all members, in order to ensure to all of them the rights and benefits resulting from membership, shall fulfill in good faith the obligations assumed by them in accordance with the present Charter. The obligation, reaffirmed in the Declaration on Friendly Relations, was described by the court in the nuclear test case as, quote, one of the basic principles governing the creation and performance of legal obligations, whatever their source, end quote. It reflects not only the maxim of pacta sunt servanda, but also that of qui habet commode, fere debet honora. Whomever receives the advantages must also bear the responsibilities. Israel is failing to fulfill its charter responsibilities in good faith. Its violations of the fundamental rights of the Palestinian people, its attacks on the United Nations and on UN officials' property and premises, its deliberate obstruction of the organization's work, and its attempt to destroy an entire UN subsidiary organ are unprecedented in the history of the organization. They evidence a fundamental repudiation by Israel of its charter obligations, owed both to the organization and to all UN members, and of the international rule of law. They are antithetical to the actions of a peace-loving state. Israel's very submissions to this court violate its obligations to cooperate with the UN in good faith, advancing allegations for which Israel has persistently failed to provide credible evidence. This is notwithstanding the Secretary General's call on Israel, quote, to refrain from such misrepresentations, end quote, given how very damaging they are to the United Nations. But for Israeli officials, damage to the United Nations appears to be the point. Their attacks are not limited to UNRWA or indeed the UN Human Rights Council. Israel has declared the Secretary General of the United Nations himself persona non grata in Israel, accusing him of being, quote, an official Hamas spokesperson engaged in anti-Semitic and anti-Israel conduct. Israeli officials demand his resignation, labeling his triggering of Charter Article 99 and his calls for a ceasefire in Gaza, quote, a danger to world peace. Senior Israeli officials level similar accusations at the United Nations itself as an organization, denouncing it as, quote, a swamp of anti-Semitic bile, an accomplice to terrorists, and a stain on humanity. Israeli officials have even sought to discredit this court, calling it, quote, an anti-Semitic court comprising judges from Muslim dictatorships, which has been manipulated and weaponized in the persecution of the Jewish people. As stated by UNRWA's Commissioner General, I quote, the international order is crumbling in a repetition of the horrors that led to the establishment of the United Nations and in violation of commitments to prevent their occurrence. The attacks on UNRWA are an integral part of this disintegration, end quote. Not stopping at UNRWA, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations itself has demanded that the entire UN and, quote, its corrupt courts, the ICC and the ICJ, must be defunded, end quote. In addition to seeking to destroy the protective application of international law to the Palestinian people, Israel appears set on destroying the very international framework created to ensure compliance with international law and accountability for its breach, with profound consequences that reverberate far beyond Palestine and Palestinians. If these venerable institutions are to survive, and if, in the words of the UN Relief Chief, quote, the basic principles of law still count, the international community must act while it can to uphold them, end quote. Mr. President, members of the court, the international community is so acting in seeking the court's advice on these matters, having regard to the court's prior vital, unwavering reaffirmation of international law in its 2024 advisory opinion. Mindful of the former Secretary General's description of the United Nations as, quote, the hope and home of all humankind, with the Charter at its compass, end quote, the State of Palestine respectfully calls on this court to provide this further advisory opinion urgently to reset that compass in the continuing desperate hope that international law might finally prevail. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs les juges.
Mr. President, members of the court, I thank you for your kind attention and I ask you to now call Professor Imses.
I thank Ms. Nijali. I now give the floor to Mr. Adri Inisais. You have the floor, sir.
Members of the court, it is an honor to appear before you today on behalf of the state of Palestine and the Palestinian people. I have been given the task of addressing the issue of UNRWA, and to that end, I should like to make 3 points. First, for context, I will discuss the unique historical and operational importance of UNRWA. Second, I will demonstrate both why and how Israel has set upon to destroy the agency. And third, I will discuss Israel's legal obligations towards UNRWA, which this court has urgently requested to affirm by the vast majority of states and international organizations in these proceedings. First, the context. UNRWA's mandate is an essential element of what the court has twice recognized as the permanent responsibility of the United Nations for the question of Palestine. This responsibility originates in the unsuccessful attempt by the General Assembly to partition Palestine, and without the consent of the Palestinian people, in 1947, and the ensuing 1948 Nakba, during which between 750,000 and 900,000 Palestinians were forcibly exiled from that part of Palestine that became Israel. In Resolution 302 of 8 December 1949, the General Assembly recognized that continued assistance for the relief of the Palestine refugees is necessary to prevent conditions of starvation and distress among them and to further conditions of peace and stability. UNRWA was created to provide direct relief and works programs to the refugees until their plight was resolved in accordance with international law. The Assembly therefore determined that UNRWA's mandate to be discharged without prejudice to the right of the Palestine refugees to return to restitution and to compensation in accordance with Resolution 194 of 11 December 1948. But these rights, Mr. President, have never been allowed to be realized. Indeed, with the Israeli occupation of the rest of Palestine in 1967, another 250,000 to 300,000 Palestinians were forcibly exiled and became dependent on UNRWA. And the conditions of starvation and distress have not only continued over the years to varying degrees, but as the court knows only too well, since October 2023, they have gathered a pace never before seen. In essence, it is because of Israel's prolonged violation of the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people to return to self-determination, indeed to freedom, that the need for UNRWA is as pressing today, if not more so, than it was in 1949. The General Assembly agrees with this assessment. It has continuously renewed UNRWA's mandate with overwhelming support, insisting that until the Palestine refugees realize their rights under international law, UNRWA must remain in place. Operationally, UNRWA provides education, health, relief and social services, and during emergencies, humanitarian aid. And generations of Palestinians have been sustained by these quasi-governmental services in Jordan, Lebanon, Syria, and the occupied Palestinian territory. Uniquely, UNRWA's services are directly delivered by thousands of personnel, the vast majority of whom are themselves registered Palestine refugees with the agency. In the occupied Palestinian territory, the number of these staff literally dwarf that of other UN personnel by orders of magnitude, possessing decades of experience, expertise, and all-important community trust. And for these reasons, the necessity of UNRWA is indisputable. The sheer scope of continued Israeli violations of Israeli rights, or rather of Palestinian rights, forgive me, including the right to the unhindered provision of urgently needed humanitarian supplies essential for their survival, as well as the right for basic services, humanitarian and developmental assistance in support of their right to self-determination, renders UNRWA absolutely vital. As recognized by the General Assembly in the referral resolution, no organization can replace or substitute the agency's capacity or mandate. Mr. President, the Secretary General agrees. He states that UNRWA is indispensable in delivering essential services to Palestinians, and that UNRWA is the backbone of the United Nations humanitarian relief operations in Gaza. This conclusion is shared by other UN and humanitarian agencies operating in Palestine who rely on UNRWA's unmatched operational infrastructure, partnership, and support. It is also shared by nearly all participants in these proceedings, including China, which has referred to UNRWA as indispensable and irreplaceable, both Mexico and Luxembourg, which have each called UNRWA unique and irreplaceable, and Algeria, which has labeled UNRWA the cornerstone of the humanitarian assistance in occupied Palestinian territory. In his written statement, the Secretary General provided incontrovertible empirical evidence in support of this position. I quote, "Since October 2023, UNRWA has supported nearly 2.3 million affected individuals in Gaza with food, healthcare, and shelter. It has distributed food aid to around 1.9 million people and provided more than 60% of primary healthcare services in Gaza. Furthermore, UNRWA has sheltered hundreds of thousands of internally displaced persons in more than 100 schools and continues to deliver psychosocial support and primary health consultations. Between 7 October 2023 and 19 January 2025, UNRWA facilitated over 7.3 million medical consultations across Gaza. In the occupied Palestinian territory as a whole, the Secretary General reports further that UNRWA operates almost 400 schools, providing education to more than 350,000 students and over 65 primary health clinics and 1 hospital, facilitating over 5 million health consultations annually. It does this, all of this, with 17,000 personnel. In sum, the evidentiary record shows that UNRWA is not just any humanitarian aid organization. It is organically linked to the unique role played by the United Nations in the question of Palestine since 1947, in particular, the plight of the Palestine refugees. It is critical to the economic, social, and cultural development of the Palestinian people, and hence their ability to exercise their right of self-determination. And since October 2023, it has been essential to their very survival as a group, especially in Gaza. Mr. President, members of the court, I now turn to the question of why Israel wants to prevent UNRWA from exercising its mandate. Based on the evidentiary record, Israel's reasons appear to be twofold, one short-term, the other long-term, both indeed inconsistent with its obligations under international law. At the very least, in the short term, Israel is pursuing the erasure of the Palestinian people in Gaza and ultimately the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, including through forcible transfer. In Gaza, where almost 80% of the population are already registered refugees connected to the events of 1948, almost the whole of the population, some 1.9 million people, has been forcibly transferred multiple times through Israel's indiscriminate bombardment and starvation campaign. Nor has Israel made a secret of its actions in this regard. Quite the contrary, following multiple calls by government ministers over the course of 2024 to depopulate Gaza and resettle it with Israelis, on 28 January 2025, Israeli military chief of staff Herzi Halevi announced a decision to prevent displaced Palestinians from returning. In his words, and I quote, "Gazans will be able to exit the Rafah crossing for Egypt, but only in a one-way direction, and they will not be able to return to Gaza." On 5 February 2025, the Israeli Minister of Defense, Israel Katz, ordered the preparation arrangements for what he euphemistically called the voluntary departure of Palestinians. On 19 March 2025, Minister Katz's previously noted final warning to the citizens of Gaza included the following exhortation, and I quote, "Return the hostages and expel Hamas, and other options will be presented to you, including relocation to other places in the world for those who wish. The alternative is utter destruction and devastation, end quote. In the West Bank, in the past 4 months alone, over 40,000 Palestine refugees have been yet again forcibly transferred through the destruction of 4 refugee camps by Israel, aided by armed gangs of Israeli settlers who operate alongside Israeli occupation forces. Palestinian West Bankers are literally being forcibly displaced every day. Mr. President, the writing is on the wall. With these brazen suggestions that the departure of Palestinians would be voluntary, Israel is not merely insulting the world's intelligence, it's just simply assuming the world has none. After killing or injuring close to 170,000 Palestinians, after turning Gaza into a moonscape of dust and rubble, with over 70,000 tons of bombs, amounting to more than what was dropped on Dresden, Hamburg, and London combined during World War II, after destroying or damaging over 92% of civilian housing, 88% of schools, 84% of health facilities, 95% of water and sanitation systems, and 92% of roads, use of this Orwellian language by Minister Katz must be seen for what it is: an open call to expel as many surviving Palestinians as possible. And as promised by Minister Katz, he's already announced the establishment of an Israeli directorate to oversee the whole thing. Mr. President, my point here is this: elimination of UNRWA is essential to the success of Israel's dreaded plans. Given the scope of UNRWA's capabilities in providing emergency relief, stability, and resilience to the Palestinian population in ways that no other organization can operationally do, it is painfully obvious why Israel insists on eliminating the agency. Quite simply, UNRWA is the last hope that the Palestinian people, particularly in the Gaza Strip, have of surviving Israel's genocide against them. More broadly, Israel's long-term purpose behind destroying UNRWA rests in its complete denial of the existence of the Palestinian people, and in particular the status, rights, and claims of millions of Palestine refugees to return, to restitution, and to compensation. But you needn't take my word for it. The Prime Minister of Israel has openly admitted as much on multiple occasions, including, it must be stressed, years before 7 October 2023. For instance, on 11 June 2017, Prime Minister Netanyahu proclaimed, and I quote, "I regret that UNRWA, to a large degree by its very existence, perpetuates and does not solve the Palestinian refugee problem. Therefore, the time has come to disband UNRWA," end quote. Similarly, on 7 January 2018, Mr. Netanyahu said, quote, "UNRWA is an organization that perpetuates the Palestinian refugee problem. It also perpetuates the narrative of the right of return, as it were, in order to eliminate the state of Israel. Therefore, UNRWA needs to pass from the world," end quote. Of course, as members of the court will no doubt be aware, Palestine refugee rights are not legally contingent on UNRWA's existence. Nevertheless, according to Israel's strained logic, it is UNRWA, not Israel itself, that is to blame for the continued exile and deprivations of the Palestine refugees. To avoid having to answer for this, therefore, Israel simply wants to do away with the agency. Mr. President, members of the court, I now turn to the issue of how Israel has pursued its objective of destroying UNRWA. In this respect, Israel's approach has been threefold. First, Israel has systematically attacked UNRWA personnel and property. Only since October 2023, almost 300 UNRWA personnel have been killed by Israel in the Gaza Strip alone, with hundreds more wounded, many for life. Numerous others have been abducted from UNRWA premises and tortured, including to coerce confessions implicating themselves or other agency officials in the events of 7 October. In Gaza, Israel has damaged or destroyed over 310 UNRWA premises since October 2023. These include schools and healthcare facilities, many converted into shelters in which thousands of Palestinian civilians have been killed or injured. In the West Bank, Israel has repeatedly violated its obligations to protect UNRWA premises and property, including UNRWA headquarters in East Jerusalem, which has been subjected to arson attacks by Israeli settlers and is now earmarked for Israeli settlement, having been shuttered by Israel in January. Scores of other UNRWA facilities have been attacked, including forcible entry and takeover. For example, on 18 February 2025, Israeli troops forcibly commandeered the UNRWA Kalandia Training Center, home to 350 students. Likewise, only on April 8th, Israel ordered the closure of 6 UNRWA schools in East Jerusalem, affecting 800 children. Mr. President, the second element of Israel's plan to destroy UNRWA is its campaign to undermine the agency's vital sources of funding. On 26 January 2024, the same day this court issued its first provisional measures order in the South Africa matter, after determining that famine was around the corner in Gaza, Israel urged UNRWA's donors to defund the agency, alleging involvement of UNRWA staff in the attack of 7 October. The resulting funding pause by 18 states added massive pressure on agency operations at a time when millions of beleaguered Palestinians needed UNRWA the most. Israel has repeatedly claimed, and without substantiation, including in its written statement in these proceedings, that upwards of approximately 12% of UNRWA employees in Gaza are members of what it calls terrorist groups. But as the court is well aware, unsupported allegations do not a fact make, no matter how loudly shouted or oft repeated. The fact is that UNRWA has always responded to Israel's allegations in substance, in good faith, and in a timely manner. As the Secretary General reported on 8 January 2025, UNRWA has responded to every allegation that has been raised by the government of Israel against personnel of UNRWA regarding possible political activity that may be against the interest of the United Nations or connections to acts of terror, based on its policy of zero tolerance for activities of this nature. This is demonstrated by the actions taken by UNRWA following allegations that its personnel may have been involved in the attacks of 7 October 2023. Upon receiving the allegations, immediate administrative steps were taken. I immediately referred the allegations to the Office of Internal Oversight Services for investigation under the organization's regulatory framework. Such actions were consistent with the history of UNRWA engagement with the government of Israel, whereby it has been responsive to allegations raised by the government of wrongdoing by UNRWA personnel, end quote. This, of course, is in addition to the finding of the independent review group on UNRWA commissioned by the Secretary General in February 2024, that UNRWA possesses a more developed approach to neutrality than other similar UN or NGO entities. Following UNRWA's commitment to implement the recommendations of the review group, nearly all states that paused their funding have since resumed it. Mr. President, the third element of Israel's campaign to destroy UNRWA has been the passage of 2 anti-UNRWA laws in October 2024. They have been discussed earlier, so I'll quickly skirt over those. This legislation has had grave implications for UNRWA operations across the occupied Palestinian territory, including in East Jerusalem, over which Israel has unlawfully asserted its sovereignty, as was affirmed just this past summer. Israel's anti-UNRWA legislation, together with its broader attacks against UNRWA, have been roundly rejected by the Security Council, which has spoken with one resolute voice. And I quote, "The members of the Security Council strongly warned against any attempts to dismantle or diminish UNRWA's operations and mandate, recognizing that any interruption or suspension of its work would have severe humanitarian consequences for millions of Palestinian refugees who depend on the agency's services, and also implications for the region." Forgive me, I see right there we are. The members of the Security Council expressed their grave concern over legislation adopted by the Israeli Knesset, and in this regard, they urged the Israeli government to abide by its international legal obligations, respect the privileges and immunities of UNRWA, and live up to its responsibility to allow and facilitate full, rapid, and safe and unhindered humanitarian assistance in all of its forms into and throughout the entire Gaza Strip, including the provision of sorely needed basic services to the civilian population. I will now turn to my third and final point, namely, what are Israel's legal obligations in respect of UNRWA? Now, given what you've heard from my colleagues this morning, I can be brief in this respect. First, as part of its obligation to respect the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination, Israel is required to facilitate and expand, not ban, disrupt, or attack UNRWA operations in the occupied Palestinian territory. In the referral resolution, the General Assembly specifically called upon Israel to uphold and comply with its obligations, not to impede the Palestinian people from exercising their right to self-determination, including by rescinding any measures that obstruct the provision of basic services and humanitarian and development assistance to the Palestinian people. This plainly includes the services delivered by UNRWA, which is present in the occupied Palestinian territory. It is important to recall, not only at the direction of the General Assembly, but also at the invitation of the State of Palestine and the Palestinian people. Second, all of the international humanitarian law obligations of Israel covered by Mr. Reichler apply with equal force in respect of UNRWA operations in the occupied Palestinian territory. In particular, Article 59 of the Fourth Geneva Convention requires that the occupying power shall agree and facilitate relief schemes if the whole or part of the population of the occupied territory is inadequately supplied. Now, Israel's flagrant breach of this unconditional rule is aggravated by the fact that it is Israel itself who is responsible for the need for relief schemes in the first place. This rule must also be read in conjunction with the binding provisional measures order of the Court of 28 March last year, requiring Israel to, quote, ensure without delay, in full cooperation with the United Nations, the unhindered provision at scale of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance throughout Gaza. Mr. President, I see we're coming up on the break. All I need is another 2 minutes, maybe 3, and I beg your, thank you very much.
You can go ahead.
Given UNRWA's unmatched ability to provide relief schemes and to do so at scale to the Palestinian population, there can be no doubt that Israel is obligated to facilitate and expand the agency's vital work, rather than attack and sabotage it. Third, the obligation of Israel as a member of the United Nations, covered by Ms. Nagrali, all apply to its relations with UNRWA. Israel's abrogation of its bilateral agreement with UNRWA does not release it from these broader commitments. Israel remains under an obligation to cooperate in good faith with UNRWA, which requires it to give the agency every assistance in any action taken in accordance with the Charter, and as has been affirmed by the Secretary General. Israel must also ensure and respect the agency's privileges and immunities, which it enjoys as a subsidiary organ of the United Nations, including in respect of its premises, property, assets, and officials. And of course, Israel is also required to ensure the safety of UNRWA personnel. Mr. President, members of the Court, as I close my presentation, I should like to recall the sobering plea made by the Commissioner General of UNRWA in a letter to the President of the General Assembly dated 28 October 2024. He stated, and I quote, "Today I must inform you that the agency is under such physical, political, and operational attack unprecedented in United Nations history, that implementation of its mandate may become impossible without the decisive intervention by the General Assembly. The consequences for Palestinians, for Israel, and for the region will be grave," end quote. Mr. President, the General Assembly has answered the Commissioner General's appeal by placing the question of UNRWA's very future, and with it the rights, status, and existence of the Palestinian people, including millions of Palestine refugees, before you. No less than that is what is at stake in these proceedings. Mr. President, members of the Court, this concludes my presentation, and I should like to thank you for your time and careful attention. This also concludes our presentation for this morning. Professor Pillay will continue when we reconvene this afternoon. Thank you.
I thank Mr. Mzais. This concludes this morning's sitting. The oral proceedings will resume this afternoon at 3 p.m., which Palestine will complete its presentation, when the Palestine will complete its presentation, and will be followed by Egypt and Malaysia. The sitting is closed.
So what do you think so far? So they're going to reconvene at 3 o'clock, are they? That's what he said, wasn't it? Can you hear me all right? Apparently my mic was playing up the other day. Very good. Business government, how about we sell off everything the citizens and public own? Fine. It's fine. I'll put the link up in case somebody wants to come up and have a conversation about it. But I ain't talking about the Ark of Gabriel. Once it's sold off, whose mercy are we under? Yeah, exactly, Bird. Oh, I come in. It was getting cold outside. I've got cold feet. But I wonder what's going to happen. You know, I mean, they're going to more lip service, you know, the ICJ say this, the UN say that. What are they going to do? They haven't done anything since 1948, have they? What was this about? Oh, right, the ICJ are holding a court all week regarding what Israel's been doing, basically, and they're producing all the evidence, bringing up things that Israel have done and what they're in breach of and what laws they're in breach of. I'm new here. Yeah, a bit like the COVID inquiry. A bit like the inquiry they had last time, and they produced arrest warrants, but everybody's everybody's free to fly and travel wherever they want. They go to Hungary, and then from Hungary go to America, but not get forced down, not get arrested. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, John, like, work. I mean, the United Nations have got weapons. What did the United Nations do when Israel invaded their base? They got beat up, they got attacked, they got raped. But they didn't fight back, did they? They didn't hold Israel accountable, did they? Yeah, I mean, what weight does the ICJ carry or hold? What weight does the United Nations hold? If nobody's implementing their findings, and everybody's backing Israel, all world's leaders, or some of the world's leaders, most of the, like UK, Trump, Hungary, backing Israel, as are a few others, Argentina. I can't remember how many elected presidents and prime ministers that I posted in an earlier video around the world. They all tie back to Jewish roots and Zionist roots. Holding Israel accountable for their actions is anti-Semitic. That's why everyone knows that. So do you think that's what's going to happen with them bird nests? They're going to evacuate the civilians, They drop a few bombs, then they drop a few leaflets, and then they say, well, we drop leaflets, but they drop the bombs first. But they've moved them from one place to another place, then bombed the other place that they told them was a safe place. And like bombing tents. Which the leaflets clearly state, go there, you'll be safe. "15 red crescents." We all watched the videos of them being shot up. And they shot them up, then they buried them, then they squashed their vehicles, then they buried the vehicles. Everybody's seen the videos. They've just brought it up in this court now. Oops daisies, it was an accident. And Israel, it's as bad as the UK police investigating the UK police, isn't it? Israel investigates its own war crimes. That's clever, isn't it? Hello? Hello? Where's your mic? Hello, hello, hello. See you muted. I can see you turning echo cancellation on and off. Hello? Echo cancellation back on. Echo cancellation off.
Hello?
Hello, now it's working.
Oh, at last. How you doing?
Yeah, not bad, you?
Yeah. Now, these people in these courts, they're all representing the countries, right?
Yeah.
So they're the highest people in the land representing their countries.
Yeah.
And let's just see what will actually happen.
Exactly.
Is it just one big lip service thing, or will somebody actually have the bollocks to go in and arrest him?
Well, that's it, isn't it? That's right. I mean, that's what I said. Is it more lip service?
Yeah,
You
of course it is.
you had the first woman. I can't remember her name. She stood up and she stated what she stated. Now, she also stated that UN members.
Yeah.
So all United Nations members. So all countries that are members to the United Nations. Yeah. If they're not showing impartiality,
they're accountable.
They're accountable for what's going on in Gaza.
Yeah.
Right. So they're accountable for the 15 murders the other day.
Yeah.
They're account. I mean, the 6 that got murdered last year. Yeah. The 6 aid workers. Right. They were murdered with our equipment, Elbit systems, our drones that we supplied Israel, which Rishi Sunak was like, "Oh, I'm in trouble now."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No,
14 MPs that have all got heavy money and receiving lots of money from weapons supplies to Israel and weapons manufacturing in the UK, you know, and some of those factories are actually owned by Israel.
Yeah. No, it's DBS is right. It is a joke, but I don't know if you've got all these fucking high up people in this courtroom, and they're all basically saying the same thing. Somebody somewhere has got to take notice of it, haven't they?
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you?
Because if they don't, it just shows you what a shower of conceited shits they really are.
Mm.
And as for Mr. BB, shall we call him, Mr. Netanyahu, I think his time is going to be very, very short-lived. Somebody somewhere is going to get to him at some point.
Well, it's like I showed ages ago, wasn't it? Well, back in March.
It's all right, I'm boiling the kettle. Can you hear it?
No.
Oh, sorry. No, it's I cannot see how we can possibly be flying to all these countries without these courts actually ordering jets to take the plane down and arrest him. Anybody that's, how do I put it, is hosting him and anybody that's hosting him and playing him like he's a friend or something like that, they are as bad as what he is, and they're aiding and abetting a war criminal.
Yeah, but it's like, right, Netanyahu's already got his court case. Yeah, he's already up on four charges and God knows what else. Taking money, taking bribes and what have you. Right now, he was due in court in the morning. Right, so they wouldn't adjourn the court. He said he hadn't had enough time to prepare for the court. So on that night, he then broke the ceasefire agreement. He then started bombing Gaza, and said to the court in the morning, I need an adjournment because I've just stopped another October the 7th. Right, so his court case was adjourned again. He knows that if he goes into that court case, he's going to be undrawn and quartered for his original, taking bribes and what have you and everything like that, which will finish him. So the same as Ukraine, the same as Zelensky. Zelensky's got to keep it going because they know that he knows that he's finished if the war finishes, and Netanyahu's finished. Netanyahu's finished. He's finished as soon as he finishes his own court case, which he's been putting off, I think, since 2017. I think his court case has been going since 2017. So that court case alone, as well as these arrest warrants, it should finish it. You've got all these people giving evidence, showing evidence, producing evidence. We know what's been going on. I've spoken about it. Other people have spoken about it. You can't hide the evidence. The evidence is there.
I think they just need a big clean up in aisle 5.
Yeah. They're in breach. They're in breach of their own Oslo Accords that they wanted.
No, it's frightening, really, to think that you got all these people in a courtroom. They're all singing from the right hymn sheet from a change, but it's a case of, will it have any real effect? Won't it? Very much doubt it, because he's got away with so much already for so long, hasn't he? But are people starting to actually wake up now? I mean, it's like I said, those ambulances, that was all going to be an internal investigation and this, that and the other. It was an accident. Well, it wasn't an accident because all the bodies was buried, all the ambulances was crushed and buried. Then they're going around crushing and destroying the bulldozers that are in Gaza, removing the rubble and all. They're destroying them. If that ain't an act of something outside of the law, what is? 408 fucking aid workers aid workers and press people they've killed so far, haven't they? That should be 408 counts of murder that he should be up for.
He was Polish, Blunt. Well, he is Polish, I say. He was Polish. And his father actually found a ring with the name on it. And that's why they changed their name when they moved to Israel. That's why they changed the name from Milewski to Netanyahu.
Anyway, going off topic, somebody brought some up earlier about MH370 disappearing with orbs.
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
No.
Oh, I did see it on YouTube. I'll have to try and find it again.
Was it Redacted who did it? Wouldn't it?
I
said
think,
about
yeah,
it.
Clayton. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. It was actually quite interesting, but I think you've got to have quite a fucking open mind to sort of accept what's being told to you.
Yeah, ages ago I did I covered MH370 regarding the Australian scientist, and actually found three pieces of wing that belonged to it.
Yeah.
He did a research vessel and everything else, and they actually retrieved 3 pieces of wing that they proved that did actually belong to it, and it was supposed to be in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah.
Oh, I know, bird nest. YouTube is being proper. After stuff, I mean, I put in, what did I put in the chat? No other man's life is worth more than another man's life. Not allowed. Big red light letters. Not allowed. How can you type in no other man's life is worth another man's life? And it won't allow it.
What, you mean like that?
How you managed to get away with it? I had to type it in YouTube. I couldn't type it in StreamYards.
Oh, it wouldn't let you type it in StreamYards?
No, StreamYards wouldn't let me. StreamYards has stopped me typing loads of things today.
Oh, I'm typing it in YouTube anyway.
Yeah. Well, I was sat outside in the sun, typing from my phone, and my phone kept on deciding which words I wanted to type. I mean, earlier on, instead of typing graphics, it typed graffiti card.
Yeah.
Stupid thing. Yeah, apparently everything else should be everything should be a Wednesday, bar my graphics card.
That's all right then, isn't it?
Yeah, my graphics card should be Thursday, I think it is.
Oh, I'll try and be awake for when you fire that up then.
I won't be firing. I'll be putting it all together, but I won't be firing it up because I've got to get my Windows license, haven't I?
Oh yeah. Do you get a free one of those or not?
Nah.
You got to buy a version of Windows.
Yeah.
That's a bummer, isn't it?
Windows 11, 30 quid.
Is it?
Yeah, on a dongle with a key.
Well, I ordered myself a new memory foam mattress yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well. I
looked around for one and I thought, fucking hell. I didn't think it would have been that fucking dear. I had a look in Argos and I thought, fucking hell, I didn't think it would be that dear. Went back to eBay and got one double the thickness for 40 quid less than Argos.
I went back to a proper sprung orthopedic mattress with a memory foam topper.
Yeah, that's what I'm on about. Topper.
Yeah.
Got a 5 centimeter coming one.
Right, because we had memory foam mattresses. Oh my God! The first couple of nights you get a decent night's kip on it, and then all of a sudden you just start aching even more. I did.
Yeah. Well, there's nothing wrong with the mattress, but I thought, well, I think the fucking topper's at it, so I measured it, and it was only a fucking about an inch deep. And I thought, oh, shall I get another one like that? Or anyway, I had a look and I thought, Jesus Christ, I can get double the depth for fucking 40 quid cheaper than I can get the fucking single one at Argos. So I've got, should be here tomorrow, I think.
It's reconvened, so I put it back on.
Yeah, can do. I ain't gonna stop too long because I got a couple of bills I got to go and pay, and I got a check post and shit like that as well. So yeah, bung it back up.
This new layout in StreamYard does my head in.
They changed it all again, have
Well, no, it's, you've got, as another guest, you've got present or invite.
Ah.
Let me know if you can hear it.
Of Palestine's presentation.
It's fine.
Je donne maintenant la parole au professeur.
I would now like to give the floor to Professor Alain Paulet. You have the floor. Mr. President, members of the court, it is my task to draw conclusions from the arguments you heard this morning. They're almost self-evident. Israel's inhuman and truly monstrous behavior towards the Palestinians living in the occupied territory leaves no room for doubt. It consists of a multitude of internationally illegal acts which clearly entail both the aggravated responsibility of Israel itself and consequences for other states and international organizations. According to one isolated position that I quote, the question put to the court relates solely to Israel's obligations in respect of the presence and activities of certain entities in the occupied Palestinian territory. End of quote. Accordingly, according to this state, it should not concern itself with the possible legal consequences which would arise, if any, from their violation. This is rather odd. You are being asked to determine what are the obligations of Israel as an occupying power and as a member of the United Nations in relation to the presence and activities of the United Nations and other international organizations and third parties in relation to the occupied Palestinian territory. Without needing to go into the details of the distinction between primary and secondary norms, heart or ergo, it doesn't matter, it is clear that violation of the former, that is to say the primary norms, gives rise to new secondary obligations. These obligations are inseparable from one another and form what today's dominant doctrine regards as the system of international responsibility. Both create obligations for the subjects of law. It is therefore totally artificial to dissociate them. The wording of the question put to the court not only in no way imposes this, but in fact excludes it, establishing a violation of the primary obligation creates new secondary obligations. Establishing a violation and its consequences is indeed a unique one and single operation. My colleagues have shown, after defining the content of the obligations imposed by the relevant rules of international law, that many of these obligations, and the most essential ones, have been violated by Israel in connection with the subject matter of the question, which is indeed complicated but precise, and which I won't quote because you know it already. Therefore, detailing the consequences of these breaches is a logical and necessary complement. Besides, what would be the purpose of enumerating Israel's obligations, most of which are not only well established, but have already been enshrined by the court, if the court doesn't draw any concrete consequences? If the general...
My words, your words, everybody's words, exactly that. What is the point if you aren't going to impose the laws?
Exactly.
So what are the consequences and what consequences are going to be laid down?
General Assembly has asked you to take a decision on a priority basis and with the utmost urgency, it is to go further than this simple reminder in view of, and I quote the resolution, the dire humanitarian situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, end of quote. And if in the same resolution, the Assembly demands that Israel comply without delay with all of its legal obligations under law, including as set out by the International Court of Justice, it would certainly be most regrettable if you were to confine yourself to an abstract lesson in law without drawing any concrete consequences. Members of the court, it is really the survival of several million human beings which is at stake here. Imminently, more than 2 million people in Gaza have been affected for months by critical food insecurity, which is already a source of outright famine for many of them. This has been underlined by many reliable sources, including through the alarm raised by 8 UN special rapporteurs as early as January the 16th, 2024, that is to say, 100 days after the outbreak of hostilities. And since then, the situation has only worsened dramatically until the brief lull that followed the ceasefire adopted on January 15, 2025, even though during the ceasefire, hundreds of Gazans died as a result of the appalling living conditions resulting from the 15-month siege posed by Israel due to the inadequacy of the aid it fleetingly authorized despite its commitments and armed Israeli offensives that were never totally halted. Moreover,
I got a good video
troops
later on how the IDF were created.
the West Bank, particularly in Jenin, Nablus, and Tulkarem, where they have been the victims of military incursions by the Israeli occupying forces as part of the quote-unquote Iron Wall operation, whose name says it all. Since March 18, 2025, Gazans have once again been subjected to a relentless blockade and Israeli bombardments, shelling, accompanied by widespread partial reoccupation and new orders for mass displacement. As stated by the most senior officials of OSHA, UNICEF, UNOPS, UNRWA, WFP, and WHO on 7th of April, and I quote, more than 2.1 million people are trapped, bombed, and starved again, while at crossing points, food, medicine, fuel, and shelter supplies are piling up, and vital equipment is stuck. End of quote. As Paul Reichler reminded us this morning, the Secretary General of the United Nations lamented that there was
no fuel, no medicine, no commercial supplies, as aid has dried up. The floodgates of horror have reopened, end of quote.
By opposing the arrival of all humanitarian aid in Gaza and considerably limiting it in the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory, Israel has violated a very large number of peremptory norms of international law. When the facts are so serious, one tends to forget violations of merely mandatory rules. I shall therefore confine myself to those that breach obligations stemming from jus cogens norms, bearing in mind that in accordance with Article 41, paragraph 3 of the ILC draft, the particular consequences of such violations are without prejudice to those resulting from any other breach of international law. Thus, first, the consequences under common law, as set out in the second part of the articles of the ILC. They include cessation of the internationally wrongful act, assurances and guarantees of non-repetition, and the obligation to repair the harm caused by this fact. In accordance with the principle codified in Article 30, paragraph A of the 2021 draft, Israel must first and foremost put an end to its bombardments, its incursions, the blockade that it has reimposed on Gaza, and the one it continues to impose on the villages and in the refugee camps of the West Bank. This means Israel should put a real end to the obstacles to the entry and to the delivery of humanitarian assistance in the occupied Palestinian territory, including East Jerusalem, that it should reopen the entry points through which humanitarian aid transits in Gaza, and of course that Israel should cease the destruction of humanitarian aid distribution centers, and that it should withdraw its occupation forces. Israel must also cease its relentless displacement of Palestinian civilians, particularly in Gaza, where almost 500,000 is a quarter of its total population, the enclave's total population. These 500,000 were forced to flee their precarious homes between the end of the ceasefire by Israel and mid-April. Since October 2023, 1,900,000 Palestinians, that is to say around 90% of the Gazan population, have been displaced, often multiple times. The Jewish state must stop dividing up the Palestinian territory of Gaza as well, by multiplying the corridors that isolate Palestinians from each other, making it even more difficult for them to access humanitarian assistance when it exists. It also has the obligation not to put the obstacles that it had placed in the way of aid delivery during the truce, including the hundreds of checkpoints and roadblocks that prevent Palestinians from having access to international assistance. The ILC says in its commentary on the 2001 articles that, and I quote, cessation is not subject to limitations imposed by proportionality. Israel cannot therefore invoke any alleged violations committed by the State of Palestine or by other entities to relieve itself from performing its duty to comply immediately with all obligations incumbent on it and that are violated by the ongoing decisions and actions that I have just mentioned. Another important clarification is provided in Article 29 of ILC's draft, and I quote, the legal consequences of an internationally wrongful act do not affect the continued duty of the responsible state to perform the obligation breached. This duty is clearly linked to the obligation to cease unlawful conduct enshrined in Article 30, paragraph A, cessation being, as it were, the negative aspect of future performance. Both are of particular importance in the situation which is the subject of the request for an opinion. As a result, Israel must not only revoke all measures prohibiting or restricting delivery of aid to Palestinian population, whether from international organizations or states, but it must also positively fulfill its humanitarian obligations as an occupying power. These are set out in Articles 56 and 59 of the Fourth Geneva Convention and include the duty of ensuring and maintaining, with the cooperation of national and local authorities, the medical and hospital establishments and services, public health and hygiene in the occupied territory. End of quote. Israel also has a duty not only to accept relief schemes by other international organizations or states, but also to facilitate them by all the means at its disposal. This is exactly what the General Assembly demands, I repeat, demands, in the second paragraph, which I quoted a moment ago, of Resolution 79/232, which is at the origin of the request for an opinion. It seems particularly important, therefore, that your opinion should specify expressly that Israel must not only rescind all laws impeding the operations of UNRWA and other humanitarian aid workers in the occupied Palestinian territory, but also that it has a duty to facilitate their irreplaceable work and to guarantee the immunities of the personnel, premises, and property of the United Nations and international organizations providing such assistance. In the Wall case, you had already noted that
It's good today, CJ Wheelerman.
impeded the freedom of movement of the inhabitants of the occupied Palestinian territory, as well as the exercise by these persons of their rights to work, to health, to education, and to an adequate standard of living. End of quote. More generally, as you observed in your opinion last year, it is, and I quote, the entire regime of restrictions on the freedom of movement of Palestinians throughout occupied Palestinian territory that has a discriminatory effect on their enjoyment of these rights. End of quote. In this spirit, Israel must also, in application of the Genocide Convention, fulfill its obligation to take immediate and effective measures to enable the provision of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance to address the difficult living conditions faced by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. End of quote. This is what you decided in your order indicating provisional measures on January the 26th, 2024. It is perhaps worth recalling that it is legally binding. In addition, under the additional provisional measures that the court indicated and that are just as binding, provisional measures indicated on March the 20th, 2024, Israel says, Israel must, and I would like to quote this long quote, it says, Israel must take all necessary and effective measures to ensure, without delay, in full cooperation with the United Nations, the unhindered provision at scale by all concerned of urgently needed basic services and humanitarian assistance, including food, water, electricity, fuel, shelter, clothing, hygiene, and sanitation requirements, as well as medical supplies and medical care to Palestinians throughout Gaza, including by increasing the capacity and number of land crossing points and maintaining them open for as long as necessary. End of this very long quote.
Several resolutions of the Security Council follow the same lines. In the most recent of these resolutions, Resolution 2735 of the 10th of June 2024, the Security Council called for, quote, the withdrawal of the Israeli forces from the populated areas of Gaza, the return of the Palestinian civilians to their homes and neighborhoods in all of the sectors of Gaza, including in the north, and the safe and effective distribution of humanitarian assistance at scale throughout the Gaza Strip to all Palestinian civilians who need it, including housing units delivered by the international community, end of quote. And before that, in Resolution 2728 of the 25th of March 2024, recalling Resolutions 2712 and 2720 of 2023, the Council, I quote, had stressed the urgent need to extend the delivery of humanitarian aid to civilians and to strengthen the protection of civilians throughout the Gaza Strip, and once again demanded the lifting of all the impediments to the provision of humanitarian aid at scale pursuant to humanitarian international law. And the General Assembly adopted many resolutions of the same tenor. Just like the decisions and opinions of the court, these resolutions have remained entirely without effect. Never has it been more necessary for the perpetrator of internationally wrongful acts to provide appropriate assurances and guarantees as provided for in subparagraph B of Article 3 of the ILC articles. In the instant case, it is quite certain that mere commitments that Israel might accept, which unfortunately is quite hypothetical, in order to ensure the implementation of the reparation measures incumbent on it, these commitments would in no way suffice to reassure the victims of its actions, be it the Palestinian population or the state of Palestine, nor would it reassure the international community, which also has an interest in their cessation, there being so many reasons to believe that the simple return to the pre-existing situation would not protect the Palestinian population in a satisfactory manner. Indeed, one can only feel grave concern at the consistency with which Israel has ignored the recommendations and decisions of the United Nations bodies, including those of the Security Council, and by the obvious contempt of Israel for the court's decisions and the casual way in which, in a sheer breach of the principle of good faith, it has betrayed its promises in the past, in particular by unilaterally breaking on the 18th of March 2025 the ceasefire agreement concluded on the 15th of January. And we should also bear in mind that it is truly vital for Israel to definitely cease to continually breach its obligations, both as the occupying power and also as a member of the United Nations, and also simply as a member of the international community of states as a whole. The state of Palestine has indicated as an example in paragraph 7.23 of its written submissions the possible form of the guarantees of non-repetition that Israel should offer to make credible the observance of its obligations pursuant to the request for the opinion. And we are convinced that specific guidance in your opinion on this point would be particularly welcome. Because they are forward-looking, the assurances and guarantees aim at preventing other potential violations. They focus on prevention rather than on reparation. The obligation of reparation constitutes, for its part, the most firmly established consequence of any wrongful international act insofar as this act has caused harm. Your court, ladies and gentlemen, members of the court, is obviously not called upon to rule on the extent of the damage resulting from the violation by Israel of its international obligations, or on the modalities or the precise amount of reparation that is consequently incumbent on it. There is no doubt that the former, the damage, is very considerable, and the second, the reparation, must be proportional to it. I don't think it's useful for me to dwell on the rightfully famous Chozov principle, which is unanimously recognized and included in Article 31, paragraph 1 of the ILC articles, according to which the state liable is under an obligation to make full reparation for the injury caused by the internationally wrongful act. And it stems from this that the reparation must, as far as possible, wipe out all the consequences of the illegal act and re-establish the situation which would in all probability have existed if the act had not been committed. These obligations are incumbent on Israel in the form of restitution or compensation and satisfaction insofar as the injury cannot be repaired by restitution. Neither is it necessary, Mr. President, to enter into the detail of the applicable law. You have sufficiently been reminded of it. However, I do think it worth dealing briefly with the particular reparation modalities called for in the circumstances of this case. Although there is no question of fully repairing all of the consequences resulting from the occupation and the unlawful presence of Israel in the Palestinian territories, the findings you made last year in your opinion, on the legal consequences of the policies and practices of Israel are, to a large extent, transposable to the present case. Thus, there is no doubt that Israel has, I quote, the obligation to fully repair the damage caused by its internationally unlawful acts to all the natural and legal persons concerned through the impediments that it has imposed to the supplying of basic supplies essential for the survival of the Palestinian civil population and of basic services, as well as humanitarian aid and aid to development. This is in conformity with the rule codified in Article 33 of the ILC project, according to which the obligations of the state responsible, of the state liable, can be owed to another state, to several states, or to the international community as a whole, in particular according to the nature and the content of the international obligation which has been breached and the circumstances of this breach. In the instant case, the breaches of Israel to its humanitarian obligations have created terrible human suffering, mostly irreparable through restitution, including the death of many Palestinian civilians, thousands of them, including thousands of children. Restitution, which is the rule insofar as it is not materially impossible, is not nevertheless to be ruled out when it comes to other damages, including, for example, repairing public infrastructure or reconstructing utilities, rebuilding houses, hospitals and schools, and the restitution of healthcare or teaching materials equivalent to those which were destroyed by Israeli military operations. As to the suffering itself, only appropriate compensation, combined with the excuses and apologies of the Israeli authorities, is of a nature to ensure reparation. The state of Palestine is also entitled to reparation for the many damages that the policies and actions of Israel, in gross violation of international law, have caused it, and that my colleagues have described in detail in their interventions this morning. This is true in particular of the collective harm suffered by the Palestinian population, in particular because of the constant displacement imposed by Israel to the population of Gaza and the expulsions carried out in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem. The same applies to the isolation of Palestinian villages inaccessible to humanitarian aid from third states or international organizations. This is true also of the consequent infringement of the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. This damage is difficult to repair in full through restitution or through compensation. Here, appropriate satisfaction is due, and we believe it would be very useful for the court to provide examples of it. It also falls to you, members of the court, to make clear that Israel owes reparation to the United Nations, including to UNRWA and to the very many other international organizations and states involved in the humanitarian aid to Gaza and in the rest of the occupied Palestinian territory for the destruction caused to their property. It is also incumbent on Israel to compensate their staff or their beneficiaries, victims of its exactions. Mr. President, as I have said, the breaches by Israel of its obligations covered by the question put to you correspond to what Articles 40 and 41 of the ILC project describe as serious violations by the state of obligations stemming from peremptory norms of general international law, those which the Commission, in its first draft, had considered as international crimes of the state. I don't wish to revive this quarrel over terminology, but it must be said that that expression had the merit of stressing the seriousness of the violations at issue. In its current wording, which is hardly any different from that adopted in the first version of the draft article, Article 41 draws from these violations consequences which deal largely with the consequential obligations of all of the states of the international community, including in particular that of cooperating to put an end through lawful means to all serious violation of obligations stemming from peremptory norms, and that of not recognizing as lawful a situation created by such a violation, nor to render aid or assistance to the maintaining of the situation. In its written observations, the State of Palestine has analysed in some detail these obligations incumbent upon third parties, be they states or international organisations. And let me ask you to refer back to them. It follows that Israel must answer for its breaches towards the international community as a whole, and more particularly towards the states and international organizations whose human action it has prevented or hindered and continues to hinder throughout the occupied Palestinian territory, and in particular in Gaza, thus contributing to worsening the suffering of the Palestinian people, deprived of its fundamental right to self-determination. Furthermore, paragraph 3 of Article 41 specifies that this paragraph is without prejudice to the other consequences provided for in the present part 2 of the draft article devoted to the content of the international liability of the state, and any additional consequence under international law of a violation covered by this chapter, that devoted to serious breaches. In the circumstances which gave rise to the present request for an opinion, one of these particular consequences stems from the obligation upon Israel and upon any other member states and states parties to seek, pursuant to Article 146 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, I quote, the persons alleged to have committed or to have ordered to commit such grave breaches as defined in the following article, and to bring them for trial before its own courts, regardless of their nationality, including, therefore, where, if they have Israeli nationality, or to hand such persons over for trial to another contracting party. Among the serious breaches covered by Article 147, one can quote inhuman treatment, the fact of intentionally causing great suffering or serious injury to body or health, unlawful deportation or transfer, all these acts which have undeniably been committed through Israeli decisions aiming, to quote the terms of Resolution 79/232, to impede the supplying of basic items essential for the survival of the Palestinian civil population, and also the provision of basic services, as well as human and development assistance for the benefit of the Palestinian civilian population in support of the right for the Palestinian population to self-determination. Furthermore, pursuant to Article 148, Israel may not exonerate itself or any other high contracting party of any liability incurred by itself or another contracting party in respect of these breaches. States must investigate war crimes committed by their nationals or by their armed forces or on their territory, and if applicable, prosecute the suspects. They must also investigate other war crimes falling within their jurisdiction, and this obligation is also enshrined in many instruments, in particular in Article 6 of the Convention on Genocide of 1948, Article 7 of the 1973 Convention on the Protection of Persons Enjoying International Protection, or in Article 7 of the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading penalties or treatments of 1984. As specified by the ICRC, all these obligations breached by Israel also have a customary character. In its judgment of the 9th of February 2022, the court observes that, pursuant to Article 146 of the Fourth Geneva Convention on the protection of civilian populations in times of war, the state concerned had the obligation to investigate, prosecute, and punish those responsible for the commission of such violations. The same obligation is incumbent upon Israel when it comes to prosecuting, judging, and punishing those responsible for these breaches pursuant to the same provisions. Mr. President, I know how full the general list of cases of the court is, but the swiftness with which yourselves and your colleagues replied to the call from the General Assembly asking you to rule on a priority basis and with the utmost urgency shows that you are aware of what is at stake. You must alert the world with the legal authority you carry and your legitimacy as the main legal organ of the United Nations on this absolute emergency to bring an end to the horror created by the actions of Israel in the occupied Palestinian territory and in particular, but not only, in Gaza. Your opinion will serve as an alert, which will be all the more irreplaceable that you will rule according to the law in a precise and detailed manner, not only on the consequences of the grave breaches committed by Israel, but also on those which fall to the international community as a whole. The breaches committed by Israel have directly infringed the rights of many of them, have infringed the rights of many of these states and international organizations and prevented them from supplying to the Palestinian population the essential humanitarian aid they need. And you will not fail to recall that the peremptory character of the obligations breached also imposes duties on them. Members of the court, all professors of international law have come under the fire of questions from their students doubting the truly legal nature of international law, and in the current geopolitical context, this question is of interest to public opinion as a whole. One cannot expect from the law more that it can provide. It is by essence normative and prescriptive, but it would be a mistaken view of things to claim that it is pointless. It serves, and this is far from negligible, to show the way, to say, over and beyond alternative truths, which principles and rules should guide the action of states and other subjects of law in order to ensure the promotion of peace and justice in the world, where today they are so tragically threatened. For this, you have a very prominent role to play. I was recently interviewed by a leading French newspaper, and I said that your opinion of July of last year had saved the honor of international law. We are convinced that this new opinion you will be handing down on the basis of the request from the General Assembly will warrant the same appreciation. I thank you for your attention, and I would ask you, Mr. President, to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Riyad Mansour for some concluding remarks.
Merci, Professor Pillay. I now give the floor to His Excellency, Dr. Rian Mansour. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Mr. President, honorable judges, it is an honor to address you, and I have a burden to speak on behalf of a people as it is being decimated. We are proud of being Palestinians, but being Palestinian comes with its share of pain. And it has never been more painful to be Palestinian than today. Why does Israel destroy homes and hospitals? Why does it destroy vital infrastructure and humanitarian projects? Why does Israel hinder or block assistance to the Palestinian people, including and indispensable to the survival of the population or to meet their most basic needs? Why does it attack humanitarians, killing those trying to save lives? The answer is deeply linked to this court's 2024 opinion, to entrench its unlawful presence, to deny us our right to self-determination, to dispossess, displace, and destroy our people, to colonize and annex our land. Israel is openly confessing to these goals. The Israeli Prime Minister has openly instructed his occupation army to seize Palestinian land in Gaza. His government considers that all of the West Bank is theirs to claim. Israel has admitted to voluntarily blocking aid and to the use of aid as a weapon. Israeli officials have been clear that they consider nobody in Gaza to be innocent. They are seeking to end our presence in the land as a nation. Netanyahu has said unambiguously that he will not allow the exercise by the Palestinian people of their right to self-determination, including the right to their independent state. The Israeli Knesset adopted laws to entrench this denial of our rights and of our existence as a nation. The Israeli courts shielded those committing all these crimes. It is thus no coincidence that most of the humanitarian and development projects destroyed by Israel in the West Bank over decades were the ones intended for communities in East Jerusalem and in the so-called Area C, the areas that constitute priority targets of Israelis' annexation efforts. By denying these communities a place to live, to study, to heal, by denying these their access to electricity and water, as many of my colleagues have stated in their statements, by denying them international protection from violence, Israel pursues their erasure. It is no coincidence that Israel destroyed in Gaza all the requirements for our people's lives and for their very survival, including hospitals and schools, shelters and bakeries, farmlands and water and sanitation facilities. It is no coincidence that Israel bombs and kills the humanitarians who are trying to assist an entire civilian population to survive, killing, maiming, detaining, and torturing UN personnel, humanitarian and doctors, attacking the convoys of international volunteers, and killing Palestine Red Crescent, civil defense and rescue teams. It is to deprive the population of any assistance so it had no means to survive the devastation, death, and destruction imposed on it by Israelis' relentless bombardments, its leveling of homes and roads and infrastructure, and its inhumane siege. Now, after having killed and maimed hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, Netanyahu calls for the voluntary migration of the survivors. Is it voluntary migration when to destroy a people, you leave them trapped between death and displacement? Is it? We want life and liberty and dignity in our land and in our children's lifetime. Instead, our children are being killed, orphaned, amputated, traumatized, displaced, humiliated, witnessing and enduring what no child should witness or endure. Those who survive will never fully recover from this nightmare. At the heart of the UN Charter, there is a pledge, the ultimate goal behind the creation of this organization, to save successive generations from the scourge of war. Well, successive Palestinian generations were left to endure wars and occupation. And this Palestinian generation is being killed, and its genocide is live-streamed for all to see. And it continues with no end in sight. Pope Francis, may he rest in peace, rightfully said, I quote, "This is not war, this is cruelty," end of quotation. What makes this even more outrageous is the fact people fleeing bombardments and displaced time and time again, coping with terrible loss, are denied aid that is almost within grasp. They are starving while food rots at the border. They are dying of wounds that could be healed. They are succumbing to disease that could be prevented. The UN Office of High Commission for Human Rights stated a few days ago, and I quote, "Extremely high civilian casualties over 18 months do not appear to have prompted any changes in Israeli targeting practices and policies, a pattern indicating at the very least a complete disregard for the lives of civilians in Gaza. Matched with Israelis' policy of deliberately blocking life-saving assistance from entering the Gaza Strip, these policies appear to be aimed at punishing the civilian population of Gaza and inflicting on them conditions of life increasingly impossible with their continued existence as a group in Gaza," end of quotation. Why did humanity enact rules if those who are entitled to their protection are left in harm's way and those who should be held responsible for their breach are shielded? Among the rules considered the most sacred in the international order are the prohibition of aggression, and its corollary is the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by force, the prohibition of genocide, the prohibition of crimes against humanity, the prohibition of racial discrimination and apartheid, the prohibition of torture, as well as respect for the basic rules of international humanitarian law and the right of self-determination. There can be no justification for such indiscriminate, widespread, and systematic breach of these fundamental rules that lie at the heart of the international law-based order. No justification whatsoever for abandoning an entire nation to the most horrific fate. Denying humanitarian and development assistance to the Palestinian people is an integral part of the breach by Israel of the rights of the Palestinian people guaranteed by these fundamental norms. It is paramount that the court, while determining Israel's obligations in relation to these norms, also remind all states, I repeat, remind all states and the international community as a whole of their obligation to bring those breaches to an end. Ensuring accountability to end these breaches is the assistance we most desperately need. We need your help. What is the path towards upholding our right to self-determination, to development, and even to life? That would allow all other assistance to reach us, or better still, ensure that we will no longer be in need of such assistance. Which begs the question, why does the Palestinian people need assistance to begin with? We do not lack the resources, and we certainly do not lack the human capital, as long as our people stop being killed and displaced. Israel annexes our land. It kills, dispossesses, and displaces to destroy our people. It steals our resources and revenues. It fragments our territory. It severely restricts our movement and access. From the 18-year blockade over Gaza to the nearly 1,000 military checkpoints and obstacles to access and movement in the West Bank, to the attempts to sever East Jerusalem from its Palestinian environment. Israel systematically created our dependency on aid and then deliberately deprived us of this aid. Kill and displace, destroy to replace. Get rid of Palestinian demography to seize Palestinian geography. The methods are illegal and inhumane. The real objectives pursued are unlawful, and the means deployed are criminal. I'd like to repeat that. The methods are illegal and inhumane. The real objectives pursued are unlawful, and the means deployed are criminal. A UN member state openly shredding the UN Charter in the General Assembly, attacking the UN, killing UN personnel, bombing facilities, and inciting against the organization. That member state, its foreign minister today, wants you to put to trial the Secretary General of the UN and the Commissioner General of the UN, Mr. Lazzarini. You see how he is standing on his head instead of standing on his feet? A member state breaching resolutions of the Security Council and the General Assembly and the Human Rights Council and smearing them for adopting these resolutions grounded in international law. A member state, a UN member state, attacking the principal judicial organ of the UN and mocking the most elementary and fundamental rules of our international law-based order. A UN member state openly aiming to destroy an entire UN agency, UNRWA, protesting its continued existence while it is Israel's expulsion of Palestinians and denial of the right of return of Palestine refugees that has led to the creation of this agency and required its continued existence for over 7 decades. UNRWA is the shining example of the success of multilateralism at the UN. It is a remarkable organization. This is what we should be proud of as an organization, in a selfless way, catering to the needs of 6 million Palestine refugees and giving almost 300 individuals in the process of providing humanitarian assistance to the Palestinian people in Gaza. It is something that all of us at the UN should be so proud of, that it has been in business for almost 75 years. It is an organization that should be protected, defended, not to be attacked. A UN member state openly destroying an entire people. Till when can this situation be tolerated? Till no Palestinian survives? Till no Palestinian child is spared? There is an alternative vision. One where the law is upheld, where no civilian is harmed, whether Palestinian or Israeli, where there are no prisoners and no hostages, no occupation and no wars, where families are reunited in life rather than death, where our people are finally free, and where 2 states live side by side in peace and security, where all recognize our shared humanity and that all peoples are endowed with rights and that every life is sacred. Every life of everyone from all peoples in the region and beyond is sacred. Not the life of some, and to deny the sacredness of the life of others. We are equal. We should be equal. We are all the children of God, and God does not discriminate among his children or against his children. Where you do not need to ask what is the nationality or religion or race of a child killed to know if you should be outraged or find excuses. Where parents do not live in fear. Where children do not discover death before they had a chance to experience life. That alternative vision is why humanity enacted rules and established courts to bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice. To bend the arc of the moral universe toward justice. Justice, not vengeance. Justice, not double standards. Justice, not cruelty. We are here because the General Assembly needs your guidance to advance justice. We are here as millions of Palestinians, in particular, 2 million plus in Gaza, half of them children, pay the ultimate price for our collective inability to end the injustice. Help us deliver justice. Help us to move in that direction and to have justice for the Palestinian people. I thank you very much, Mr. President.
I thank the representatives of Palestine for their presentation. Before I invite the next delegation to take the floor, the court will observe a coffee break of 50 minutes. The hearing is suspended.
Hello, hello, hello. Well, that was quite interesting, wasn't it? Are you still here? Anybody still here? I'm not going to cry if you don't come on the panel. Of course I'm not going to cry if you don't come on the panel. Me? Guy? No, I don't want that fucking button, do I? I want that button. I blame Michelle anyway. She broke fucking StreamYards. It's that woe septic. Okay, is that a channel that's crying over me not joining the panels in the last few weeks? So, nah. I like the way you were getting it. I never got it, and I never joined the panel for ages. I've been on her panel. Right, the link's back out. Did I put the link back out? Yeah, I did put the link back out. But I had the ICJ going and saw Shits was live, and I thought go over and listen to that for a few minutes. Said hello, and fucking boom, he played a video and boom, he was gone. He was in there last week at 5 a.m. Fucking hell. I saw your video of 30 minus 56 don't equal 16. Oh God. Well, I had my concrete today. They were late yesterday, so we poured the bunker now. We're all safe when Brutal Betty starts dropping the bombs. We can run down in the bunker. Oh, who's speaking? Yeah, that was mad. I'm okay. I share the same birthday as Betty today. No, it's not your birthday today, is it, Michelle? Happy fucking birthday. Left the tube, Smiley. She ain't left the fucking tube, Michael. She'd be back on it on fucking Wednesday, fucking rolling around the fucking tubes. Arr, arr, arr. 54 today. Catching up with me, Michelle. I said I was going to freeze my birthdays from 50 onwards. Can't even play Happy Birthday on YouTube, so you get a fucking strike for it. Min Ketchington, Min from Aussie. I played Happy Birthday to her and got struck for it. So what are you doing? Anything nice, Michelle? What's the weather like up there? It's been bright sunshine here. It's blue skies again now, but earlier on, fuck me, man, did it go cold. My little tootsies were freezing. I put my live stream on and left it playing and sat out in the sun. Came in, made a bacon sandwich. Are you older than me? Yeah, I'm 57. Michael's looking for a toy girl. Well, the sun is absolutely lovely if you can find anywhere with no wind. If you can sit out of the wind, it's all right. But the fucking wind chill factor is stupid. I did. And that's his soul leaving his body, look. I'm definitely the youngest here, then. So has everybody else been sunbathing then? Government's just spent £50 million to block the sun out. What are they going to do with all those solar panels that they fucking paid for? And subsidised? If they're going to spend fucking 50 million to block the sun? Point of that. No suntan this year, Michelle. Clean up on aisle 5. Clean up on aisle 5. Ice's not in his furrows, is he? Or is he fucking 16 minus 56 equals 30? How much they spent in the 70s? Yeah, I know, SR. I know. Town's packed. I ain't been to town. I tend to go, meow. That shop I need. Run in the shop. Meow. Back home. You're ahead of any other man on here, Michael. Get on, Michael. Get that voice chat fucking photos. Put a clip up. Where's Yogi when you need him? Oh yeah, Yogi's done a clip, hasn't he? But I haven't watched it yet. It's quite a long clip as well, wasn't it? I could be blunt. No, Blunt's up there. Blunt's here. But I'd embarrass someone. Who are you going to embarrass? Has your stomach stopped curdling? See, you can't drink like you used to, can you? That shows age, that does. Can't mix those drinks. Gin does not mix with milk. Sick as a dog still. You can't mix gin. You know. You should have had Malibu. Malibu milk. Bink. Oh, you being snapped up, you are. Clean up in aisle 5. Bojo's fucked his mic up again. You sorted it? No, not sorted it. He's clicking echo cancellation off. Echo cancellation on. No.
Bollocks, bollocks, bollocks. Is it all right now?
Yeah, it's working again. It's loud,
Yeah.
like.
Is it?
No, that's right. I've turned it down to 100. Hello, I can hear myself.
Oh, turn me down to 100. Oh, bloody hell.
But I can still hear myself. You got another screen open.
No, I haven't.
Testing, testing. No, it's stopped now.
I ain't got another screen open.
No, it's gone now. I did have an echo, but it's gone.
Oh.
Oh, hello. That's because JPM in there. If JPM is here, there'd definitely be an echo.
Clean up on aisle 5.
That's what's been going on.
Time was absolutely bloody even.
Was it?
Yeah. Same every time you get the bloody sunshine come out like this, it's absolutely bloody packed down there. All headed towards the coast, aren't they? That's it.
Yeah.
I never drove along the beach or anything. I just went up the fucking side streets. Avoid the idiots.
Apparently, Tyke's in Cornwall tomorrow.
Yeah, so I saw. You want to meet up with him and piss up his back?
Well, fucking kick him in the ankle. Kick him in the ankle.
So I mentioned on the Scotch egg.
I had a bacon sandwich, didn't I?
Yeah.
How the fuck I got tomato sauce? Not tomato, brown sauce, HP brown sauce. How the fuck I got it on my nose? I don't know. I had it fucking everywhere. It was all over my fingers, all over the fucking plate, off the side of the plate. So how did all the fucking brown sauce melt out of my sandwich?
Dorset's lovely, Shell. Tamworth's a shit.
Tamworth. Been Dorset. Been Dorset. That's all up country from where I am, Michelle. Take me fucking hours to drive to Dorset. Because the butter made it runny. Well, where was I? Hey?
Take me about an hour and a quarter, hour and a half to get to fucking Dorset.
The bacon was hot when I put it in the sandwich. But Dorset. Right,
hello, Dave, you big stud. How you doing?
The Dorset flag. What that means even.
Room for 10 on the panel. Hurry up. Are you breathalyzing him on the way in?
Yeah. Got ya. I got ya.
All right, my lovelies.
All right, my handsome.
How you doing, Dave?
All right, not bad. Yeah, enjoying the weather. I'm outside. I'm going to show you. Hang on.
I was going to say, you got any factor 20 on that?
It's funny.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, just down the mole at the minute. Just
You got to
waiting
meet
for
up with. You got to meet up with Ubers.
Well, where's Ubers?
Well, he was doing the fucking changing the guard earlier, wasn't he?
No.
Yeah, he did. He videoed the changing of the guard. He put it up.
Where
It's
is he?
alive.
What, you're telling me he was at Whitehall?
Yeah.
It's literally round the corner from me. No way.
Yeah, he was, yeah. He's put a video up. He's in London.
Oh, don't. Good afternoon, chat.
Happy birthday
Stop
to
your
you.
crying. Good
Happy birthday
afternoon.
to you.
Right,
Happy birthday.
Stop everybody crying so that they say I don't come on their panel.
To
you.
Ah, fuck that shit.
Why were
Happy
you
birthday,
born
Betty.
so ugly? Why were you
Happy
born at
birthday
all?
to Betty and happy birthday to Paul O'Neill because it's also his as well if you see him today.
All right.
Ah.
How are we?
Yeah, good.
Right.
You?
Yeah, very good.
Well, we know you ain't. You're still suffering from alcohol poisoning.
Sick as a dog, man. Sick as a dog. Oh, fucking hell. I haven't ate since Friday. Or whatever. What day did I do that?
Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night. That was the last time Friday was the last time I ate. I've not been able to eat anything.
Oh, you want some sausage, egg, bacon?
Oh, yeah, nice greasy fried bread.
No.
Fried bread, all cooked in lard.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, lard definitely, but no.
Bit of dripping for your fried bread.
I've got
There you
dripping
go.
as well if you want that.
That's one for the clippers, isn't it? Smiler telling Michelle she needs some sausage.
And a bit of dripping.
Apparently, your sausage is the only one that's fucking available at the moment. Or the only one that comes close.
Oh, listen, don't. You can't do that just because he's got a voice changer. And listen, thank you for sending me Heister Naked, by the way, because that was nice in the chat. Bless you. Thank you for my birthday surprise.
What's up?
Oh, yeah, so good to see you, bro. Hope you're well.
Are you good, Dave? So you're not going down to meet Ubers then?
Well, you know what? If he wants to come my way, I don't mind.
Which one do you like?
Just how I like it, Michael. Just how I like it.
Come your way. Are you bending over
well,
for it?
someone's going to clip that, isn't they?
Yeah, he's going to have a reach round, isn't he?
So if I'd known he was in Whitehall, I probably would have crept up on him.
So can I ask everybody, Dave, 56 minus 30 equals?
31.
56 and what?
56 minus 30 is equals?
26.
26.
Are you sure? It's not 16?
No. Did someone say 16?
Yes, you need to go and look at my short. Someone's saying 56 minus 30 is 16.
It's 16.
Well, that's good maths.
Isn't it? That's drunk maths, that is.
That's drunk maths.
Yeah.
Oh, Jimmy.
Believe it.
Oh, Jimmy.
It was definitely drunk maths.
Well, oh, right, yeah, I'm with you now, mate. I'm with you. I fell in. I thought you was going to do a different maths sum. I thought you was going to do 50 faces, take away 30.
Well, no, Pissy Pants turned round and said, she was going on about it. She actually said, it was to Vega, and she actually said, 16, are you into young children? And I thought, I didn't clip
That's
that
dangerous.
bit. I'll leave that bit. I'll leave that in your live, but I will have the other. That was, Yeah, Vega will react to that. But I thought I'll take out the 50 minus 30 is 26.
If Ubers is listening, if you're coasting Ubers, you can come and see me. I'm round at the mall.
Yeah,
Just by
he was here earlier because I asked him
Yeah, I know.
how his trip was going.
I know. I said hello to the antagonist.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, did you go in his room?
No, he was in here.
Oh.
Yeah, we let him stay this time.
Oh, you didn't boot him out then?
Stay. Oh dear. I didn't even know he was going to London.
No, never did I. I mean, I would have given him a warm welcome.
Come on, he ignored it. He's paying $2.5 grand for his fucking room, isn't he?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, is it Wembley or somewhere?
Yeah.
Well, you should have gone to the one I went. I didn't pay. I pay a lot, but I don't pay $2.5 grand. But the one I go to, the Rubens. That's where he should have gone. The Rubens.
Should have come to mine. He could have given me $2.5 grand.
No, I think he's staying Golders Green. I think.
Oh, is he? Oh,
yeah.
Well, it must be family then.
But remember, I found loads of cheaper places in Golders Green.
Yeah, I know. We was looking that day, weren't we?
And he kept ignoring me.
Yeah, I know, because you were showing him cheaper places.
Why didn't you just get a bloody 33 quid premiere? You're not there. You're sleeping in it.
Exactly. That's true.
Do you know what I mean? I don't get that. If you're going to pay for an expensive room, it's because you want to be in the hotel itself. What's in the hotel? But if you're going to pay all that money for a fucking room you're going to sleep in, what a waste of time.
He wanted somewhere at market, didn't he?
Well,
is it the real Jimmy?
We all want something
It might
upmarket.
be another Jimmy. I got two Jimmys in mine.
Oh, Maverick.
Oh, that's not Jimmy. That's an AI.
No. One of me is real. My other personality is AI.
Yeah, all right, Jimmy.
All right.
Good.
Right, I think I'll try and have a cup of tea. And
Hang
not
on,
up.
Michelle. I'm finished with you.
Oh, go on.
He told me to look at your shorts.
Yes.
Well, he told the panel.
Yep.
I can't see you when you.
Oh, that's what Jimmy wanted to look at.
For sure, it's on mine.
No, he meant your actual shorts.
Oh, my shorts. I'll show you a pair of shorts. I've got shorts over there if you want them.
No.
Oh, you want to see it? You don't get to see them on me, Jimmy, but I have shorts.
We've all got shorts. Yeah,
You
sure.
Jim? Oh, you had a drink?
You've got him all
No.
Michelle.
Tired?
Yeah, I still got that big screen. It's all like sort of like someone's throwing a bucket of paint on it.
Why does your screen look like that? Have you broke it?
No, it was a screen banner.
Oh, right, okay.
What's your brand of tea?
You sound absolutely fucked, Jimmy.
Yorkshire tea, Jimmy. Always Yorkshire.
Yeah, the best. Apart from Barry's tea.
Have you had a stroke or are you pissed, Jimmy?
He sounds like he's had a stroke.
PG tips. It's in the tea.
I tell you what, it must be them bloody meds.
They got do they still have PG adverts with the apes? Is that still legal?
No.
Okay, no. Those poor apes will be looking for work now.
That's right. They all put spacesuits on and they went to the moon.
Well, like they did in like 60 years ago, when they can't do again.
Yeah, something like that.
If you believe they put them out. We saw a moon the other night, didn't we? Was it Nessie? Nessie got the moon out. Saw the whole of the moon.
Oh, I don't know about
Yeah. Everyone saw the moon except for her because she had a back turned. Probably on Dave.
I don't know. That was a very emotional night, that was.
It was. I was in tears.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, why did I have to add you? Why didn't you add yourself?
I didn't do anything.
Hello, Babs.
All right, Michael.
Hello, Babs. You've done something.
Hi, Jimmy.
bloody skirt. Oh,
Michelle, is it your birthday today?
Yes.
Happy birthday, Michelle. Happy birthday, Michelle.
It sure is, and Betty's, and Paul O'Neill's.
Everyone's
Jesus
birthday,
Christ.
bloody hell.
Somebody, I
Often
think
left
Betty
out.
says that it's also glue sniffers as well. I'm not
Good
too sure
Lord.
about that, but
Yeah, it is.
yeah, also it's glue. So see, now me and glue were meant to be in a relationship, and we had the same birthday, and we never even knew.
Good God, you're not related, are you?
No, just meant to be sleeping with. I've meant to been
Twins.
sleeping with glue sniffer for years, mate. Didn't you know?
We're
No,
twins.
but
We were
good
born
for
sleep
you.
together.
Oh yeah, he was 17 and I was in my 50s.
He was just 17 and I was in my 50s. Well, there's no
And
fuck all
that
wrong
nearly
with
worked
that.
out with the maths some days.
Oh, it went mental. Someone couldn't add up. Someone couldn't add up that he was in his fucking 40s, fit cunt. That was the geezer bird. You got the geezer birds can't add up and fucking add up to 40 odd, 45, I think 46. You got pissy pants can't fucking 56 take away 30 is 16.
Close.
But
Not bad.
it's not the place to come for it's not the place to come for mathematical geniuses, really, is it?
Certainly not on it, Babs, is it?
All right, Gypsy
But
Dave, you
basically,
fucker.
when you got ages, 50 take away 2 is bacon 1.
Whoa.
Jimmy.
Anything that
I
you say,
don't think
Jimmy,
we
is
come
just so
in on here
reliable.
anymore for anything intelligent, do we? Let's be honest.
I
It
mean,
hasn't been
Smiler.
intelligent on this side for the last few years.
Dave,
Shit, I could have
Dave.
thrown that.
Yeah, can you put a call out for Ubers and tell him I'm round the corner?
Yeah, good to
Ubers.
see him.
Ubers
Hey,
to
Red Shutter.
reception.
Good to see you, Red Shutter. Lovely. I haven't
And
seen you
I'll
for
put a call
ages,
out
miss.
for photography.
That's my
I know.
window. Cool. Ubers! Gypsy Dave's round the corner.
Yeah, he's round the
There you
corner
go.
from me, Jimmy. I don't even know it.
I just called it out for you.
Thanks, mate. Good afternoon, Red. Good to see you, mate.
Oh, do you know what? I think if I look
calling
at that
stuff out
milk,
time?
if I
Hey,
look
do
at
what?
that milk, I'll curdle it myself.
Oh,
Did you
what's that about?
express it yourself, Michelle?
Oh, well, that'd be telling, wouldn't it? I've got one on each side, Babs, as we speak.
Don't you
And what
get
about the one
Jimmy
on your back,
excited?
though? That's the one we're interested in.
Oh, the back ones, yeah.
It's that rear nipple. That's where the good stuff is.
I'll get a hurty police in. Hurty words.
I know. I say, Michelle, don't ring the police on me, please.
Hurty
Oh,
words.
well, fucking hell. It's not me that's got a crime number, Babs.
Fucking hell, dear me.
I've got crime
I'm gonna
numbers
just...
against me, not me against them. I will do it. I will. I'll get Beyonce and we'll ring up the police and I'll say to them, can you tell me my bail conditions? They'll go, what? Can you tell me when I was last arrested? What? And all of it is bullshit. You'll see. And who rung the police first? Who sent the police to my door? It was him. I never rung them. I rung them to say, is 0000, because this is what he was telling. Everybody heard
Yeah.
it. 000034 whatever. That ain't a fucking crime number. Peterborough crime number. Like if you reported me today, your crime number would be 280425 and then the number that you are. If you're 600 odd call, that would be the number.
Funny you should say that,
fucking
Michelle.
basic.
That's the number they give me. Actually, it's how it's. No, you're right though. Here in West Yorkshire, police crime reference numbers always start with a date.
Yeah.
Yes, the day, the month, the year, and then the number that you called them. Yeah. So if you were 246 that day, your number would be 280425246. That's it. We all know it.
See,
It's not fucking hard, is it?
my brother's one was 01115746, and then it was 2024. or 24.
Because they use his date of birth.
Yeah.
I don't know whether police forces have different ways. I just know a few ways. That's all.
That
Well, in
was
America, they got a different ways.
that was Plumstead Police. That was, which is Matt, innit?
Bunch of plums.
Nice police station. I did a little video there. I went up to the counter, and they
Yeah,
went.
I mean, Smiler, do you know what? That's probably a better idea. I live half a mile away from the police station. I can spit on it.
Yeah.
I should go up
I
there,
think you should.
shouldn't I?
I think
and
you should
ask them.
spit on it. I think you should go spit
Oh, I
on it.
fucking do regularly, Babs.
Hawk to it.
Closest,
That's why I'm always
but
the fucking one that's arrested.
they're the closest thing to a window cleaning had in years.
Oh, it's lovely being on your StreamYard, Smile. It's just how I remember StreamYards until Dave put me on to sweeping up duties. Look at that.
Don't
I've
worry.
changed your things. I've changed the
Yeah,
colour.
I've just noticed now we've gone back to circles and we've gone to orange now.
Much prettier out of those circles. We need
Am I
we
still
need
here?
a Smiler logo making. There's nothing here in the upload logo section. Let's see what I've got.
My old one, I had to change my old logo because I was getting hounded by Alton Towers.
Is that too noisy out
because
here?
of your
Can you
your
hear the
car.
road?
No.
It's not noisy, no?
I can stand the rain. Can't hear it.
I've got the motorway at the back of me, so it makes a lot of noise.
Oh, are you lucky? Oh, you meant legit? You meant actually?
Fucking, what are them? They're not clouds. Look at them chemtrails up there. Bastards. They're horrible.
Pile up in lane 3, pile up in lane 3.
Bit of rubbernecking going on in Michelle's garden.
No, I'll show you actually.
Don't stand in front of that
Oh,
mirror.
there you go. No, look, just the chihuahuas. Oh, there's a dachshund. There's Prince,
bless.
shaven. Look, he's naked. Can you see him? He's got no fur. I've took it all off. A chihuahua that has been shaved. There
You got
go.
2 hours. A chicken.
Excellent. Oh, my long-haired chihuahua died end of August, and she used to look fantastic when I used to give her a skin fade up the side, and then I give her a point towards the bottom, like a go faster point, and then shaved everywhere else apart from I left it. She just had a giant head and this big woofy tail.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Hey.
I only have
if you're gonna do fucking solo Leo,
but he's got heart conditions and all that fur on him just makes him worse. So he just
makes him
gets
hotter.
shaved down. It's off his chest, you know, because chihuahuas have huge manes, don't they, on their chest. So that chest was pulling him, making him. He didn't move. He just wasn't moving in the sun. And I went, oh, here we go. So I took him to the groomers. She was like, I'm not doing it. I said, you've got to. She didn't want to do it.
They
I
don't
didn't
like
want
it.
to
They
do
don't
it,
like
but
to
I
do
made her.
chihuahuas, do they?
Eh?
They don't like to do chihuahuas. Mine said the same. So I thought, fuck it. I bought a set of wall clippers. I thought, let's go. Here we go.
No, she refused. She actually refused me. And I said to her, listen, he's 12, 13, whatever he was. I want his health over beauty. I don't give a fuck what he looks like. I want him alive. So just cut him down. And she didn't like doing it, but she does it now. She does it every few months.
I was refusing. She said to me, you do realise that her coat won't be waterproof. I said, it's a chihuahua. Do you think she goes out in the fucking rain?
Yeah, exactly. They said to me, well, you know, it might not grow back the same. I said, he's fucking on his way out. He's on his way to be dead. Do you think he cares?
Oh, Babs, can I just say thanks for the other night?
Oh, fuck off. Don't, listen, it's just liable as hell being involved in your lives. Fucking hell. Especially when I turn up and everyone's pissed. Fuck me, Jesus
Well,
Christ.
no, apparently I keep attracting all the drunks.
Well, everyone's a drunk at some point, aren't they?
Oh, fucking
you need to change yours to
Dave,
fucking
come on.
White Riot.
Hold on a
White
minute.
Riot.
I've been on here 5 fucking years and I've never been on a panel drunk.
I know you haven't. I'm not talking about you.
Fucking hell, I didn't even know you were drunk until you shouted at me. I thought, oh, fuck, definitely.
I never even knew she was drunk.
I didn't until I got a bollocking for not mentioning
Since
that she'd had a drink.
Since she told everyone she's had a drink.
I didn't even know she'd had a drink. I didn't say,
Yeah.
You saying I'm fucking drunk, Debs. Like that. I'm a fuck no, Michelle, but now you come to mention it.
What did you have to drink? And I will change the status, Babs. I'll sort it out later.
Yeah, it's all right, love. I'm not bothered. It's just when you go to sleep, I can kind of do just a little bit more than fuck all.
I know.
Where's Jimmy sloped off to? I wanted to ask him some questions.
Is Jimmy all right, Babs? I didn't know whether
he's a
was he a bit
absolute
drunk?
tosser.
A bit
no
drunk,
idea.
I don't know, or tired?
Or stupid.
He's under a lot of shit at the minute, and I will say that. Let's not go
I've
in
no
there,
idea.
but I know I have seen it.
I know that he's in a lot of shit, but I don't know about if he's under a lot of stress.
He could be.
Well, do you know what? Funny that. Well, you lie with dogs, gonna get fleas.
I nearly kicked him because I didn't think it was him.
I heard. That's why I jumped on.
Oh, perfect.
No, I didn't kick him though. Just saying.
No, he did mumble something before he disappeared. But Dave, we're definitely changing yours to White Riot. Yours is a White Riot.
He said something about having to get his chlamydia tablets.
I think I'm going to make my you lot are here.
Yeah, we all want a dose of it.
I can't beat the smell of fresh cut grass, can you?
How can you can't smell the chlamydia then?
You know what? I've had to come in. It's too hot out there. It's I think it's got to be 20 degrees. It's got to be.
It's more than it is 20, really Michelle. Hot. Fucking hell.
It's 17 here, and the fucking wind is chilling, I tell you.
It's still as still can be, and it's fucking red hot, glorious sunshine, and my phone tells me it is. Well, it says it's 21, but it's way more than 21. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the weather station.
What are you, Babs? We're 22.
It says 21, but let's have a look.
It's saying 22 degrees here.
22.4 on the official external thermometer.
But it's 24 here.
Oh, God.
Hi, Butler.
It's Banter's day off today.
He's in the chat. Oh, Banner.
Oh, Banner.
Well, we were just in the living room a minute ago. Now he's in the chat. Sat outside
Babs,
sweating.
what is 50 minus 30? 56 minus 30?
26.
Oh, not 16?
Well, it depends. Depends who it benefits.
I've got another one for you, Babs.
It depends who's giving you change, doesn't it?
Oh.
It's not fucking math time, Stone. Listen, Emma Cockrell said that I was hiding. I hid 6 kilos of heroin underneath Brian Cockrell's bath one evening after I'd been clubbing with her and her prostitute friends, snorting lines of ecstasy, and I was 11-year-old.
Well, how did you get 6 kilos of fucking coke on you? That's what I want to know.
Well, I stuck it up at Emma Cockrell's ass, obviously.
Oh,
no, heroin.
Fucking hell, 6 kilos. Jesus.
If anybody wants to know why I've got a problem with Emma Cocklips, that's why I've got a fucking problem with her. She allowed a rumour to go on for 6 months that I was a 65-year-old, 5 foot tall, anorexic, ex-drug squad, ex-murder squad police officer called Suzanne Sharkey from Newcastle. She allowed that to go on for 6 months by fueling the fire and saying, "Oh, I know her voice anywhere. I recognise her voice." I was 11 at the time of the crime. No, it wasn't me. So, Cocklips, if you're listening, take your pet and get your sent off. With your fucking urinary tract infections.
Make up for these. Do you know, I love the names we make up for these people. Spatterflag,
she's got lips like a pair of fucking polished canoes, Michelle.
Oh, don't.
You know, right outside, you can just wee. It's okay, just sit down.
I'll see you guys in a bit.
Quick, somebody slap her on the back.
Oh, never look at that. I never look again. Oh my God, in the same light. Oh, that's good, me.
What are you saying? I'm not allowed in the room because what? The boss needs space. You cheeky bastard. You said you needed your own space. So I told you to fuck off outside, and then I went on this live and you come in shouting about Mars ice creams. And yes, she encouraged and enforced the rumour. She legitimised the claims made by Humble Dryer and pushed the hate. So yeah, Emma, you get what you pay for. And in your case, you get what you fucking stole. And you stole the truth and you turned it into a lie. And Humble Dryer will confirm everything I'm saying. If you or Jimmy or any of your other pets have got a fucking problem, you know exactly where I am. And just to let you know that my husband has all the evidence. Just to remind you, Emma Cocklips, that my husband's not a fucking gibbering, fucking slobbering Parkinson's looking cunt. All right? So back off. Go away with your entourage of fucking lip carriers. And you, Jimmy, you're just as bad. Fuck off. No one cares. Thank you for calling.
You don't want us to hold the line at all?
He didn't shout, he just merely said, "Where's the ice cream?"
Oh, I merely said it. What? Yeah. I'm saying nothing. So funny, I managed to hear him while I've got a pair of big bin headphones on, and you lot were talking, and I could still hear him shouting about where's the Mars ice creams that I've hidden. I had to tell him just to get rid of him.
Did you eat them first?
No, I didn't get a chance. Unlike certain females on YouTube, there's only so many things I can fit in my mouth at once. Only joking, Emma. We know them lips are taking up all your space.
Oh, there's a few other ladies that can fit a lot in their mouths, as we know.
Fucking hell, not only the mouths, Michelle. Jesus. But I came on to ask Jimmy why he'd been talking about me in private messages to Axel, because Banter had spotted it on Axel's live, paused it, waiting for me. I got distracted, and then by the time I got to playing it, of course, the video had been removed by the uploader. I will ask Axel later. But yeah, he was playing a message where Jimmy was saying I didn't want to involve Babs. But, daft bastard.
And where's Jimmy now?
Where's Jimmy now? Well,
Jimmy to reception.
He won't jump back on. What time is it? It's not. Is it bedtime there? Let's have a look. It's what?
25 to 5.
Oh, is it? What is it? 6 hours ahead, isn't it? It's not in bed yet. No. There'll be somewhere else. Let's see what else is live. Bear me a second. Let's have a look. Oh, is his Cocklips live? Should we go pop on there and say hello? How much lip gloss do you use in a day? All of it. Daft cow.
He's probably on GB News Live.
Look at what, giving legal advice. That's all. I'm just going to mute because my phone will just give me game away otherwise. Hold the line.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
Yeah, what's
Your call is important to us. Thank you for holding. Have you visited our website at www.noi'venofuckinginternet.com?
What was you saying, Michael?
I said, what's this with Spain and Portugal then?
I don't know.
Totally out of electorate.
No, Rob the Gob's in.
All their electric's gone. Everywhere's come to a halt. There's no airports, no trains, no nothing.
How the fuck can they come to a fucking halt with the sun?
I don't know, but it has. And they're just random.
Ridiculous, isn't it? Because nothing stopped back in the 70s and the 80s when it was sunny.
No.
All the 90s, all the 2000s, but all of a sudden, the last few years, England can't cope.
Back in the 80s, though, do you remember when Coronation Street went to the adverts?
Go down without power.
And everyone boiled the kettle, and my nan used to say, "Oh," or my dad used to shout at my nan, "Don't put a fucking kettle on right now." And the toilet won't flush properly because everybody was flushing the toilet and putting a massive drain on the sewage system, and everybody were running the tap and boiling the kettle at the same time. So the power grid had good. I remember this in the late 80s or.
Yeah.
I were only a kid. Fucking hell, we sat and watched fucking Coronation Street. I must have only been a kid. We'd had 3 channels, no doubt.
Well, I saw a meme earlier on. It was quite funny. It said that they were doing their bit for the environment. So they walked down a line of electric cars and unplugged them all.
Wow. Do you know
Oh, it
what?
says
That must
rare.
seem really strange to people when we say that we are children that only had 3 channels. For years, we didn't even have a channel 4. That must sound really strange to all these kids with the hundreds of channels that they had.
Yeah.
And the fact is, we only ever had children's TV at certain times, after school and Saturday mornings. It wasn't on all day.
It
We
wasn't.
No.
didn't have access to.
What was on all day on a Saturday though? Fucking horse racing. Fucking I hated it. And then the pools for
Horse
2 hours on a
racing, them
fucking
Yeah,
Saturday
the
night.
Oh, I
pools. Yeah, the
hated
pools.
wrestling.
Bournemouth 3.
Wrestling, what a
Wrestling, yeah,
pile of
Where's
wrestling.
shit.
Bromwich
Yeah,
Albion
wrestling.
2?
Wrestling on a Saturday
Fucking
afternoon.
wrestling. So the
Wrestling,
paper.
horse racing.
Shirley Crabtree.
Oh,
Giant
Aye, aye.
haystacks.
Yep. Rare weather phenomenon is blamed for Spain's blackouts, and it may take a week to get the power back. Nationwide power outages said to have been caused by a rare weather phenomenon have sparked panic in Spain and Portugal, with people told to stay where they are.
well, this is
Like that
because they.
helps.
Listen, don't forget that by 2030 there are only going to be 5 airports in England, and there's
Yeah.
42 at the minute. This is where it all starts now. You will not be holidaying anymore. Get used to it, because they don't
Gonna
want
need a
us
bigger
over
boat.
there. We're going to be grounded here. This is the start of it. It's coming.
Well,
But
Portugal's
why are they
electricity grid.
spending?
After you.
Why are they spending so much money fucking extending Heathrow?
Oh, we've got a guest.
We got a guest.
Not for us,
It's my
travelling.
fellow, newsreader
Not for
extraordinaire.
us.
Get fucked, you old bag. Television wasn't invented when you were at school. You were still using chalk. You were still using chalk and an old bit of slate, you were.
Who?
You.
What do you mean? You're fucking older than me. Shut your
Get
mouth.
out. I look 30 years younger than you.
Vega, why weren't you around when I was drunk?
I was you were in a right state. There was 3 of you: Brutal Betty, fucking the Nessie shitty pants, and you all pissed. There was no way I was coming on.
He did.
Yeah. Cheers
I'm-
for leaving me with a fucking distress call.
I'm good, but I'm not that good.
Vega, what's 56 minus 30?
It is most definitely 26.
Are you sure it's not 16?
It's definitely not 16. She says, "Oh, you like them young, do you?" Well,
I
that's
know, I heard
legal. You know,
I was going to clip that, and I thought, no, I'll leave that for
She's-
one of the others.
she's a nasty old woman, is Nessie, and I've known that from the start. Nasty, nasty woman.
She said I run from controversy.
Oh.
Who? You?
She tells so many lies as well. She'll make up
I
any
think
old
what I'm going to
shit.
do is, when I get time, I'm going to go through Dave's, and I'm going to add up how many times Nessie was told to shut up by the panel, how many times I was told to shut up, and how many times Betty was told to shut up. And I don't think I was told to shut up once. Betty was only told to shut up by Nessie, and Nessie was told to shut up by every single fucking one of you.
I do think I told Betty to shut up a few times. I'll be honest. I did. Betty
I
got
told
on
Betty.
my nerves as much as Nessie did.
Yeah, I told Betty to shut up.
Oh, did you? Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did anybody tell me to shut up? Was I that bad?
Don't be stupid.
We're not that brave.
I fell
Michelle,
asleep
no.
listening to that stream, and I kept waking up a couple of times, and it was
What, in a
always
cold
Nessie.
sweat?
And at some points, I was absolutely fucked that night, and I just slept for about 14, 15 hours, but kept waking up. And she was going to try and get somebody to sort of respond to it. And you can see she's gurning on the fucking screen. You can see no teeth in her fucking mouth. Because she's sick of saying, "Can I talk? Can I talk?" You fucking drunk old fucking bitch. Jesus Christ.
This is the same woman that says you fancy her.
Well,
I'm obsessed by her. She thinks
when
she
you
thinks
used to
I want
flag her off, I'd back her up, but you fucking go for it now. I'll never stand up for her.
You'd be better off sticking your knob in a bag of fucking Cheerios.
Oh, can you imagine the stink, the alcohol and the piss?
Well, I'm not saying about toilet. This
She's
is
a
what now has been said.
female
When did you
version of
say
Shady.
It's a
Female version of Shady. She leches over men, leches over fucking Tim and all others sexually in a really sickening way, and just talks shit, makes shit up. Horrible.
And repeats herself regularly.
One of the first times I said something a bit mean about her, I said something cutting about education. Now, I have no education whatsoever. I left school with just GCSEs. I had to go back and do 2 A-levels about 4 years later, but I don't consider education to be a side of me. She went on a live stream, on her own live stream. She spent about 2 hours talking to me, and I did go in there for the first 5 minutes, saying how she was accepted to read law at Oxford. For fuck's sake. I've spent my whole life around people, girls mainly, who have struggled to get into Oxford to read law. And I tell you what, their IQ levels are fucking 10 times the size of
I'm going about
Nessie's.
Zara or Nessie.
Nessie. She was selected to read law. Selected to read law at Oxford University. Do you know how difficult that is?
She'll have misheard them.
And then she says she's got a law degree, but she does paint by fucking numbers.
She was invited to clean the halls at Oxford.
They wouldn't even have her in the fucking building.
No, that's a good point, actually. She'd be a liability in the cleaning cupboard.
They needed somebody to pick the fag butts up.
Oh.
Okay, she'd smoke them.
Happy birthday, Mother, anyway. I must not forget.
No, thank you, Vega.
I must address Moss side there. Hello, Moss side. Yeah, she was definitely using the sin bin. She used the sin bin more than fucking Ron. I was never... I thought Ron was the record. I got put in the back chat of Ron so many fucking times, and then on days, fuck me.
Sometimes it's easier just to remove somebody than try and silence them. Did you know to put yourself in the back first, though?
I was camped out in the fucking under the stairs where nobody cares.
I thought, fuck it, I'll make it look like it's Dave doing this. I'll put myself in the back first.
Go in the hall and play with your ball.
Get in the yard because you think you're hard. So anyway, back to this quick bit of breaking news. It's said that the extreme temperature variations along the grid in Spain had led to the anomalous oscillations in very high voltage power lines, an effect known as induced atmospheric variation, which leads to power oscillations throughout the grid.
Absolute bullshit.
Whatever the fuck that means.
No, what they've been doing is they've been fucking around with frequencies, and yeah, they've been pissing around with frequencies. I'll say no more.
Well, there is a suggestion it may be a cyber attack. But yeah, no, the atmospheric conditions don't affect the electrical grid. They use earth boots to offset anything, and it's automatic. It's automated. Once it hits a certain temperature, it does it itself. You can't even stop it from doing it.
There's photos of them panic buying in Spain from the cold section of the supermarket. I mean, come on.
They'll be out of toilet this time. Toilet roll this time tomorrow.
But what the fuck? If you're going to panic buy because you've no electric, the last place you want to go is somewhere that's cooled. But I mean, it's going to rot, isn't it? That's where you want a packet of pasta. Although I don't know what you boil. Oh, you could boil it on gas. They've got gas, haven't they?
Yeah.
Good old gas stove cooked.
Well, most of them have got outside kitchens anyway.
I was going to say it's a very outdoor.
Isn't that going to be affected? All their gas lines? I mean, everything else is.
Most of their towns and cities are very isolated, so they don't tend to have gas supply.
That's a shit.
Not like us, yeah.
Caligas dealers rubbing his hands together.
You would have Portugas, of course.
Yep. Camping gas.
We did Endenia, but then we had an outside. You build. I can't remember what you call them. They got a special
gas
name.
Canister, yeah.
Which part?
No. No, you got when you build on the outside of your house, but you don't need no planning permission.
Right.
Like
a woman's joke. A woman's joke.
Yeah, but they got a special name in Spain.
Okay.
But we built an all outside kitchen, so it was like a posh barbecue.
I used to have some American tan tights when I was a teenager, if that helps. They were 30 denier.
Have you still got them?
Yeah. Do you want to see them?
30 denier, they're fucking thick, aren't they?
Yeah, fucking hell, Babs.
Yeah,
woolly
you're going to rob a
tights,
bank,
they
though.
are.
If you're going to rob a bank, you don't want it to be too thin.
Right. What would
Yeah, but you want to be able to
best?
see.
What's the best denier?
15.
None.
15
No
for a
denier.
bank.
I don't know, just
Yeah,
a
15
line
for a
of
dirt
beef
bank,
dripping
innit?
down the
That's
back of your
quite
leg, I
thick.
believe.
Man, that might be too thin. 15 might be too thin. I don't know. I've never robbed a bank, Vega.
Yeah, it's always time.
I've never put tights over my head.
The
Yeah, I
whole
left that
rest
to
of the
all you
panel went
boys when you were
silent there.
younger, when I used to watch them all put condoms over their heads. Do you remember that?
Rest of the panel are wearing condoms and tights in different places.
Well, this is it. But maybe that's what they were doing, it, putting the condoms over their heads to get ready for putting the tights on later.
It'd make it easier to put them. That's a good point, Michelle, actually. Because it's a situation where talc wouldn't help.
No. No.
Although it'd be more effective when you rush in the bank with a smoking head. With your stocking over your face and a flat nose.
Right, you go down there and you say to your criminal, right, go down and get me 15 denier and I want black. And he comes
Pop
back
socks.
with 15 denier nude. Can you imagine that?
All I'll say is the Nafi used to sell 40 denier.
Smiler's definitely had a pair of tights on his fucking head.
Yeah, he's probably wearing them now. He's wearing the gusset over his nose.
Robbing a bank and otherwise.
Got the legs like a pair of bunny ears.
What are you doing for your birthday, Mother?
I don't, nothing. Not when it's on a day of the week. I'll do it at the weekend.
Do you want me to pop over to take you out?
I couldn't do it this weekend, so I'll
take you out? Is there bingo on a Monday in Peterborough?
Of course there is. Always bingo. Bingo every day.
Is it?
But listen, no, I'll be honest with you. I've been as sick as a dog since Friday. I've seen my family today, but I've said I can't go out. You can't expect me to put anything in my mouth. I don't want it. I've not eaten since Friday.
It's a good time for me to say I'm just going to go pay a call. Excuse me.
So
hold the line.
I'll do it at the weekend.
Brush your teeth.
We're going to get together at the weekend.
Very nice. I won't bother then. I won't bother taking you out.
Thanks.
5 and 4, 54.
Yeah.
88.
They're not allowed to say that anymore. Not allowed to say that.
22.
Apparently, UK Lardy and fucking Mama Milo kept complaining.
Oh, I thought it was fucking Blobby complaining.
He's one fat lady.
Oh, that was funny. I listened to the clips. You know, you don't, because you're up there and you're trying to override that fucker's voice. But when I listened to the clip, I thought, my God, if that bloke got any higher, his balls would go up his fucking stomach and out his mouth.
Well, the joke is
can he get any higher?
He tries to convince us he's using a voice changer to sort of secretly hide his real accent. But fuck off, are you? You fucking screaming Liverpudlian fucking idiot.
Yeah, I think
the same one.
His name out there.
The same one that was on Pap's panel screaming, going, I only live round the corner from you, I know where you live, and I'd come in and I'd be to your house 3 times and you won't answer the door.
Oh, Lord.
I was reading a comment, right? And I was like, oh my God, he implies everyone that's against him, what's on your devices? The police have got your devices, haven't they? And I'm like, the police ain't got no fuckers' devices from any of this. Yeah? None at all. They've never took any devices in this whole shit situation. Yeah, not once. But if you watch him, everyone that's against him, he's saying, police the police have got you, you're known to the police. How does he know that everyone's known to the police?
He's just obsessed with the police, you know. I tend to listen to him and I kind of imagine his upbringing, you know, how he was spoken to. Because people tend to replicate what they grew up with, you know.
Oh, don't say that.
I reckon he applied for the police and got turned down.
She'd be fucking mortified if I told her that. Mind you saying that. No, I'll go with that. Yeah, my mum and dad will go, yeah, you're right. See, Michelle, that's exactly the way we grew up. Yeah, I'll go with that. I'm not ashamed. Yeah.
Well, it's monkey see, monkey do, isn't it? The apple
Yeah.
never
Yeah,
falls
yeah.
far from the tree kind of
Well,
thing.
you've heard my mother. You've heard my mother. She's gobby. She's like me. She'll call you a cunt. She don't give a fuck. She said to me the other day when Nessie was going, put it on, we'll all go in. All of us. There was my daughter was here. We were all going to go in and have Nessie. Me, Jade, my mum and my daughter. We were all going to fucking go in and have her. And I went, nah, leave her be.
She had a proper
Oh, it would have been
the
what
other day.
it would have been watching Nathan all over again.
Yeah, it would have been worse.
She got me typing in the chat. She was ripping into you so much.
I know. Thank you for sticking up for me, Vega.
Well, I was sticking up for Laura, really, because no white knight, but, you know, just to see that level of nastiness against another fellow human is horrible.
Yeah.
She hasn't got a reason to do it. There's no reason to do it. She just
It's
hates.
pure jealousy with her and
Yeah,
Laura. Pure jealousy.
Of course it is. One's an old fucking alcoholic bag with no teeth, and the other one's Laura.
Yeah. And Laura still has the years to have a life. Hers is gone.
Yeah.
Hers is gone. Yeah, Laura still has a life ahead of her, and that's the problem.
Yeah.
And we caught a lovely one of her friends out as a massive troll. What a troll! Oh dear Lord.
Who was that?
Someone in Dave's. So I said
Lindsay.
something, and
All
someone
right,
come in as
Lindsay.
Maeve B, and there was loads of us chatting, and then this Maeve B said something to me. I hid them, and out of the blue, Francois come in and hid that name, and it was a French name. It was called Maeve B. So that just she said it was a pocket block. Oh, but didn't block me, didn't block who was in
Was
there,
it a
Mr.
pocket
Beautiful
block?
Blues, didn't block
I
this
like the
one.
sound of that.
No, what it was, she unhid them. She unhid them. I hid them, and she come in and said it was a pocket and hide. Who the fuck ever does a pocket and hide?
Never.
Never.
What
Never.
the fuck is a pocket and hide?
Again,
Well,
I'd like to
I
try.
blocked them. I hid them, and then all of a sudden, they'd not been speaking in the chat for the last 3 hours. But Francois come in, and it said Francois unhid Maeve B, and I went, leave that alone. It's a troll account, yeah. And then Dave said that you don't do that, and then she come in and said, so sorry, Dave. It was a pocket. It was a pocket unhide.
Yeah.
Really?
So
No,
a pocket
no,
unhide, Smiler, is when you've got the
you
phone
know
in your
when you hide
pocket.
someone and unhide someone, you have to physically click on them
Oh,
and
it's
go
not.
all
Oh,
the
I
way
was thinking.
down.
I was thinking of something completely different.
Yeah.
So you unlock
I
your
won't bother
phone,
asking.
you
I
go
won't
to the
bother asking if you're wearing
YouTube
shorts with
page,
pockets.
you select the person, you dial down to hide, and you hide.
Yes,
That's
and
pocket
she
hide.
went
Oh,
in
from
her
the
pocket. Her pocket went all the way to Maeve, the one that I'd hid, went all the way and then all the way down to unhide.
I have
Amazing,
a non-sexual confession to make, Smiler.
Oh fuck! Go on.
Mine wasn't a pocket and hide. Mine was a bed and hide. So I woke up, and you were still live. It was on my iPad, and I thought, oh, that's noisy bastards. So I turned it off, and I thought, oh, I wonder what I'm missing. So I got my phone, because my iPad's just on a incognito account, so I can just see everybody who's got me blocked. So I went to my phone. Of course, I'm a mod, a managing mod, even worse. And I don't know what I did, but I hit somebody immediately, and I thought, fuck, what have I done there? Bollocks. And that was a bed and hide, because I was half asleep and I didn't intend to. But no one mentioned it. I thought, oh, well, they are the souls of discretion this morning. So thank you for that.
If my mods hide somebody or my mods time them out, they fucking time them out. Nobody fucking argues with them.
I know, but somebody always mentions it, doesn't they? Sorry, some big mouth twat. Can't resist saying, why did you hide that person, Babs? That I'm not even there. I just woken up. So sorry about that. But no one noticed, so I should have kept quiet.
It's normally me saying it wasn't JPM, it was me, twat.
Well, the responsibility of the sweeping brush is sometimes too much.
Lindsay's done more than that in her pocket.
We're back to the original pocket and hide and pocket. What was the other one? Pocket a cock.
Pocket pop.
Prison bucket.
No, that's a no. That's for a different life. Is that Smiler? Vega don't need to be in that.
The only thing that ever happens when my phone's in my pocket is it changes it to other fucking channels.
Fuck off. We know that Vincent was practicing when he disappeared for fucking 2 months.
Just because he plays tennis doesn't mean anything.
Oh, then tennis
in his green
photographs are
flash.
Popular, very popular on my OnlyFans. They are. So I've had many people, many
photograph.
women buy the whole collection.
I bet he's still got green flash and whitener.
Several times.
I strip all the way down to just me and the tennis racket.
It's the funniest part was when when JPM changed his picture to you 75 years ago, and a few of the women got very excited.
That's only about 12 years ago, 14, 15 years ago.
Is it
that
12?
was literally.
Red face. Come on.
Well, it's quite young, but I'm not old now.
Do you know the strange thing?
What would I have been? I'd have been in my 30s.
You look exactly like somebody I know, but the person I know is significantly younger than you. But do you know, I'm sure it could be your relative.
Hold on there, Bab, a second. You're thinking they're significantly younger than me. You'd be right in thinking I look like an 80s pop star, don't I?
You look like somebody I know really, really well. But I know that you're not him because he's got an accent that is not yours.
Oh, I want a milkshake.
And the sad thing is that I knew his dad before he died, and his dad looks nothing like him. So if he's your
and then you get people like
guy,
then you get people like James Patrick McDonough who are as bitter as hell.
That's who had your picture.
Old men,
he had your picture.
Old men, not as pretty as me. And the CFO, it's Nessie versus Laura all over again. Nessie is Patrick McDonough, you know.
Vega. James changed his picture to your picture.
Did you say
and
James
4 women
3
climbed
times?
on him immediately.
He did. I put the message on the screen for him.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm going to put the link out for him.
You said, hey, James, you could.
James Penis McDickhead to reception, please.
He won't come on if I'm on. He won't come on if I'm on.
Of course he will.
He won't. He doesn't like
The amount of testosterone on the panel, the amount of testosterone on the panel, if you and James were here together, would rival Michelle's HRT patches.
Yeah. Be 1 point higher if James gets on.
My HRT, Babs. I've offered it to a few people.
I saw that post and I
if we
thought someone's
can
going
get
to
them to have it, their voices on our in a month will sound more womanly, and I thought
I heard JPM. But that was for Peggy, wasn't it? Wasn't that for Peggy?
Done for
I
drug
better leave
dealing,
you in the
Michelle.
front room. I'm going to get the lawnmower out, and it won't go.
Go on then, put your camera on. Let's see you do it. Are you doing it naked?
What? I'm not naked.
Mowing the lawn.
No,
Well,
I'm
then
going to
put your
mow the
camera on,
lawn
it'll
in
be
a
fine.
minute. I'm going to mow the lawn, but if I take you up to the tin shed, the reception shit, so you won't hear me. So
are you gonna? Do you drag your leg along so it does like a flat line, you know, like on greenkeepers?
My leg.
She can do a perfect circle. She can do a perfect circle with that white mow machine.
I hear so much about this leg, and I'm like, oh, really? Strange, because it makes I get up and walk, which is more than UK Lardy can do. She's have you seen the fucking size of her? Oh my God, I see her on a panel the other day,
I know, she's bigger.
There's not enough panel space for her fucking 3 chins. She's fat as hell.
Michelle, did you see me comment earlier?
A lady is feeder. He's a feeder. Listen, that man. Anyway, that man's a feeder. He's literally forcing. He's staying skinny and making her fat. He's a feeder. And the rage eating. Oh my God.
He can't cut a fringe.
Somebody showed a picture of
that fringe.
Someone showed a picture of UK Lazy's armpit.
Temu hair extensions. Fucking hell. And she says, I don't got extensions, my darling. I have long hair. I literally have long hair. I don't wear extensions, okay? And if I do, they'll be a bit more classier than your fuckers.
Well, I compared UK Lazy's armpit and bingo wing with a Great Dane's chops. You know, it's got them big slobbery chops.
Do you know what I'm going to say? I didn't have that picture. I didn't know about that picture. That picture was sent to me by someone, and when I got it, I went, you are kidding me. I never knew that picture existed. And I got it, and that's been the fucking bane for her. I reckon that's the worst picture she's ever seen of herself. That armpit. Oh my God, that armpit.
I've seen some
You could fit
belters
fucking
online.
20, Babs, you could fit 20 immigrants in that armpit.
She possibly has done. She's been one
She's
of them.
bringing them over.
There was
She's the dinghy.
When I was a kid, there was a toy where it turned inside out on itself, and you wrapped its anus around it, and it became like a little nut or something, or an apple, or I can't remember what it was
You'd
called.
have to give it a little face, wouldn't you? You'd have to, like, when you lifted it up like that, you'd have to put like a little. Can we show it? Smiler, get the picture up. Let's put it.
No, don't.
Let's show
Get
this
stroke.
picture.
No.
Oh,
Save that for Dave's.
All right.
I think they all owe Dave money. That's why he gets away without getting any stripes.
I'm doing one soon. Liars, drunks, and grifters and beggars.
Oh, then we're all invited.
I'll definitely be there then.
We'll all be there.
When I've got it all sorted, it'll be done. We'll do
I'm skint now. I've just paid for all my components for a new computer.
Can you do the live when I'm doing the school run in my little red car, blind drunk with me 15 kids, please?
Get the little red car. That fucking crack me up. That
don't exist.
If you let me know, I'll work round you, Babs.
Doing the school run, so Sebastian's done the school run from day dot. And I had a red car once, and I wrote it off twice, and I believe it or not. And no, yeah, I've never had a red car.
My son's got a red
it's
car.
bad luck.
Never had a red car.
It was back in the late 90s. It was the most crashed coloured car. Was a red car.
Was it?
Vega's got a red car now.
I have a red car.
Do you?
I have.
Oh, okay.
I have a grey car as well.
I have a red pair of knickers, if that makes sense.
I own a red car.
They'd be older than my red car, they will.
Hey, we can't talk about those red knickers. We can't talk about those red knickers.
Are the bloomers, Michelle? Like petticoat?
Yeah, you are.
No, they're proper frilly.
Not since I was 10. Not
If
since
they're
I
older
was
than
10,
Vega.
Is the elastic still working?
No, she had to hand it back for the war.
No, she threaded a shoelace.
A fucking shoelace. Bye, Michelle, you're thin. Bloody hell.
You know, red knickers suggests an element of raciness.
I'm thinner than Nessie.
I didn't say
Only
thin.
the right
I said
only if the right person
Nessie
wears
said
them.
to me, Nessie said, don't let the door hit you on the way out. She's fatter than me. Nessie is fatter than me.
it suggests that you're a bit of a wayward woman, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Hey, Rob Random, I did it.
Smiler, I'm going to put you... Smiler.
Hey, Robert, good to see you.
Smile, I'm going to put you in the back just for a second, because listen, you need to listen to how bad your audio is. Honestly, it's that bad.
Yeah.
So bad. Smiler, it's really bad.
Is it? Is it that?
Yeah, it's worse now.
What about now?
Oh, that's much better. Did you put your
What is it,
stocking
like-
back over your head?
Is it over-modulating or something?
Yeah, massively overmodulating. It's distorting. It's
Doing
yeah,
it again.
Black Lantern, brilliant. Right, can you
I
wait
had
there
a great
minute?
joke lined up then. I've
Can you
completely
just wait
forgotten
there
what I'm
and
going
not
to
piss
say.
me off? I'm going to get the mower. Is that all right?
Go on then.
All right. You can talk about me for a few minutes.
Yeah, well, no, we'll wait till you're back to
we
talk
will.
about it. It's more fun.
Oh, okay.
We can practice while she's gone.
I had an excellent joke, and it was just to impress you with Vegas. When I can't remember what the hell I was
I
going to
like
say.
it when you try to impress me, Babs.
Oh, bollocks. It'll come back to me. Oh, we've got a guest.
Louise, bless her. She's always lovely, isn't it, Louise?
Morning.
Robert.
Can't even bother fighting Babs. Michelle.
I won't
Taylor,
fucking a man of your calibre
Robert.
doesn't need to type, Robert.
What's happening, lads and ladies? Evening chat. Good to see you.
It's
all.
Michelle's birthday. That's what's happening.
Happy birthday.
Thank
I'm
you.
just about to cut the cake. It's taken Smiler about an hour to light all the candles so far, and there's two fire brigades on standby.
We've
We've actually deprived Portugal and Spain of some of their very, very much needed candles.
Exactly, yes. Apparently the heat wave from the cake went over Spain and Portugal.
I actually really fancy a milkshake. I'm literally thinking.
Are you lactose intolerant, Michelle?
Sorry?
Are you not lactose intolerant?
Yeah, I am as I've got older, I think.
What, and you fancy a fucking milkshake out of your mind? What do you want to do, float around the garden like?
Well, I do like a McDonald's or a Wendy's milkshake. I can't help it.
See, I'm lactose intolerant, and that to me is just that's just 7 hours of pain and obnoxious bowel business.
But I'd probably be able to keep that down with the pain. It's the fact I can't keep anything down at the minute. That's the problem.
That's the only thing I'll have out of McDonald's, a milkshake.
I'd avoid milk at all costs then. Have some boiled rice and brandy, that'll be fine.
Oh.
Forget about the boiled rice. Take a roll, a dry roll.
Yeah, fuck the boiled rice, just have the brandy, it'll be fine.
Well, I was just about to say, fuck the boiled rice.
Just forget the rice and have the brandy then, really. Is that what you're saying, Babs?
Just brandy, Michelle, yeah. Fuck the Baileys, just go for the brandy.
Listen, do you want me on here with brandy?
I think so. I dealt with Baileys and brandy, so yeah.
No, I won't. I'm not a drinker. It was just one night. But if I did, no. You don't want me on brandy.
We've got another nutter here now.
All right, Hen,
let's move now. Let's put these two together.
Yeah.
You good? You good, Liz?
Good. How are we, Barbarella?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing in the sun?
It's not sunny here today.
Of course, it's not Scotland. I would only taking the piss.
It's dry. It's not raining.
That's actually no bad, to be fair.
It's no fucking sunny here, ya bam.
No, it's not sunny, Lindsay, but it's no cold.
There's a drought in Scotland. It's not rain for a day.
Nice weather.
At least we don't need paper or water.
England, we'll move to Scotland soon. That's when I'm coming.
That's it. We can use as much water as we want. We can just turn the taps on, Arab.
I have that much. I get to the bunch.
There you go. Ask Lindsay what she thinks of Nessie and Betty.
I think I know, but
I bet you don't. I bet you don't know.
Ask her for
Lindsay,
a laugh.
what are your thoughts on Betty and Nessie?
Well, Betty's just a fucking drunken cunt. She's a drunken cunt. Oh, behave, man. Well, anyway, my opinion of Betty is she's just a babbling mess. I don't like her. So, yeah. Nessie, I think, can be quite a funny drunk. I think Nessie's quite funny.
We're the opposite. I think Nessie's drunk, and I think Betty's Betty is
a drunk. How can you say Betty's not a drunk? She's a fucking
Betty at least targets the wrong uns. Nessie doesn't. Nessie picks on the weak.
I don't know who Betty targets as long as it's me.
That was unfair that night. Nessie kept calling Betty out, and that was unfair.
It was Lindsay that Nessie told I ran from controversy to.
Wait, what? Sorry, excuse me?
The night that Nessie told you, where's that Babs runs from controversy?
She did. She did. I can't lie. She fucking did. She said, where's that Babs cunt? She said she runs away. She's a shite bag is what she basically said. I said, wait, I can Babs. That can't be the same Babs. It must be a different
I don't think it's safe up here today.
What?
You don't feel safe?
Oh, you're no safe? Oh, in the chat. How no? Tell me.
It's fucking full of nutcase women, that's how no.
Behave, you lovers, don't be.
Why, has Jackie gone out or something?
No, she's not. She's in the kitchen making dinner for the James, I think.
See,
Robert,
Betty,
are you wearing a stocking over your head?
Betty's just one of the cunts that goes for zero. She was all right for 5 minutes, and then next thing, she was just absolutely bloated. And I don't know anybody here anymore. This is not my community anymore. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Even Rob.
I'm off ski, man.
To be fair, she is right. She doesn't know anyone here.
I can, but you know what, Michelle?
Like this.
Yeah, but you get to know them.
Like this.
So what? She gets to know them, or she just talk. Just talk. Wait, or don't. You know what it is? Like okay, she doesn't, but we could all live in the past, but we don't. She either gets to know them or she doesn't. Do you know what I mean?
No, I think what she's saying is, for 5 years, all of us have been friends, and now we're killing
And now
each
you're
other.
not.
That's why she doesn't know us anymore.
Well, tell her to sit back and watch for 5 minutes and she'll see then how it's all gone. Yeah, it's just the way it is. I don't know her for Adam. I just know she goes on and screams and shouts about Irish stuff with Ubers. And I quite like Ubers, so ha ha ha.
Excuse me, I've got a Dutch hound trying to break the fence, clearly.
Me and Nora, like, because he's been about for about 100 years, and Ubers is about 150, so, you know, he's doing all right for his age.
Oh my God. It's like vague trigger words here. Steady on, everybody. It's only early. The good thing about Betty is she'll tell you she only pops in every 6 months, but she's able to tell you an exact historic account of those previous 6 months.
Oh,
she tells that every week as well.
Vinny, I love cunts like that talk absolute bollocks. I've not been watching, I've not seen anything, I've not been here for a year, but I know exactly what you had for
I only come on 7 times a year. I come on the 3rd of March because that's when my husband died.
Oh, fuck.
I come on the 15th of June because that's when my son died. I come on the 27th of May because that's when the gardener died.
Then the 18th of July when the budgie died. Then August when that fucking wee spider in the corner died, and then we had the wee fly in the wall. Oh shit! She'll be coming for me now, Babs. Are you going to protect me?
No, I'm a bollocks to that. I protect myself.
You're on your own. You're on your own.
I'm always. I'll listen. I think I can protect myself. Michelle told me.
Out of hand.
She told me. She did.
What'd you say, Babs? Blame Michelle.
Oh, is it the day of your birthday? Happy birthday, Michelle. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot.
73 today.
You said 54. You were only fucking 65. You lying cunt.
Yeah, she can't do maths though. What's 50 minus 26? Whatever you said.
Lindsay, what's 56 minus 30?
Why is that what you are?
No, I just want to know.
Why do I know? Well, is this a trick question? Is this a trick question? No. 26, okay.
You sure it's not 16?
Smart, are you trying to palm bomb your own live?
Did you say 50 minus 30?
56 minus 30.
No, I can't kick the other one.
No, it's 20, I would say 26.
Neither can I.
Oh, right, okay. Not 16.
No, why?
Are you back, Smiler?
Tell me, I need to know.
Pissy Panty thinks it's 30.
Wait. What pissy pants?
16.
What pissy pants are we talking about? What one?
Pissy Pant Nessie.
Oh, that one. Well, there's hundreds of pissy pants. Fucking middle-aged woman. Not me, I hate and tired. I jumped to the trampoline, I didn't piss myself, just to confirm. Okay, so...
She broke both ribs, but she didn't wet herself.
Actually, that's not my fault, fuck's sake. Behave. And the fucking grandson nearly broke my phone and nearly get cracked. Fuck you! You broke my phone, you wee cunt! That's only a joke, by the way, before Andy says about my grandkids. Fucking hell.
That'll be great.
So I don't give a flying fuck. So tell me, what's this about the 16 thing? Fill me in on that.
She was someone was attacking Vega and said 56 minus 30 is 16. I thought, it ain't fucking...
Yeah, but wait a minute, where's the 16? What did you do when you were 16, Vega?
To be fair, I attacked Vega.
What's he getting accused of doing? Did you shag somebody?
That's what
Did you shag a 16-year-old, Vega?
Still a virgin. I was still at 16. Let's put the condom and the stockings on Vega.
I was
untouched. I was untouched.
I can't see your comments.
My hymen was still complete at 16 then.
Mine wasn't. The
Talmud not being near you, whatever the fuck they're called then.
Do you know what? On YouTube, that's just a standard, isn't it? 16.
Is there any way we can get rid of this share your referral link? How do we get rid of that?
You can't.
Why does it say share
even if you click it doesn't go away. It's well, sometimes it's on your StreamYard. Just share it with me. Share it with me, Michelle, and I can get a discount off of StreamYard.
Why were you trying to share, Michelle? Are you sharing your own?
No, I don't want to share nothing. I just want to fucking type.
It's just that stupid fucking thing that comes up.
Share your referral link is horrible. It's
it does. It's horrible. It's
I like it because underneath it, I can do this.
Smiler can do StreamYard.
Go on, Babs.
But all I can see is StreamYard. I can't see the end of it because it says
but there's an arrow. Yeah,
I can't see it. I can't even see it.
If you press the arrow, it minimises, doesn't it?
No, there's no arrow.
But go on, Babs. Do something.
There you go.
What you do? What?
Not on an iPhone.
What did you do? Oh, man. Yes, you can,
Right,
Michelle,
I'll
on
leave you
iPhone.
here. I'm
You
going to go
can.
and get the mower. I'm going to plug it in. At least I'm going to do that. I'm going to get that.
Wait,
Come on,
what?
Michelle, at least plug it in for fuck's sake.
Are you mowing the carpet? Is she mowing the carpet with a limo? What the fuck?
She's mowing her own carpet because it's her birthday.
Shaving a
Hoover
bush.
in the garden.
Shaving a bush.
She's doing a landing strip because there's only going to be 5
Come on.
airports in the UK in 15 years' time.
Oh, okay. No, well, right. I got Michelle on a landing strip then.
Brazilian Airways will be hopefully landing this evening at Michelle's airport.
Me.
Ooh.
Oh, rainforest Michelle's got.
The pilot is
Excuse
Mr.
me?
Vincent Vega.
You're going to piss on Michelle? Did you just say something about
7,000 flight hours.
An old rainforest full of bugs.
See, rainforest to me makes me think of pissing in somebody. Like that's
Like a,
just
what?
Well, he said rainforest. It made me think of pissing in somebody.
Oh my god!
I don't know why.
Listen, the sat here, Lindsay, just so you know, the gentleman is sat with condoms on, wearing stockings.
Who is Vinny?
We all
All
had
of them.
stockings on our head earlier, Linz. Did you not see it?
No, I didn't. Sorry,
Yeah,
I missed that.
No,
What were you
missed
doing?
out there.
What were you up to?
Babs was digging through a stockings drawer, and we all had
I would go-
tights.
I can't see Babs in stockings, man. No.
I got the American tan out. No, the pop socks.
Aye, that's me like it. That's me like it. I'll get them and all.
No, there's no need for stockings when you've got decent skin.
That's
Yeah.
it.
30
That's
denier though,
correct.
Babs. It's thicker than my fucking jeans.
You were all about
Oh.
denier, so I made a joke about 30 denier. That's all.
I bet you do. Wears fucking
You
drain
don't
pipe
wear
jeans,
jeans.
Vinny. Yeah, he does. He wears drain pipes.
I do.
I know he does. Nice
He
and tight
he wears
around the
stretch
crotch.
denim from Marks
Aye.
and Spencer's.
Oh no, not Marks and Sparks. What that?
Then Marks and Spencer's moleskin jeans are nice.
Hi, Reva. So
If
what?
you're going to rub a man's inner thigh, you want it to be at least a decent quality denim.
Very true.
I thought you
Do
were going to say a decent quality fucking tight.
What else do you wear?
I prefer banter not to
Vega?
wear tights. As it goes, Vega.
Not much else, Linz.
So you say, Babs. So you say.
I find it a little bit off-putting because he's a big guy. Do you know what I mean? He's 6'3".
Oh
so
no! Have you ever seen that, Babs? A big guy in a pair of tights with his big bulge.
Yeah.
It's very
I
difficult
have,
to get that size. It's very difficult.
Well, no, when you try and put your tights on, listen, I had the 6'2" guy try and put my tights on. It wasn't very easy.
You can't get them where the gusset will come up.
That's
The
there's
gusset
nothing
remains
worse.
around my knees.
That's it. You don't look like Justin Timberlake with silver hair.
You've not got silver hair, have you, Vega?
I went silver haired when I was about 40.
Only on the side.
Silver fox.
Only on the what?
Late
The sides?
30s.
On the sides.
And nothing on the top.
After my son
Nothing
was
on
born.
top.
No.
that's understandable.
Within about 3-4 years of him being born, I was
My
fucking white.
pubic hair went into pure shock after I had my
Oh,
daughter.
that's a shame. Oh. R.I.P. Everybody's hair then.
No, we're not bald, Lindsay.
Well, Vega is. He just said Vega was bald.
He's not bald.
That's what he just said. Smiler
I
said
look,
to us.
I look like a younger version of George Clooney.
Big up the people who live in black.
I prefer Brad Pitt than George
pictures.
Clooney. George Clooney.
You're not bald, are you, Vega?
That's what
Brad
Smiler
Pitt's
said.
took his grey on now, isn't he? He's
Yes,
living
but
his
he
Velcro
can
grey.
take anything on Vinny. He is one hunky motherfucker. I'd definitely check him.
Wow.
Vincent Vega, can you hear me?
I can't.
No, he's talking to me, Babs.
Lindsay just said
My
you're bald.
ears
Are
are
you
tuned
bald?
to hear your voice.
Are you bald?
No, I've got a good
No,
head of
Smiler
hair.
said he had silver hair at the
Very
sides
good head of
Yeah,
hair.
he's
and
got a
bald
big
on the
head of
top.
hair.
Smiler, you're a liar. Why are you tell me
Vegas for a second, I thought you were
I'm-
wearing a wig on
I'm
this time.
Irish.
JPM,
I'm sort
JPM
of
put the picture out.
country Irish, so
Oh,
you tend not to see a bold
JPM put the
Irishman.
picture out. Well, JPM put
Yeah.
the picture out apparently. Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, Vega.
Somebody's lying.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but JPM.
Good
But
I'm not
Smiler
bald.
says
Lindsay,
he.
Beautiful
Lindsay,
hairline.
Lindsay.
I've got an American
Oh.
movie star hairline. I
Can we
have.
bring it?
Either
We can bring
Vega's,
it up, Vega.
either
and
Vega's
we'll have
bald
a- we'll
and
rip
wearing
you
a very
apart
good
again.
wig.
Well, JPM's got to do it.
Well,
I
he's
don't know
dead
where
rich,
that
isn't he,
photograph
Babs?
is.
So it would get a very good wig.
JPM
So-
saved that
Very
photograph. I didn't
I
bother.
mean, you know, that's a
Come
good
on,
point.
come on,
Do you remember the-
James,
Yes.
get up here with the picture.
Oh, I have got it.
Vega.
I have got it.
What you
That
saying,
was-
Got your
Babs?
fucking lawn, Michelle. We're talking about you.
That was
Do you remember that
sent
night,
to
Lindsay,
me.
where JPM put a picture of a man on and all the women jumped on him, and then he said, "Oh, it's Vega's picture."
Tennis Vega. I remember Tennis Vega.
There you
Tennis
go.
Vega,
You see,
yeah.
Vega.
My most popular
famous.
collection on OnlyFans.
Yeah,
that is.
it's quite popular over our side of YouTube. Julian had a wee wet patch when he seen it.
Did you say Julia or
No, I
Julian?
said Julia. I said Julianne.
Shit.
Julian.
James,
20 love.
James, show lift Vega.
Ooh.
Oh, James is on his way
Lift
out.
Vega is
Lisp as in yish.
No,
or as in
doctored.
Lift.
lift as in lift up.
Right, back into
no,
I'm going to
as
mow
in
half the
it's-
lawn. It's a good job
As
I have a
in,
little
he was in
garden
a
now.
lift.
Right, aye, lift. A lift.
Who's in the
Right.
lift? Do you want me to go down the
apparently.
lift?
Apparently
I've got,
Vega
I've
was.
got a small lift in the house.
Have you got a lift in your house, Vega? I bet Babs yours is a disabled.
No,
lift.
got a big
I'm,
lift.
That's to your wheelchair, Babs. That's why you've got a lift.
Yeah,
Talk
single level.
Vegas was
Cheeky
made by
bastard.
Sorry,
Stana.
Babs.
It's a dumb waiter. I've got a dumb waiter and a small lift in the West Wing, only because it's just what it is.
Do you know what I put in the chat?
Yeah, talk
Be
shit. I
right
can
back.
see you.
I'm going to mow the lawn and it won't let me put it in. Look at that.
That's because you're saying
Be
something
right
rude.
back.
Mow
What
the
is
lawn.
What is bad in there?
Mowing the lawn? That's a fucking. It's a euphemism, isn't it? For shaving your
It
fanny?
is. Yeah, it's a
Now,
birthday.
Linz,
Does it
I want you to
once a
control
year?
yourself. I'm going
Sorry.
to do this very quickly.
Oh no.
Oh, let's
oh,
full
no.
screen him.
Not too quick, please.
If you
I need
can
to
keep yourself
screenshot.
calm.
Vega.
Oh.
Arseways round as well. A good job
Wait,
it's
don't change it
a
yet,
circle.
it
You
takes me
can't
a
see any
while.
of the details.
Yeah, wait.
That
I
was
need to screenshot.
45 years ago.
No,
When
we
was
wanna
that,
see
Vega?
the full one, Vega. That's
When
not
was
right.
that,
What
Vega?
about-
Monkey nose, Vega.
Do you get brown eyes?
Yeah.
Did you get brown eyes? I do like that. Very nice. When was that, Vega? Tell the truth. Oh, what?
This is about maybe the year before my son was born. Maybe
When was
14
that?
years ago.
14 years ago.
Nose.
Yeah, 14, 15 years ago.
What do you mean his nose is broke? Leave his nose alone.
He's got a broken nose.
My
He's got a
nose
cute nose.
has been broken. It's been smashed.
Roman.
My
Oh,
nose
who
has.
smashed
See
your
that?
nose? I thought you were a
Have
nice
you
guy.
have you never been out with a plastic surgeon, Vega? I'm surprised.
I'm very
No,
surprised.
it's the one area of medicine that I haven't.
So,
Drop me an email.
My heart's
Send you
all
a
right.
card.
and your
testicles
fanny's
are
all right
okay.
because you're married to a gynecologist for a wee while.
Yes, she was an absolute cunt.
Anyway, that's enough of that. James
Sorry.
will be clipping that again, so let's not.
I've
Oh,
got the
it'd be lovely if it was
screenshot.
James.
Vega
Yes,
for the wank bank for later, Vinny.
Yeah.
I'll keep that for the wank bank.
I can't wait till somebody does the AI.
So I'm really
Vega.
young there, you know.
AI Vega.
I think I am.
And what you're really
30s.
old here. Is that what you're saying
Early
to us?
30s.
Well, he must be if he was in his 30s then. It's
He's
15
not.
years ago.
Hush your mouth.
Probably my
That's what he
prime.
said. That was your prime back then.
Yeah. Oh
You're
God,
in-
yeah.
You're not in your prime now.
No, men aren't in the prime in the 40s. No. 30s.
Well, we can shag until they're
Yeah.
about 90.
If a man's
think-
not
you
sorted
think-
by the time he's 30,
Exactly,
then
Babs,
he's
you tell
fucked.
him.
When men are in the
Detail.
40s and 50s and 60s, they are most definitely in their monetary prime. Vega.
Well, monetary, financially, you can sort of, you can surf on your prime for another
As
20,
long as that
30
sperm
years.
can cripple along, Vega, there is a chance.
Oh, most
Aye,
times,
that's
all right.
it. Right up to you're about 90, you can still be shagging. Look at Hugh Hefner, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, I could imagine you as a Hugh Hefner, Vinny. I could actually
He is
picture
very
you.
much. He's more of a.
No,
He's more of a
wonders,
He's more of an upper class Peter Stringfellow.
Yes. Yeah, I wasn't keen on Peter Stringfellow, but I get it, yeah. I can see it. Apart from the hair, obviously. Because Peter Stringfellow.
That's all I meant was the hair. And the women with large breasts and small brains.
No, large brains, small breasts, please.
Really?
Really?
Oh, yes.
Like a wee small booby then. Interesting.
Yeah, big breasts, it's just fat. It's just the same as having what you have on the
Just
front
fat,
of a
is
man
it?
when
Did
he's
you just
fat.
say it's just fat?
It
Yes.
is just fat. That's
Of course
right,
it is.
Lindsay, isn't
It
it?
is.
Of course,
Women
if the
with
woman
tits.
was thin, she wouldn't have big bags hanging out in front of her, would she? So
No.
it's just fat.
It's
because
a
of it.
good
made
point.
of silicone.
That is a good
That's
point.
absolutely spot
And
on,
it's
is
the
that?
same, you know, if a man is overweight and he's got breasts hanging on the front.
I thought you were
like
going to
Rob
say he gets
Random,
big balls. I thought he was going to
like
say he
Rob
gets the same
Random
for his
or
balls.
JPM. You know,
Yeah, well,
it's
fat
just
men do
fatty
have big
tissue.
boobies. Fat men.
Speaking of
do have
JPM's
boobs.
breasts, I'll pop the link out.
Do you know what? That's actually very good. But I wouldn't like to say it to any of the women I know with big boobies that it's just fat. Fucking hell.
It's
Scared
just
with their
fat.
tits.
I say it to
And
all
you
my
can
friends
say
who've
it.
got big tits, just out of pure jealousy. I said to them, you do know it's just fat.
Does sound like a jealousy thing to say that, doesn't it? But it's not
It
jealousy.
it is a jealousy thing, I'll be honest.
Not really, if it genuinely is just fat.
No, I mean, I am, yeah, I know, but still. I mean, my chicken fillets are just made of.
So,
I presume
question
some
is,
sort of
would you
epoxy
rather
resin.
Would you rather be fat with massive jugs or skinny with nice little fried eggs?
I'd rather be thin with a very nicely tucked vagina and a decent sized bottom.
Absolutely.
Yes, correct. Correct. Here.
Fanny, that didn't look like a car crash.
Yeah, I'm glad mine doesn't. Not like Bonnie Blues. Oof. Jeez. Oof. That's all I think about when we talk about that. Oh, God.
She's just got one hole now, that girl.
No, she done it. Did you see all that?
She's got the vaginal equivalent of Daniela Westbrook's nostrils.
She had to go and get an operation in her arsehole, didn't she?
No, that's the other one. That's the young lass.
Oh, is that the other one? Is that her pal?
Lily Big Hole. Yeah, she had to get her an anus made back into an anus. Yeah,
I seen that.
Reconstructed.
Yeah. Basically, that's horrible, isn't it? Stupid.
It should be one way only. It's not God. God didn't intend that to be talked about with.
That's for the shit to come out.
We've got a guest.
It
appears to be a very, very handsome chap.
I wish you would all fucking shut up and just get your tits out.
Oh, gosh, you did, Rob. Behave yourself.
See, this shows the level of bitterness.
It is pure bitterness, Vincent. Jealousy.
Very jealous.
This old man right here.
You're pushing me ever closer to getting on camera, you are, McDonald.
Keep pushing.
Ever closer to get on camera.
Listen, push back if necessary, James.
I'm stripped to the waist right now as well.
Ready for that?
I'm dressed from the waist down.
Your volume is a bit shit.
I'm dressed from the waist up, Babs.
You've got a leather sofa, nice cloth.
I was all right till Vinny spoke. It was all going well until then.
I like the way Vega's icon, albeit from a very famous film called Pulp Fiction, is somewhat vaginal.
Yes.
Yeah.
James.
Full screen, please.
You mean two flaps and a slit?
Microphone out.
Yes, that's exactly what she means.
Yeah.
It's a very long
Evenly
clitoris.
balanced as well, the flaps. You know,
A very long clitoris or a very
both
small willy.
sides.
What one is
Doesn't
it,
look
Babs?
like you've dropped your kebab on a Saturday
It could be
night.
a clit tassel.
Or it could be a very small willy tassel.
Now, I suspect a little bit of doctoring has gone on
Oh,
there.
that's not your picture. That's not your picture. Fuck off. That doesn't look anything like that. You've aged him up about 40 years. Don't worry, Vinny.
Also,
We know
wouldn't
you
have
don't
such
look
a
like
thin. They wouldn't have such a thin nose and eyes if his chin was double.
He's kind of like sucked him on, hasn't he, and like gave him some plastic surgery there.
Vega, it's all
Have you
jealousy.
managed to
Don't
give me a
listen to
different coloured T-shirt as well?
Oh shit! No, I don't like that picture. Go back to the other one. Your one that you showed, Vinny. That's a nice
James,
one.
put a picture of you on.
You've got very good skin, Vinny. Very good skin, hasn't he? Look at his smooth skin.
Look at it glisten.
Look at the ear. Exactly the same.
Right, let's
ear.
compare. Let's compare.
Start analysing my photograph.
You can see the broken nose.
Listen, the stem cells
What nose?
come in
What
very,
did you say?
very handy.
Broken nose in the same place. The eyes are the same. It's the same man.
Yeah, but you put it through AI and give him a double chin and no fat on his face, which is impossible.
He's very thin face. I don't like that. I prefer the other one.
If his
it's
face
a bit
was that
fatter now,
thin
Lens.
as he
Is it?
aged, then his neck would be.
No.
You're not fat. I can't imagine you being fat, Vinny. Behave.
I'm not.
So as long as it's in the correct places.
What size
That's all
collar
that
have you got,
matters.
Vega?
Collar? Yeah, good question.
Generally 16 and a half. 16,
Oh, well,
16.
see, you've only lost a little bit then.
Oh,
since
you've
your
only
prime
got-
when he was 17.
Yeah, he's a wee thin
neck.
person.
Skinny neck.
That is quite.
That's
small.
not a skinny neck. That's
Well,
quite size.
Oh,
17, I think 17
is
and
quite
a
a
half
large.
is extra large.
I'd say that's normal. What size of waist you got, Vinny?
34.
That's small.
God, you've lost
That's
weight.
small.
There you
McDonald's going to have a fit at that one. He ain't going to believe that one.
34, Vega. What are you wearing? A bloody
34. Well, 34 in trousers.
You shop in the children's department at Markson's Park. You know.
34 is quite big, you know.
No, it's not.
Tiny,
It is.
Vega.
If you were to go back 100 years, 30
got a
and
big body. Yeah, if you
32
go
was
back
the
100
average
years.
male.
But
weight.
Vega, 100 years ago, men were 5 foot tall.
Yeah.
Well, they weren't. They were about 4 inches taller than now.
I'm
3-4
sorry.
inches.
What height are you,
Shorter,
Vega?
rather.
What height are you, Vega?
6'3".
6'3" with 34 waist.
Malnourished.
Yeah.
You sound like a beanpole. Are you really?
No,
You do. You
no,
sound
no,
really
no,
thin.
No,
Doesn't he?
no.
Are you muscly?
Yeah.
No, not at all.
Oh, it's pure
Right.
sinew.
No,
I'm
not at all.
confused. 34 waist, 6'2", no muscle. What does that sound like?
6'2". What do you weigh, Vega? 12.5 stone.
Good question.
No,
What do you
I
weigh?
don't. I weigh about 17 stone at the moment.
So
Piss
is either pure muscle or is an absolute
Yes.
liar. But either way,
No muscle.
There's no danger you weigh that if you're not muscly. Fuck off.
34
behave.
waist is not small.
no, but that's what we're saying for your height and the weight.
For your
and
height,
the muscly.
No.
Aye.
A 34 waist is 2 to 4 inches bigger than the average woman's hip size. Average woman's hip size is 30 to 32.
Woman, are you?
Oh, hips. I thought you said waist. I was like, what the fuck?
No, hip. That's what I said.
Yes, I would say that's a bit right.
And
yeah.
hip size is big. So
What's your
if
chest
you
size,
imagine.
Vega?
Yes.
McDonald's just jealous. He's got a big paunch on him. He probably wore tracky bottoms for the last 20 years. Didn't remember what his waist size
Fleece
was.
ones with knees.
He's just
I've got
angry.
knees, James.
Just angry.
What chest size you got there, mate?
Okay, go with chest size. You got,
I think my chest is about 46, 48. Last time I bought a suit jacket, 46.
The man's a triangle.
He is, isn't he? He's a proper triangle.
Well, what breast size are you, McDonald? What breast size are you?
I'm about 56. Check.
He's old and he's bitter, Linz. Don't listen to a word he says. Honestly, if I'm not around, don't get on panel with him. He's just going to try. He's just going to try and besmirch me.
My biceps at their prime were bigger than Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Were they really?
They were.
You mean to just come out?
I
James
never
has
did
just
anything
come up here to show the truth.
22 inch.
Michelle, they're both going to strip off and show us their whole.
Michelle, I don't know what I believe.
Imagine the pair of us, fucking blobby and blobbier.
Me, my darling.
Robert's already naked, but Jackie's told him off.
We live on memories, Vega. We live on memories.
Shorts and
Yes.
t-shirt. Shorts and t-shirt.
Oh.
Hello, Robert. I can hear you there.
No, nobody can hear me for these fucking gobby cunts on here.
Oh, that's true.
That's you, Vinny. That's you, Vinny. Don't talk to Vinny like that.
Michelle, have you mowed the lawn?
Leave these men alone, Rob, you big bully. Vinny's motor.
What's that, Robert? You're a 32 waist with a 54 chest, did you say?
Good God, another triangle.
That's his fuck.
It's like Muscle Beach in Venice here.
I think he got it back.
Do your muscle bound.
James, show the tennis one.
That's a tune. That's a tune.
Don't show his face. Show the tennis one. That's more
aye.
intimidating.
Come on, Vega,
I
it's
like
a
the
birthday.
tennis one.
Let's have a look at your legs. Come on.
She wants a birthday treat.
Get the tennis one up.
I haven't got access.
You ain't even got the full version of this picture
It's the
I've
hint
got,
of
have
a
you?
testicle in the right part of the
I'm going to put
shorts.
you on the TV,
Is
Vega,
that?
so
Get that
that you
picture
can
up
really
right now,
see
Vinny.
it.
I haven't got access to that server
Ah,
It's all right, James
somebody
has.
get it.
here. I'm
No,
not
I
near
ain't.
my.
I've got this one.
What the fuck is
Oh,
that?
God.
What?
Well, I fucking look
case,
rough there.
Oh, no.
Kill me now.
Full screen smile,
Kill me
please.
That's what your
now.
colon looks like inside with
Don't
headphones on.
look at that, Michelle. Don't look at that picture.
I'm off for a wee. I can't tolerate that fool. Hold the line, please.
Come on, JPM. Get the tennis picture.
I haven't got it. I haven't got it.
Come on,
I
James.
have. I have.
Put the tennis one up. You
know
fucking
you have.
I've got that
I
one.
haven't got it here. I haven't got
believe
it
him?
here.
Oh,
Let's
and I
see.
never look. See, I never ever screenshot it.
You
that one?
have got a
That's how good I am.
screenshot of
I've
it.
never
Don't
kept
you
it.
tell a lie.
I can't confirm or deny if I do or not, Vinny. I refuse to
that?
say.
Ah, Linz has got it. Linz has had it printed out on a picture on the wall,
6
framed
foot
and everything.
cut out. Oh, can't be
Oh,
6
yeah.
foot. You're taller than that, aren't you? Fucking
She's
hell.
had one of those pillows printed with it.
Ah, isn't that nice and cute?
Yeah. I don't blame you.
What the fuck's that picture? Let me see. Oh no,
This
don't like that one.
this is what's known as McDonald's vision of me.
Oh, I see. Right.
I put that photograph up once with a censored board in the front, so you couldn't see any detail. So James reconstructed me. You know, like they do a road accident victim.
Frankenstein.
Yes.
You know, they put the body back
Put
together
them all
for a
back together
fucking.
in pieces.
Took me 3 hours
So
there.
hot out there. That is sickening hot.
He got the eyes almost perfect.
Yeah. In fact, it's the same eye. It's only one eye.
Look at the
And it
eyebrows.
slipped.
Jesus.
So you look a bit boss-eyed.
It looks like you fucking drew your eyebrows on with a fucking marker pen. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, the eyebrows are disputed. The eyebrows aren't
Yes,
quite
I would
accurate.
definitely dispute
But the eyes and the nose, almost spot on.
Go on.
Oh, that's because they are
Almost
yours.
spot on.
That's because they are yours. Let's have a look again.
Oh,
No, I can't deal with the eyebrows. Fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ.
I had
keep
long
them a
hair
bit
there.
too.
It was all down my back.
What?
Oh, show's
Hair down
over,
your
folks. You don't have to go
Babs.
home, but you can't stay here.
That's
there we
it.
are.
Hair down your back? Did you really? Were you a biker?
It was. It's quite long in that photograph. I was in Tenerife there.
Oh, I hate
Say
men
again,
with long
Robert.
hair.
Are you going to play that wee clip I sent you in WhatsApp?
I'd
Yeah, no,
never
I've played
date a
it.
man with long hair.
See that again?
No, I have, Michelle. I have.
Have you?
I've played
Yeah.
it.
There's beady eyes in the chat.
Many, yeah.
It's the biggest turn off for me.
Oh, no, I like a guy with long hair. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I haven't got WhatsApp on this computer.
For fuck's sake, you're absolutely useless.
Is it good?
What was it, Rob? What's the clip?
Somebody found two cosworths. I don't know if it's Sierra or Escort. I haven't looked at it yet. Robert sent me it in a barn.
Right. Just found them there?
Aye, they just found them lying. I watched a thing today about a couple that bought a house, right? And when they bought the house, there was a good bit of land with it. And the boy said to him, I believe there's a 3-door cosworth in that jungle out there somewhere. If you find it, it's obviously theirs because they bought the property.
Oh, you bastard.
I'm
That'd be
just waiting
brilliant.
to take part of that one coming. No, I'll have a wee look at that. But
That
I'm
would
just,
be brilliant.
I'm interested in seeing it. Can I show it, Smiler? How can I show it? Do you have to present or something?
You can present it, Robert.
Right,
Fuck
somebody,
knows.
hold on, give me
Babs
2
knows.
seconds. 2
It's an
seconds.
exclusive. An
What's that?
exclusive image.
Oh, no, wait.
From a certain video.
Wait, let me see.
Oh, this is not the one where Jay's wanking off his cat, is it?
Oh, no.
Oh, James, no,
This is an exclusive picture for
I don't
Smiler
want to see
Zone.
anything like that.
No.
This is in case anybody denies that I got the video.
I have enough of that with my dogs, thanks.
Excuse me?
Yeah, excuse me.
What?
Well, they're always fucking
What
cleaning
was that?
themselves.
Yeah, but you're not assisting them, are you, Mother?
No fucking way, I'll stop them. I'm like,
Oh, yeah,
not near me.
encouraging.
It was just the way you said it, Michelle. Oh, fucking hell, my heart
No,
dropped
I
for a
say no,
second.
not near me. Go and do that in
You
your bed.
don't say
over
to your
there.
dogs, "Hey, come over here and shush your knob."
I'm sure they
Yeah.
understand what you're saying.
Never.
No,
I
no.
never want to see that.
No,
You need
definitely
to
not.
release
No.
that, James. Censored, but you need to
Not
release it.
something I'm into, I'm afraid.
You definitely don't get your camera out and film it, do you?
No. No.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, that's killed the mood.
Well.
I'll go back to mowing my lawn.
Oh, God. I'm saying nothing in that discussion.
Right,
It's so hot.
Vincent.
It's fucking boiling out there.
It's quite warm here as well.
It's 29.
It's because Vinny put his pictures up, that's why it's warm.
22 here.
What have you got?
Michelle's
Is it a
having a
video?
hot flush.
Is it a picture? What is it?
I think it's a
Video.
It's a video.
If you go down to present on the bottom of the... Go down to present, find present,
Right.
Fuck does it say present?
and then you'll have the option to present whatever you want to present, whether it's a link to a
What
video,
screen?
whether it's an actual video,
Screen.
so on.
Screen sharing, right, share screen. So what screen am I sharing?
Yeah, just select the one you want via a box.
Facebook. Oh. there we
Make sure
go.
it's full screen as well, Robert, so we can't see all your personal details around.
Oh, I've not got any personal details, lad. Don't worry about
Yeah,
it.
don't do
I
a
mean, you know,
smile.
like blackgaycocks.com, sort of links that you've got, and stuff like that.
No porn bombing in other words.
Did you hit the share button there? Did that work?
Nope.
Well, Babs is going to find
Yeah,
it.
it's under
Oh,
right,
there we go.
what do you do?
I don't know. I presume you play it.
All right, hold on then. That's it. More, I'm not very good at this.
Have you been watching the auctions recently, Robert?
I have, yes, and the prices drop them out of everything.
They've been fucking hammered. Absolutely hammered. Nothing's selling really.
Is that a Sierra?
Ah, it's a Cosworthy, sir.
Yeah,
I'm
it's an
sure
escort.
it's a-
Oh,
Oh, is that an escort?
as well.
Oh, it's an escort.
Look at the state of them, but
Oh, look at the state of that.
ah, but it doesn't matter.
Wow.
No, listen.
You don't know if
I
they're
know.
real though, Robert. These just, you know, they've got the kit on. That's it for now.
Good
I
boy.
can't see anyone would have left 2 Cosworths there.
Well, I find that surprising. What they're worth now.
Not original wheels.
No, they're not original.
Oh, yeah, bam. That would have. Let's see.
Yeah, there are S's, not Cosworths.
No, that's a Cosworth. That's a real thing.
Oh, I don't know, you know.
Yeah, that's definitely a Cosworth fucking. And the lights.
Worth
Oh,
up to
that's it.
100,000. Fuck off.
Look.
Mint
It's not
was
the gear.
50,000,
Mm.
but they've been hammered now.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, half the
Are you
price.
getting it,
No
Robert?
intention
You
of
buy it,
selling.
you
I'm just
getting
going to
it?
leave them there to rot to nothing.
I
Are
know,
you getting
sorry.
it, Michelle? Mars a
Are
question.
you getting it, Robert?
I know the answer to that.
If they are Cosworths, who's bought them and just left them to rot like that?
I don't understand.
I know you just.
Right, okay.
Robert, are you sat in the garden while your
I know it
computer
sounds as
microphone's
if he's
in
on
the
the
room?
Are you in the toilet or
Miles
something?
away.
He does
Robin.
miles away. You're miles away from your mic.
You're miles away from the webcam.
Get on your mic.
Right, give me 2 wee seconds.
Hey,
and I'll share
Susan,
that.
good to see you.
Get up next to the mic so we can hear you for friggin'
You know,
hell.
Robert, sort yourself out. You sound like you're a bloody borrower.
I suspect they are just RSs, and that's the reason why they're left in the barn.
Don't think
Yeah.
they're 500. Right, I can present again if that's all right, people.
Oh,
Go
yes,
on.
please do.
Present away. Go on, Rob.
Show us it in the back, Robert, and we'll decide if it's worthy.
You're laughings.
Don't that gets me into trouble, doesn't it, Babs? All the time, apparently, when I laugh at things.
I'm saying nothing, mate.
Right, that car there is Gary's. That's my son. Right?
Yes.
Gary. Right? That was clocked doing
Tank commander.
211.1 miles per hour.
Never.
Yes.
What
That's
engine?
lane one.
That's a nice car, eh?
That's
Like it.
Peter and my Gary sitting beside it. At the
Is
last
that a
car.
Capri there? Was
Oh,
that
I
a Capri?
love a Capri, you fucking belt.
Have you seen the new Capri? Have you
I
seen
don't
it?
like the
It's
new one. I'm not
fantastic.
keen. I don't know
Oh,
about
that
it.
one, we'll have an old one.
My dad
I
had a
used to have a
Capri.
brown one.
My dad had a Capri when he was
Miata.
younger, I remember. And my
I've-
mum dated a man with a Capri.
I've shagged a few people in some Capris back in the day, definitely.
You can't talk
Sorry.
like that over
Sorry.
here. Go
Sorry.
back to the swamp if you're going to be a
Hey,
potty
Babs,
mouth.
Babs said I could.
Yeah, I
There
didn't.
was a guy
I
that
definitely
used to
didn't.
have a Cosworth. Paul
Definitely did, Babs, behave.
had an XR2i.
Oh, they're nice
His
as well,
mates
yeah.
all had XR3is,
An
and then
XR3i
this
is nice.
one guy had the Cosworth.
I'm quite enjoying that sheer thing. Well done, Vincent. Thanks for that.
Oh, God. Go on, Rob.
I wanted an XR2i. I was too young to have one. And
No, you weren't.
they were all
And when the
they
Cosworth
well, they
come,
were all
you
the
shut
rage
up.
when I was
Yeah,
15,
the
16, you
BMW,
know.
Vincent.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose, everybody had them back in the day, didn't they? Astra GT was the one.
I wanted an Astra because my
Astra GT
No
is
PE
good.
BMWs back
teacher
in
at middle
them
school had
days,
one.
it was all XR2s.
And
I
my
think I've
first car was
seen
an
that,
Astra.
Susan. Well, not in the flesh, but I think I've seen it on the internet. And it's got an old Renault 5 in there. There's about 4 or 5 vehicles left in mint condition. There's one in Japan as well. There's another one in Japan full of all the old R34s and so on. I think it happens quite a lot. They just preserve them as a little mini museum, you know. These dealerships.
They're nice motors, are them, aren't they? Nice cars. Don't make
I
them
went-
like they used to.
I went into Leicester yesterday, and there's a dealership not far from where I used to live when I used to spend a lot of time in the city. And they had some really nice cars in there, all the little sporty cars, you know, the sort of kiddie sporty cars, like the
Aye.
racers and shit
Boy
like that.
racers.
And I drove past it yesterday. It's destroyed. The whole building fucking destroyed, and it was like something out of a apocalyptic fucking
Armageddon,
tragedy.
yeah.
Yeah. The whole building was destroyed. I remember them building it about 10 years ago.
I'm sharing the Sierra.
Oh, go on, share the Sierra then.
A message on screen there for you.
Sierra, my
Vincent.
lads, right? That's his. That's him going to Port Rush. That's all the boys.
Can I see it?
Oh.
It's going off a fast, but figuring him. Let me see. Oh, yeah. Okay, I see it. That's nice.
Right, that's Gary's. That's his wee toy. Right there. That was him going to Port Rush. That's all the lads got to Port Rush in Ireland, lad. I saw the boys to Wishy.
Pick up.
I like the purple one.
P100.
Yeah, I was just trying to think of the name of it.
I seen a P100 in Saturday, aye. No, yesterday. There must have been a car show somewhere around about.
There was.
Is that the famous Ford Clitoris?
Rob, there was. I seen it online.
There was a Lamborghini Aventador, an RS8, an RS6, and a white and a P100, a red one, absolutely stunning. I seen them all passing me.
You're touching your name there.
It was on Facebook, Rob. It was on Facebook that you're talking about.
I
did.
Yeah, Robert, what you need to do...
What's he doing? But
I'm just flicking through the cars like you see them, that was all.
Yeah, but...
If you don't talk about it, it never happened.
Yeah.
It's not me. I'm not doing anything.
I've not done anything. I'm not allowed to say anything. Vinny gets me into trouble.
I've got to choking on a small piece of milk.
So she's like to talk about choking. I know, I can't help it. It's always been the same, Vinny. Can't help it.
Look at that laugh.
A typical woman.
Oh my god.
Robert, what you need to do is when you
you
open the picture, just press the picture and then the picture will be on one screen on its own.
Oh,
then you've got the arrows either side that you can scroll through.
It's a bit late now.
Listen, that's me done enough for the 90s, you know.
Is that you finished? Fucking hell.
Time to go in, Robert.
I can show you my full computer if he's like, so everybody knows I'm knowing WhatsApp taking the cunt out of everybody. I can do that.
That's boring if you're not on WhatsApp taking the cunt out everybody.
I'm a blow my cunt find.
Jesus. No, but don't want to see your WhatsApp.
It's all right, Robert. Right. Smiler tells us all that information.
Even if we don't want to know.
We had a good laugh about that, actually.
We did the other day, didn't we?
I don't mind anybody sharing what I say in WhatsApp. I never say anything, so I don't give a monkey.
No,
I've been waiting for the day that someone shares my messages and it never happens.
I'll leave YouTube then.
Oh God, it didn't mean you.
Oh, thank fuck for that.
Afternoon. Oh, evening, Susan. Good to see you. Last week you were well.
For anybody listening, I'm only joking.
So I've got a question for the panel.
Yes.
Has anyone ever had an MRI scan?
Yes.
No.
Me?
No.
I've had several.
On my back.
The fucking weird. I had one yesterday on my leg. On my knee.
Ding, ding, ding.
What noise is
Oh my lord. Yeah.
What's
I
wrong
thought I was
with
being reprogrammed by a fucking alien species.
Well,
55 minutes I was in there.
55 minutes for a scan? What the fuck are they doing?
Sounds like a gone wrong fax machine, doesn't it?
It's the weirdest thing ever.
How can
I
it take
wasn't
that?
prepared for what it did.
Tell us, explain it to us then.
Did you not get the headphones?
That's what I was
to listen
asking
to
about. I
music?
don't get
They
it.
gave me headphones. Do you remember
did they
when you
give
used to have dial-up internet, Linz?
Yes, of course I do.
All that
I mentioned-
squealing and squeaking.
Yes.
It's like
Yes.
that, but it's got a bass component to it as well. So
Give you the
it's...
emergency button.
Okay.
No, I had one in my hand, a little squeezy thing.
Yeah.
Wait, what,
But
what
I'm sure he
emergency
said at
could
the
you
start...
possibly have if it's your leg?
Just look at it. It was just a routine thing. It's for insurance. I'm
Your legs insured.
I'm getting my legs
Worth a lot of money is that
reinsured.
penis, Lindsay.
His body's insured. Anyway,
He's getting them lengthened. That's what
I'd
it
like
is.
to
Because
know
he's been
why
saying
it
he's
takes
6'3" for so long.
55 minutes for a
You have
scan
to
of
make
your
it
leg.
so-
Quiet, listen.
So they, I'm sure as I went into it, because I was only half in it, it was only a half MRI, it wasn't a full one, wasn't a full body one, it was a half one, just to do my leg. But both legs went in. And I'm sure, just as I went in, he said, this is not going to take any longer than 5
Third leg.
minutes.
Yes.
And 55 minutes later, because he told me at the end, I said, how long was in there? 55 minutes.
I don't get
Oh my
it.
God.
What the fuck were they doing to you?
Just the weirdest noises. It's like a really B-movie sci-fi.
It must have kept on moving. They probably didn't get clear one.
No, they had to do a real good scan of my leg. I might have to have an operation on my leg. So.
We'll need to get
So
the
I've had
results.
many done on my back, and they normally take about 20 minutes.
I just said that.
Of my neck. Sorry, not my back. Well,
it
is my back,
depends whether they know where the fault is. So I guess if they specifically know where the fault is.
Well,
Mine,
they
I have no idea.
they determine that afterwards. They do a wide range area, and they determine when they look at it, they can, pinpoint it by the visions.
Like the worst one I ever had, it says like no metal in there and everything else, right? So it goes in I was at work and I've been angle grinding and welding all day. Normally I'd go home, have a shower, get changed and then go to hospital, but I was running late. So I went there straight in my work.
That's early.
Got undressed, put the gown on, went in for the, what's it called, and I'm lying there with the headphones and the panic button.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell are you doing,
Michelle, holy fuck.
I'm back. I'm about to go and
No, you're all echoey.
I'm about to scissor the garden.
Are you wearing a special suit?
I want to hear what happened to us, mate. I want to hear the rest of the story.
Yeah, it's
well,
getting interesting.
I was lying there and it started like, and I thought, what the fucking hell's that on my chest? And it was little pings and it was like electric shocks. And I thought, I don't like this. Why am I getting electric shocks? So I thought, fuck this, forget. Press the fucking button.
Mm-hmm.
So they were still going and it was getting louder and louder.
4 hours later, somebody came and helped you.
Yeah, eventually they came in, they said, what's the matter? I said, I'm getting all these pains in my chest. Like, it's like electric shocks.
You didn't get electric shocks.
It was electric, honestly, it was electric shocks. Right, it was because I'd been angle grinding, I had metal.
Wee bits of metal on you, wee bits. I knew that you were going to say that.
I was getting electric.
Listen, they don't give you that hippie scrub
It's
for
only
nothing.
a magnet. There's no current.
Hippie scrub,
there.
I
It's
remember
a
that.
magnet.
Jesus.
It's
magnet only. I was worried about this.
Isn't it? It goes, oh.
But why?
I was worried about this because I had a silver wrap on my leg for a few months. With silver components in there, just to help healing.
Well, silver's not magnetic, don't you?
Well, I do, of course. But I had to ask the radiologist if I've got any silver sort of particles in me, will that affect the machine? He said no, it's magnetic. It's not.
Because you're all gold.
So, Lindsay, I heard you had some medical experience. I heard you were a nurse or something once.
Nope.
Because I was going to ask you to look at the scan that they sent me today. I thought you could have helped me. Full screen that, Babs. I thought you could have.
Let me just click on Vegas Cop.
Everybody clap.
Oh,
come on now.
But you're blaming me, Vinny.
But I was hoping that maybe you might be able to spot something with your medical
Is that a cucumber?
No. I can pretend if you want me to. I'll dress up as a nurse for you, Vinny, and pretend.
I was not having it, Vegas.
Fucking hell.
He's got a cucumber head. You don't have me full screen.
Did you see that, Babs? That's shocking behaviour over here. There's a guttural people.
They reported me last time for porn.
Give over, not for that photograph.
Fucking definitely did.
You should have said it's for medical reasons only.
Yeah, it was flaccid anyway.
Just research.
Medical
definitely AI.
Exactly, James. Flaccid.
Research purposes.
I'm more of a grower. More of a grower than a shower.
I think that was
I'd say there's certainly a shower there.
Yes. Well, yeah, I would agree, yeah.
No,
I would agree.
I was joking with that. I did definitely have an MRI yesterday.
Yeah,
you don't get the results for about a week.
Bit of coffee there, Michelle, on your birthday.
All right, Mother. Thought I'd remind you for your birthday as a treat.
That's another one. My album's getting full, Vinny. My album's getting full.
What do you think the C stands for? Come on, guys.
Right, I better go and get this scissors for the garden.
Scissoring now.
Scissors?
Wait, who you said the next
What
birthday?
do you want scissors for?
I've got garden scissors for the borders.
I thought Michelle.
They're called shears.
Yeah, I
Well,
would have thought
Eddie,
so.
I'll show you. I can show you. I will go down and
Michelle down
I'll
with
show
snips.
you me cutting my
What are you
bordering.
using? Nail scissors?
Crawling along.
You don't want to see you touching your borders, Michelle. Thank you
They're
very
not
much.
shears. They're actually scissors.
A leg,
not shears.
a gammy leg's like a rotivator behind
What
her.
do you mean? Have you got a gammy leg, Michelle? What's up?
That's what UK Lazy says.
Oh, well, UK Lady.
I don't watch that cunt. I don't watch her. Sorry.
I
didn't
have
know
a
that,
bad
Michelle.
leg, yes. I've had hip replacement. And I have a bad leg,
Oh, yeah,
but I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
drag
yeah.
it.
What have you
People
leg
have seen me.
Yeah? Did you not even know that?
I'm not dragging my leg like fucking, what's that bleeding spazzy from, what's his name? Oh, God,
Quasimodo.
what's that?
AJ Smith.
I don't drag it like
Hunchback of Notre Dame. There's a few of them on here.
Jason.
There's a few of them on here, Michelle.
Oh, Jason. Yeah, Jason's going to be dragging both legs soon.
I've got my screen paused on that picture. Jesus Christ. And
What, Vincent's penis?
yeah, it wasn't a
Just
mistake.
press the power and the volume button together, Linz.
Do you want me to send you the
know
disc
you want
straight
to.
from the hospital, Lindsay?
Yes, please. Filthy over this side of YouTube. Disgusting. Oh, God. Oh, God. So, Babs, I've not spoken to you in ages. Are you all right?
I'm getting there, yeah, I'm surviving.
Good stuff. That's what we like to
Are you
hear.
in Scotland anytime soon, Vega?
Oh.
No, I don't get up to Scotland a lot these days.
No? Not popping by the
not?
castle
Really.
to check it in Pitlocker or anything like that?
Different government, different legislation, different.
Well, we'll stop you coming in. It's okay.
You've got diplomatic
You're allowed in.
immunity, haven't you?
You're allowed in,
Well,
Vega. It's okay.
Yeah, I used to spend a lot of time in
Oh,
Scotland.
excuse me, Amazon say, excuse me, hold the line, please.
Oh,
Used to lived in
Bollocks, wrong button, hang on a
Steps
sec.
for a good while. Linz, quite nice
You're
posh
what,
area of Glasgow.
Steps is a shit.
Do you want to see
No,
the gardens
it's
there?
not.
Garden
So you show me the nice bit.
Yeah, there she is.
Free view of the mountains. You got to be kidding.
No, there she is.
Better
but
than the
everyone's
view of
got
a
one.
fucking tower block in.
Right, but
in-
I don't have tower blocks here. It's always views of the mountains here and the sea, and it's lovely here. But Steps is a better dump, to be fair.
Where are you?
Anybody want a sweet
Down the west coast, Ayrshire.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful.
You'll see me there soon, Vega. I'm going
I did. Yeah, Michelle's
Do you
coming
want
up
to
to see
take
me.
me, mother?
I'm going up to see Robert and Lindsay and loads more.
I'm
Do you
looking
want to
forward
take
to
me?
it.
Shall we do a tour of Britain? Me and you.
Well, I've been to Scotland 3 times and never seen it in the daytime.
I heard you
I've
fell
only
out
ever
with
been in the
Binksy. Now
dark.
you owe her all that money for covering
Oh.
you for the drugs.
Oh.
I'm flying
That's the
there.
rumour.
I'm staying out of that.
What? What money?
That's the rumour.
Drug money,
Money
he
for
said.
what?
You got a big fine, and you stuffed all the drugs on Binksy, so Binksy had to pay the drugs fine. This is what Ubers was peddling recently.
No,
Told you I seen that. I told you I saw something about that somewhere.
Ubers is somebody
I
else.
think
Was it
other
Ubers
people
that
have
said
said
it?
that, but
You
not
bugger.
Binksy.
And then that's why you and Binksy fell out, because you wouldn't
That's
pay
what the
your half
rumour
of
is
the
it?
fine.
Oh, well, they have no idea then, do they?
Oh,
I
dear.
didn't believe it. If I
No
believed that, I
idea.
wouldn't bring it up now, of course.
Yeah.
No, oh, my scissors need sharpening.
Oh dear. Who are you stabbing with them? Who's getting stabbed with your scissors? Should we
There is
sharpen the
another
scissors?
rumour, but I'm not going to mention it.
Tell me.
Yes,
You
you
can't
are,
say that. You
James.
can't do that.
I'm not.
Fuck off. I hate cunts who do that. I've got something to
Do you
tell
mean
I'm
that
not
Michelle
doing
and Binksy were lesbians?
Tell us,
Well,
Tupia.
it's a random. It's sort of,
Give us a clue. Give us a clue.
and it involves a threesome.
Oh,
Who
blimey.
with?
Well, there's a
That's
limited
Why don't you
number of
name one of them?
suspects.
Give us the name of one.
Michelle?
No, not Michelle.
Mabel.
The man.
What's
I
the
want to
name
know
of
who the
what
guy
of
was.
one? I can't hear you. What are you on about?
He said there's a rumour going about, and he's about to tell us what it is. About something about a
okay.
threesome. Something about a threesome involving you. Why was I not invited,
I've
Michelle?
heard the rumour. I've heard. Oh,
heard
yeah,
it.
we've been meant to have many threesomes. Funny how none of the men have come up and said, yeah, it happened though, innit?
I have not heard this rumour, Michelle.
Still in therapy, probably.
I've met loads off here. No one can say that they've ever had anything sexual.
Michelle, you've not met me yet, hen. You've not met me yet. We'll see what you're saying.
You know
when
what?
you
There's
come back
more
for here.
chance of me sleeping with you than there is a man.
Exactly.
You're right. There's
Exactly.
more chance of me sleeping in a
two.
bed with you.
The
You
gift
heard it
that
here
keeps
first,
on
people.
giving.
Oh, I love it, me. Controversial bastard. That is what it is, you know. We'll see, Michelle. We'll get the videos made when you come up.
I will, at them lovely beaches.
Trouble is, Scotland's terrible in the summer.
I hate weeds.
Awful
What do you mean it's terrible in the summer?
It's
Why is it?
horrible in the summer. Well, the
For what?
midges, for one.
Oh,
As
the
soon as you
midges,
wanna do a
aye,
little
the
bit of-
midges are a pain in the arse. I agree.
Yeah.
Lemon, it's lemon though, isn't it? You use lemon.
Yeah,
Avon's
but
got something.
it doesn't
Avon's got a
work.
good spray. I've got it in the
doesn't work.
corner, in the
You'll
cupboard, in
never
the
get.
corner.
It doesn't work,
Fucking
Michelle.
hell,
You'll
who's
never
in
get
the
rid of the
corner?
midges. Never, ever, ever. You'll get rid of these bastard midges up here. Fucking
I
annoying
don't
as
tend to
fuck.
get them down here. We don't get them down
No,
here.
you're not. No. It's a
You do
Scottish
if you
thing.
travel out
But you
to
get-
water, near
Yeah,
water.
second ponds will find loads of midges.
It's only really at a certain time of night, and you don't get them through the day.
There's 3 man-made lakes that I used to go sailing out on the other side of Leicester when I was younger, and they're all stagnant and they're all fucking full of midges. And I used to ride round there on my bike. I'd come home with like a kilo worth of midges down me.
I wonder how many you swallowed without knowing.
Exactly, about a kilo.
Somebody that has said
About
to
a
me in my
fucking kilo
20s,
of them.
you're going to sit in your 50s and you're going to scissor your grass. I'd have fucking laughed at them. And now I can't believe I'm doing it. Look at this.
Are you
Could
to
have been
Leicester,
right there,
Vinny?
Michelle.
Is that where you're from? Leicester?
I was born in Leicester. I was born in Leicester, and then as soon as I was old enough, I fucked off.
You fucked off.
Yeah. I spent...
Yeah, went to Birmingham.
Yeah, all the exotic places. And I moved back here because I met a girl and we had a baby. So she wanted to be here because she had friends, and my family were here. So
Never been to Leicester.
Leicester is a good place. Bit of a multicultural shithole, but
There's nothing there. Don't bother.
get out. It's more than Peterborough. Peterborough was
Fucking hell.
voted the most
Just as bad as
dire,
Peterborough.
miserable, horriblest place to
I
live in
know.
the UK recently.
What's
I
that?
don't understand that. It's a beautiful city, Peterborough. Beautiful,
It is
the
lovely.
Are you being
cathedral.
sarcastic?
No, I'm
Wonder
not.
who-
It's true.
no.
Oh, you're
I
not.
remember
Wonder who's not.
Peterborough.
Do you know what? Do you know the reason why, Vincent? Because in the 90s there was a documentary on BBC Two, and they went over and they spoke to all the Romanians and all the fucking Polish, and
Yeah.
all they were saying was Peterborough. That's why they couldn't even speak English. All they
Yeah.
knew was Peterborough and yes and no, and they flooded. And I tell you what, it was quite good because they went into the Asian area. Oh my God, the war, the fights, it was brilliant. And they've took over the Asian area. It's theirs now. Good on them.
Yeah.
Good on them.
You've got, what's the name of the big street we spoke about recently? The big
Gladstone
long
Street and
That's the
Lincoln
one.
Road.
And it's a shithole, and I've done contracts there many years ago, about 6-7 years ago, and just furniture, black bags on the front of nearly every other house because they get
Oh.
kicked out all the time, don't they? The
Oh
tenants.
dear, I wouldn't like that.
Do you know
Oh,
the
it's
saddest
like
thing,
Beirut.
Vega? I used to walk
Oh,
Lincoln
fuck.
Road at
Fuck that.
11 years old. I used to walk that road at 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night. It didn't matter.
Can you
When I
rephrase
was
that?
a teenager, I would go down there.
Up
I
and
would
down
just
those
sit there on foot.
streets.
Some mad streetwalker,
I don't
lady
step
of the
Swinging
night.
her handbag.
Lady of the
Never
night.
see me down Lincoln Road. It's
Fucking hell.
horrible.
Yeah.
Horrible.
How much did you make, Michelle? Did you make a lot?
£20.50 she made, Linz.
Oh,
Who gave her the 50? Every one of them.
When I was 11 years old and I walked down Gladstone Street, I was the only white girl after 6 o'clock. There was
I
no
wondered where this was
females
going
on
then.
that street
Jesus
after
Christ.
6 o'clock.
Didn't let them out. That's
And
why.
when I walked down there and you were talking, what was that? I was what? So I was what, 11, 12? I knew one word of Pakistan and it was gutta and it meant dog. And I was 11 because I was a girl walking the streets with no man beside me.
Yeah.
I used to get that for months. That's
So
why
many
my
jokes.
mother moved.
So many jokes.
I know,
mother
I'm saying
moved.
nothing, JP. Nothing
My
at all.
mother moved from that estate, from that area, because she said, "Fucking hell, you couldn't." If I went out at 6 o'clock, my mum was getting screamed at down the street for allowing me, a girl, to be out on the streets.
Oh, I'd hate to live somewhere like that, man. Fucking
So
hell.
we moved. Wasn't it, Britain and Vincent? Junior, you know that. It was terrible.
Yeah. Well,
Terrible.
Peterborough's divided now, isn't it? You've
Yeah.
almost got it half white, half brown now.
Well, do you know
or
what I
half
love
foreign.
about it? There's one street called Gladstone Street, and they are full of Asians, and they fight amongst themselves. And
Yeah.
do you know why? Because they say you're the top, Gladstone, and we're the bottom, and the top and the bottom don't like each other, so they fight. It's fucking brilliant. You've got like 800 houses, and they're fighting amongst themselves because we live up the top and you live down the bottom. You're scummy down the bottom, and we're better up the top. It's fucking
But that's
mental.
the same as everywhere. But the top end, the bottom end. That's the
Yeah,
same everywhere.
postcode
Yep.
gangs.
Yep. Definitely. It's always been like that everywhere.
Good to see you. Thank you.
Hi, Edwin. How you doing?
Hey there, Edwin. So,
Hi, Charlotte. I didn't
Yes,
see you.
samosa. But I loved it down there. I loved the food. I loved the culture. It was brilliant when I was a teenager. But I don't go down. I wouldn't let anyone go. I wouldn't tell anyone to drive down that street now.
Hi, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm going to have to go, everybody. I know it's a be a terrible loss for you all.
We
but,
want to know what you got from Amazon first.
I got two large aloe vera liquid hand soap refills, and what else were in that box I just got?
Is that it?
Oh, and a fucking thing of fabric softener. I
we
mean,
hear
living
Mr.
the high
Babs
life.
there?
Me dad. Hi.
Yes, that's banter there.
Persil's good.
Hello, Banter.
You like
Not
washing
saying hello to you.
powder? They do a good deal on their Persil.
Land Rover.
Persil
E1.
is
Lovely to hear Banter's voice. We've not heard
So
it
Banter
so
goes
long.
outside and I thought, what's he doing? So I snuck out
Is
the
he?
conservatory, I'm peeping, and he's outside and he goes to fire the barbecue up. So I thought, you know, to cook on the barbecue. So I hid on the around the corner behind the conservatory on the rattan bench, and I was laughing. I just put my fucking fist through the whole bastard thing. So there's a big hole in it now. So it just cost me 150 quid for a new bleeding rattan bench.
Oh, fuck's sake, Babs.
She's so violent, isn't she? She's so violent. Fucking hell,
I
Babs.
blame Vega. I said it was sexual frustration, and so I'm back now. I'm gonna have to go because I need to go kill something that Banter can barbecue.
Yeah, I'm saying nothing again. I'm doing very well, Babs. Keep my mouth shut.
You are. Lindsay, don't worry. When I go, you can set yourself free.
No.
But I think we'll have fallen out in an hour, so I'll be back. That's Banter and I, not me and Lindsay.
Yeah.
Burn the sausages.
I'm
going to go see if I can put a microwave.
We're going to fall out.
I'm going to go see if I can put a microwave meal on it first, Michelle.
Babs, how much is the barbecue? I'm just thinking
Get the
how
square
much you might
sausage
have
on
to
the
pay
go.
if it fucks up.
Oh, it's a fortune. The barbecue's fit. Better
Fuck
fucking
off,
work. It was
it's a
very
deceit- it's
expensive.
one of the
Which one is
disposable
the
ones.
Blackstone? Have you got a Blackstone, Babs?
A disposable one at Asda.
It's a Weber. It's a Weber.
Blackstone.
So technically, it's not barbecue then, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a big gas barbecue.
Yeah, but it's not a
with a side
barbecue,
thing
really,
that you
is
can
it?
put pans on.
It's not fucking barbecue, Babs. Sorry.
Be nice.
Oh, that's it.
Oh, it's not.
Sounds like
It's not.
Sounds like a gas hob.
Barbecue used charcoal.
He said, don't be doxing my barbecue. Vegas, it sounds like a gas
you use
hob.
the Blackstones, James. Come on, they're the fucking in thing at the minute.
Banter said Vega.
You've got a cooker.
Excuse me, everybody.
That's what it is.
Excuse me, Banter said, Vega, unfortunately this time you are wrong. It's not a fucking gas hob.
Men
It's a
become
legit
very
Weber.
protective about the barbecues.
It's a Weber with
Tony's
two
husband, I
fold-out
understand.
strap-ons.
Yeah, it's not a barbecue. Not barbecue.
Yeah.
James.
For fuck's sake.
If people who call them things barbecues are deluded.
James, I'm just going to take nothing from what you've said and everything from what Vega said.
If you haven't spent 45 minutes preparing the fire with your own bare hands and look like Al Johnson afterwards, then it ain't a barbecue.
Yeah, that's what we've got Sebastian for
Absolutely.
Vega, but we don't talk about that. That's a private thing. Anyway, we've got to go. I love you all very much. Thank you for calling.
Mammy, she
later.
laid eyes at me.
Oh, God.
How I love you. How I love you, mammy.
Well, I hope she enjoys her burnt
barbecue.
sausages.
I need food.
Food. What you having,
You
Cheryl?
need to get that garden done first.
I'm still scissoring the garden. Fuck off.
I don't think you should
got
be using.
loads
With
of
the
stuff I
rumours
like
going
to do.
around about you, Mother, I don't think you should be using the word sizzling.
I
too
agree.
much.
Scissoring is definitely. There's so many things that we could say
Hold
there.
on a minute.
You
I'm
need
gonna,
to
no,
find
you
another
clip this
describing word.
There's
Aye.
the scissors.
Aye.
That's
No,
what I'm doing.
they're
They're
not
fucking.
scissors.
They're shears, are they
They're
not?
shears.
Ada says
They're not.
shears.
They're scissors. They're
There,
They
you
look
need
like
no
shears.
clippers.
Or,
scissors.
yeah,
No way,
yeah.
they
Or
scissors.
clippers, aye. I wouldn't call them
You
scissors.
won't cut no one's hair with
They are
it.
scissors. Look.
Look at the
Hold them up
size
to
of
the
them.
camera. Hold them up properly.
Look, they're scissors.
I'd say they're kind of half and half. I'd call them maybe.
I'd be.
They're not shears. They're not
what's
shears.
that word when you fucking take the bone out of a chicken? Bascotch, or whatever it's called.
Oh.
You
Look, that's
bascotch
it,
a
I
fucking
can't even
chicken
do
with
it.
them.
Spatchcock.
Spatchcock a chicken with them.
We don't take the bones out. You just lay it
You
flat.
just
don't
break
you?
the
You hammer
back.
it flat.
You
Just
take the
break the
backbone
back.
out.
Do you
Take the
remove the
backbone out.
bones?
You don't take the bone out, James. You just break the back.
Yeah, you
of
do.
You wrap,
and then
you wrap it
squash
in
down.
straw.
God.
Wrap it in straw, and then
Straw.
chuck it in the bin because it sounds shit.
Michelle, your
Buy a
scissors are
proper
lovely.
chicken.
Lovely scissors. Your scissors look cool as fuck. They look nice. Lovely scissors. Let's see what you've cut. Show us a bit of your grass. We'll see how you've got on.
Oh, do you want to see it? I'll show you.
Yeah.
So, right, so this is what I haven't cut up there. Can you see all the edging? It's all on my cobble.
This is what you
Yes.
could have won.
This is what I have cut. Look,
Before
nothing,
and after.
nothing on my edging. It's all
Beautiful.
gone,
Beautiful.
all gone. And
It's going
then
to take you
look,
forever. Fucking hell.
see, all the way round.
Have you not got one of those ones with the
Make
wire?
me full
What they call them?
screen, for fuck's sake, Smiler.
drummer.
Give the girl a fucking, give
I
the
know
girl a big break.
when Beb's ain't here, he don't know what to fucking do, does he?
Right, see, so there's my edging that
And
I've cut.
Dave.
You can see,
Okay, nice
look, it's
garden.
all nice. And then you
Missed
get
a bit
up
there.
here.
Hey, hold on, go back. You got
Rewind,
I'll just see some cannabis.
Back.
Go back.
where?
Go back. I'll
I'm
see some
here.
cannabis
This is where
growing.
I am.
No, I'll see some cannabis leaves.
Back again.
Where?
Back.
You fucking ain't. That's a plant. Look, it's got flowers off it.
Do cannabis plants not have flowers? I'm sure they flower.
I thought it was a sativa.
You need to
I mean, an
moisturise
indica.
those hands, mother.
There's
They're
my
looking
little
I didn't even
hedgehog
notice.
house, look.
looking very
hate
dry.
It's been groaning.
Well, she should have gardening gloves on, really. I would have
No,
said.
you
There'll
get
be
dirty.
some
You get your
fucking
hands in the
wildlife up
mud.
there.
You get your feet in the
Oh, is
mud.
that for the
This is what
hedgehog?
being Earth is.
Don't know what that is. I don't know what that wee thing is.
Look like something like for hedgehog home.
That's the hedgehog home.
A
Yeah.
hedgehog
Yeah, that was
home.
that's the hedgehog home. I've got a hedgehog in the garden. He comes.
You've got a very
Comes
nice
every
garden,
night.
Michelle. That's very nice. What else you got?
Well, these are my bushes. These are my roses.
Sorry.
That's my jasmine. They're roses. I've got to control them. They're getting cut back.
Yeah, I would
That's
say
the
so, yeah.
buddleia.
Is that your clothes pegs hanging up there? Did I see a
That's
bag of
another
clothes
buddleia.
pegs? I'm
But
sure I
this
saw a
side's
bag
not-
of
oh,
clothes
these
pegs.
are roses.
Yeah, she
look,
only
they're
waters
9
them
foot
once
tall.
a week.
Yeah.
The clothes pegs, that is.
I like this one. This is mine. I like this one.
What's that?
It's just the colour of it. It's just beautiful.
Yeah, but
The
what is
different
it?
Pinks. Just a bush.
Oh, just a bush.
Just a big bush that goes pink.
Let me see your clothes
And then-
pegs, Michelle. Go back.
And then there's roses.
A pink bush.
Have we got a bit of clothes peg envy going on here, Lynn?
I want to see them, but she's not showing me them. Why is she not
What?
showing me?
I've
It's gone
got. What
down
do you
on
want
the
to
floor
see?
now, look.
Clothes
Your clothes
Dog
pegs.
wrecks it all.
I like the
Right.
old-fashioned clothes pegs myself.
I want
the
to see your
wedgie
clothes
ones.
pegs, Michelle, because it's your
Dolly
kind of
pegs.
clothes pegs you've got.
I'll show you my
That's them.
clothes pegs.
That's the
So
ones
this
you're
is
talking about.
my. This is I made this. May I just say homemade?
I knew I seen
I
that
made my
there.
peg bag.
Beautiful.
And
I remember
there's
seeing
my-
that episode of Blue
We want
Peter.
to see your pegs.
Wooden
We
pegs.
want
Do you
to
use
see your pegs.
wooden pegs?
I like the older, even the older
The
ones
ones
of
with
them
the
as
clips,
well.
the
Like,
ones that have got the
Yeah,
wee
they're
Talking
rounds.
about the
thing.
dolly packs.
Look like a wee. I
the
told
one
that's
with
it.
wedges on.
No,
the
my
wedge.
mum's got them. My
You
mum
can
had
put a wee
dolly
dress
pegs.
on them, make them into a wee person. That's the ones, yeah.
They're lovely, the dolly pegs.
Yeah.
How many of them pegs can you get on your face, Michelle?
How many what?
What?
How many of those pegs can you put on your face? Like, there's a
I've
world
never
record something
tried,
like
James.
300 or...
I'm not that
Please
way
don't.
inclined.
Do not try that, for fuck's sake. Do not try this at home.
Look, I
people.
even have a gardening bag.
Oh, so you do. Let's see your tools, hen. Shows your
I have my
tools.
tools.
She's got a tool bag in it. That's off a shiny. That's never been used. That wee fork thing looks as if it's never been used.
Every week.
Now, there's some shears.
Piss off. They're off a shiny, Michelle. Jesus
There's some
Christ.
proper shears
No,
there.
you clean them, Lindsay. You
Aye,
don't
did
Never
the
seen the
proper
light
clean.
of day, let alone a bit of
That's just
soil.
fucking disgusting.
I agree with you,
And
Vinny.
then up
I agree
here,
with
I'll
Vinny.
show you. So
I don't
up
believe
here
that.
is my. This.
Oh,
Oh no, I
that
won't
has to be
actually.
your
It looks
soil,
a
They're
mess.
just for show, aren't they?
And they're grey.
Oh. Oh. Very shiny tools, Michelle. Oh, what's happened to her?
Check.
No.
She's gone. Got to rub a bit of mud on that shiny.
Must be at the back of the garden there.
Michelle, your internet's went all weird. Oh shit.
Yes, at the back of the
Gardener's
garden.
just turned up with his bag of tools to do it.
To be fair, I don't believe they've been used. I know you clean them, but come on now. What did she use? Fucking Brasso? Jesus Christ.
I've lost connection.
Oh.
Oh, am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've got very nice garden, Michelle.
Right, I'll have
It's
2
very
minutes
nice.
and then I'll go back out there and scissor. What the fuck have I done with my glasses?
Stop saying that. Jesus.
Clipping. Use the word clipping.
Yeah. Just sit down, have a cuppa, have a wee coffee.
Hey, Farmer Floyd.
So
I
what
love
you doing?
my garden. I love getting
Your
out there,
garden's
getting
really
dirty.
nice. It's lovely.
Get your feet out there. Get your hands in the mud. It's the best thing for you.
Hands and feet in the mud.
Oi, oi.
Hello.
Every week, Furry. Every week. Well, every couple of days I mow my lawn.
You've arrived at the right time, Dave. Michelle's scissoring. She's scissoring somebody. Aye, all right, hen. How are you, hen?
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, chat.
How
Good evening,
are we?
Adam.
What the fuck is that? A chicken?
How to spatchcock a chicken.
Could you say to us, have you filled Ubers in yet?
It cooks quicker.
Do you know what? He was only round the corner from me, Vincent.
Oh,
Is he?
jeez, Dave.
If I'd have known,
Oh, Lord, what a perfect opportunity.
I'd have loved to have said hello to him.
He'd have never known it was you.
No.
I think he might have, yeah. Oh, Dave,
No, I
I'm
would've said
traumatised.
hello
I'm
to him.
traumatised, Dave, from this mob over
Dave,
here.
did you go out shopping?
Shocking behaviour for this Vinny dude.
Stopping.
Shopping.
No comment.
Okay. Did you eat your
Oh.
beef? Did you eat your beef dinner?
Now,
Yes,
we
me
want to
beef,
know
yeah.
whether you went out shopping.
Yeah, we need to know now. You can't do that, Dave.
Yeah, I did. I got me beef.
Did you have your dinner?
In the end,
It's only 6:15.
What, last night or so you eating it tonight?
no.
Shirley, see, Shirley
tonight.
knows the deal when it comes to
What's Shirley
spatchcocking
saying?
a chicken.
It cooks quicker. Well, cooks quicker without the bone. Right. Well, Shirley's the expert. We believe you, Shirley.
As I stated,
Well, don't believe
no
me.
knowledge.
I don't know. Fuck all me.
Shirley's another Michelle when it
Have you
comes
cooked
to
it like that before, James? Spatchcock?
No, I haven't actually.
I just buy
That's
it
the irony.
spatchcocked. I don't do it. I just
The
buy it
irony.
like it.
James, I know you was winding them up the other night.
When?
The lemon and herb one's nice. I think is it Aldi or Lidl do the lemon and
Well, I
herb
don't know if
spatchcock.
James
That's what I
tastes
get.
the herbs and lemon. Do you, James?
I'm lost. You lost me, Dave.
The other night, you was winding someone up in the chat. I don't know what was. There was a bit of back and forward going on with you in the chat.
Oh, you mean Ron? Ron,
I missed it. I missed it.
Ron, just deflecting his gayness. You mean?
Apparently, you're the only man who can suck his cock, like your cock.
Oh, I forgot about that, JPM.
And at
I'm
that
disgusted
point, I'm
with
going
you.
back in the garden. If we
Sorry,
talk
Dave.
No,
The only man that can find it.
after that.
That's
I'm
why.
Dave,
not joining this
have you asked him about this, Dave? Have you
I'll
actually
go
got to the
back
bottom
to
of
the
this?
gardening.
Well, ask him.
So we've got Michelle Lesin on Binksy, McDonald Lesin on Ron. What's going on here?
Well, apparently,
Smiler, you stop fucking looking at me like that, you old bastard.
JPM, is it right? Did you say that in the chat? Did you actually say that? JPM, don't
Yeah,
ignore me.
sorry.
Did you say that?
Did I say what?
That you can suck your own cock, put a finger up your ass?
No.
That's what I mean.
Everyone can do that, can't they?
No. See, you were trying to infer.
Michelle and Dave,
I was some sort of gay man, and I said the only cock I've had in my mouth is my own.
Well,
Which
that was a whole
infers.
debate.
What does that infer, everybody?
So you've never
Can you
sucked cock?
fit your cock in your mouth?
No, that I've got a massive cock.
Yeah, that's correct. So, but you basically said that you've had your own cock in your mouth.
No, I didn't say
Can you
that.
bend over and
Well, yes,
suck
you
it,
did.
James?
You
Oh,
said
I
the
did say
only
that.
one
I did
I've
say
had.
that. You're right, I did say that.
I know you did.
Suck your cock.
You fucking idiot. Don't try and get one over on me, JPM. Behave
He
yourself.
wants to get one over on you. Moving on.
Did you have to remove a rib to do
James, is
it?
that your party trick?
No.
Are you an
Fucking
honest?
hell. Do you know what, Michelle? That wasn't. It was a finger up the arse, but that was kind of. That was a bit at the same time. Do you know what I mean? It was fucking hell.
Oh no! I wanted to
hang
know
on.
if you could suck his
I was just
cock.
going with the flow.
He's wants to keep up with this.
That's
He's
what it
sucking
said,
himself
Vinny.
off, and you're worried about his finger.
Yeah. I think it's a very. If you can do
Not
that
did I say I
yourself.
sucked.
The thing is, you can
Well, you
accidentally
did.
put your finger up your ass.
Yeah. Yes.
You don't accidentally suck yourself off, do you?
No, definitely. I wouldn't have thought so. I wouldn't have thought so.
Hold on.
Well,
Rewind.
this went down, didn't it?
Listen,
toilet paper, Vincent.
we discussed
Yeah,
this for about 2
exactly.
years.
I was just about to say, I've bought toilet paper from Lidl before.
Yeah, I've got skills, Michael. I've got skills. Let's put it that way. I've got skills.
Oh,
DBS wants receipts.
Oh, receipts.
It's a good point. If we don't see it, we don't believe
It
you.
all started with Ron saying that MMA fighting is for people who like watching men oiled up. One thing, they don't get oiled up. You would not go into a fucking MMA fight oiled up. One, it's illegal to do that because you're not allowed, right? And two, that's more on you than anyone else wanting to mention that they're oiled up. So there's one thing for
MMA
Ron.
is not like
Right.
wrestling, though, is
Yeah,
it?
but how did that
MMA
go on to that? Wait a minute.
Ron
How
thinks
the
that
fuck did
everyone
we
who likes
end up-
MMA likes
Yeah,
to
but-
watch men roll around and wrestling and blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Right. So how did
So
it get to
I
the next
think-
level?
I don't know. He just
Oh,
went
fuck
on
off.
there.
There's a big jump between that and fucking sucking your own knob and put your
Well,
foot in.
he was trying to say it's all gay and it's that, and I just ended up going along with it, you know.
Well, we had
Why
a big
not?
debate about this for hours the other night.
Yeah.
There's going to be a playlist of songs now, JPM.
Oh, I know. I don't care.
It's great. Oh, it's great.
YMCA.
I'm quite impressed if you can do that, GPM. I actually think that's very
I'm
impressive.
impressed if you can suck your cock. Yeah, I'm impressed. Oh,
Very
fucking hell, my
impressive.
neighbours.
Oh, you've got
I
two.
never
My
did.
neighbours are in their garden, and I'm
I just
saying
put it
you
in my
can suck your
mouth.
cock.
If you just put it in your mouth, yeah, no
Yeah.
problem.
Sorry about my
I'll tell you what,
language in the
JPM, you
garden.
got two people's eyes lit up there.
I did.
And one of them weren't Ron's.
Well, we're impressed. We're impressed.
Big up, Ron.
So. That's it. Anything else you've done bad is all forgotten. But that's it. All is forgiven if you can do that as your party trick.
And sorry, Lynn, that was the other thing. He was going on about it being gay watching men wrestle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say you like watching men bending over, like playing snooker.
Oh.
And then it just went in from there.
Oh my goodness.
What a chat, Michelle. I can't believe you missed all this. I can't believe you missed this.
People fighting, and then fighting is a man's sport, right?
Oh.
Watching someone bend over a table, suspect.
I don't think you might be looking at their arse. You might be looking at
I
the
do like
actual
snooker, though.
table.
Yeah, but hang on a minute. The
Yeah,
arse is one thing. What about the queue?
Table, I don't look at their arse.
No,
You've got wanking motion
Depends
when you
who-
play
depends
snooker
who-
as well.
Depends who it
Yeah,
is,
I mean,
Michelle.
you know,
Yeah, who's
Yeah.
playing the brown?
Oh, God.
Wow.
JPM, clearly. Fucking hell. He's
No,
Dad.
I'm more of a pink ball man myself.
Or a pink ball.
He likes the pink ball in the pocket.
Oh. I wouldn't like to know who JPM's been with.
No. Dearie me. Oh,
One
I
in the
wish we'd
pink,
been
one
there.
in the stink.
Yeah, that's getting
You know-
listen, that's the thing the sales
Oh,
girl
yeah.
says all the time.
In
Well,
other
usually
news,
I did say it. Oh, yeah.
It's a slightly adjusted version.
in
Got
other
it right. He
news,
said, how
someone
did you
got,
know that you could do it? I said, I've done a cartwheel, and a cartwheel
oh
naked.
yeah, the
and
cartwheel,
it's
that's
filling
right,
my
yeah,
mouth.
naked cartwheel.
And it just happened to
A
fall in the
naked
mouth.
cartwheel. A naked cartwheel, did you say?
A naked cartwheel. I mean, knob fell in my
I
mouth
have to say,
by
I
accident.
can't wait for them to flourish. Look at that archway.
Oh.
That is going to be fucking beautiful when that comes out. All them
Is there
roses.
Oh,
flowers
look at
coming
that
on that?
bush.
All them beautiful roses.
Is it blossom or is it just a bush?
Yeah, just be a
It
bush
blossom.
of roses. And
Oh, it's a rose bush.
Yeah, it's all roses. It comes from that bush.
You've got too many branches there, Michelle.
Yeah, I know. I've got to cut
Your
them
energy
out.
will go to all the branches and not the roses.
I know. I've got to cut them. I don't want to do it. I want to speak to Ginge because he's the gardener.
Yeah.
I want him to tell me what to do with this rose
Right,
bush because
it's
I
dead
think
easy.
I have.
50% rose stalks, 50% not.
Yeah. But I'm going to let it
And you'll get
flourish
your
this
best
year,
mix.
and then I'm going to cut it all off. But it will be beautiful. It was last year.
Don't you ever do any of that stuff, Michelle, where they cut a bit out and they put a different breed of rose in, and then the next one's come out red and white,
Splicing.
stuff like that?
Oh, that's
Yeah.
splicing. Do you know what, James?
Yeah.
It's funny you say that because I thought I might try that.
Yeah,
Because
you should.
That
Should
rose
do. It
bush, look at that. That's absolutely huge. And when that flourishes, that will all be white and pinky. And then I've got red ones here. And I've watched videos of splicing, and I thought I could do that.
You could.
Yeah, we'll give it a go.
Yeah.
We'll give it a
Go
go.
on, yeah.
It's easy.
Why not?
I love it when two bushes come together.
Well, we were talking about that earlier, Dave. We were talking about that earlier. You
Dave
missed that.
likes an overgrown bush.
Does he?
1970.
Dave.
No, I don't
Back to
actually.
the 70s for old Dave.
Oh, in other
Jeez.
news, has anyone got a pound for Spain to put in the meter?
Innit?
What?
Yeah.
Well, without power, or they're not now. It's coming back.
What about this one? You know that bird who accused Prince Andrew and theEpstein thing? She died of suicide, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
She's been off.
Convenient.
And if you notice,
James, didn't she
on-
just get millions for that?
she was
got
paid off
10
12
million,
years
didn't she?
ago, 10, 12 years ago,
I
paid
thought
off
she
by
was paid
Andrew.
off recently again, though.
But if you notice, all of the news stories claim or state Epstein victim, Virginia Giuffre, committed suicide. They didn't put fucking Edward. What's it? Not Edward, the other one.
Andrew.
What's his name?
Prince
Andrew's victim. They didn't put that.
That's true. Oh, wow. And you know, where is the, well, I mean, no one's been done. Where's the fucking the roller thing? All the people that were on that list. All the people that were visiting that place.
Yeah,
Not one
that's
arrest.
never going to
Not
happen,
one
is it?
arrest.
It can't happen because Trump was on the list.
Or as
I
they
heard
start dying, then they'll come out.
Then you
I
know,
heard
don't
Smiler was on that plane, Michelle.
Oh,
my
Vincent,
God, this is
Vincent,
bad,
I've got a
this
maths.
side.
I've got a maths question for you.
Oh, go on.
What is 56 minus 30?
Oh, fuck off.
16, of course.
16. Even I know the answer to that now, Dave. I've been educated.
And did you know there's a new book coming out, Vincent? 50 Faces of YouTube.
Oh.
Who's the 50
you're not
Faces?
in it.
Is that
You're
Michelle?
not in it. Yes.
Well, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Well, I spotted Nessie came up live yesterday or the day before, and I just clicked on it, and I thought she'll be ripping into someone, and lo and behold, she was ripping into my mother. And
She
I
was.
started having a go at her in the chat saying, why is it you hate these people? You know, you old fucking toothless bag.
I don't think she hates her. I think she just thinks she's got 50 faces. That's it. She did admit the other night that it was Michelle.
Weeks ago, Dave is
Yeah.
on here. I went in.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'll find the
I was
fucking
there.
clip.
I
She
was there
went,
as
"Hello,
well.
Michelle,"
She
and then
denied
her
it.
tone changed. She went nasty, didn't she, Dave?
Yeah.
And started going on about 50
Yep.
faces of YouTube.
Yep.
And I went, Dave, that's me. He went, yeah, I know, mate. I know. She's been
She
a
did
fucking
admit it.
liar for weeks.
She did admit that,
Not
but she
me.
admitted it.
She made
She
up
admitted
it
it.
was Mr. Blues. She made that up. It was Mr.
Yeah,
Blues.
but
was
she
when
did
she was
admit it,
sober.
Michelle. She did admit it was you, Michelle, eventually.
Yeah, but when she
Eventually
was
did.
sober, it was
when
Mr.
the drink-
BB. When
when
she
the
was
drink
drunk.
come
Yeah,
out.
yeah. When she was drunk, I agree
When
with that.
she
It was.
only had the guts when the drink come out. She couldn't
Correct.
do it sober.
That's correct. I did watch it. Yep. When she
Big
was sober,
fucking
no, no.
mistake, Nessie. Big
She's going, no,
mistake,
no, no, it
pissy
wasn't
pants.
Michelle. And then she got drunk and went, yeah, well, yeah, it was you,
Every
Michelle.
fucking chat now. Every chat you go in, pissy
staying out of that one.
panty.
I had to
Oh.
ask who Pissy Pants was because we've got a few of them over our side. So, yeah, but it's Nessie apparently. I don't know what's going on with Nessie
I
and
must
Michelle.
admit, I weed myself the other day when I was on Rachel's. Oh, blimey.
Rachel's? I didn't
Excuse
go on
me?
Rachel's. Where was that? What was
Oh,
going on
right.
there?
Was that the Mel Pandora one, was it?
Yeah, the Mel Pandora. Oh, my
Oh, I
Lord.
don't go there. Why? What
No,
happened there, Dave?
me either.
I think she's unhappy with a YouTuber and she was roasting her.
Who was she going at then?
Who?
Can you
Pandora.
tell?
Pandora.
What? Who was going at Pandora? Our race?
Yeah, right, outrage, yeah.
Oh, yes,
Really? I
I've
thought
heard about
they would
this.
tie it. I
Did
thought they
Rach
would
go
tie
live?
it.
No, fucking hell, I was scared. I just sat on the panel quiet.
You're always scared, Dave. Behave now.
I am.
Whose panel was this on?
Rachel's.
Oh, I didn't know Rach was live.
They must
Fucking
have
every
fallen
time
out.
she raised her voice, a little bit of pee come out.
Oh, she had a poly backhanded. Oh shit! Sorry.
Oh, he's
Sorry.
talking about himself.
I was.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, man. You women are vicious.
They're worse. The female of the species is more deadly than the male. Remember that.
Yeah, I love that song.
Yep.
The female of the species is more
it's a
deadly
fact.
than the male.
It is a
Female
fact.
of the species are more
Just the way it is, Benny. It's the way it is. Just the way it is. Such as life.
See, I don't need drink. The thing is, I don't need drink to come up here and slag
Yeah,
people
me either.
off.
Me either.
Yeah,
Michelle,
I
me
don't
either.
deal with drunk. I've
Me
lived
either. Well,
with a
that's why I
fucking
left the other
drunken
night
for
when they were all drunk.
35 years. I have
That
a
shit.
mouth. I don't
You're
need
as well
drink for
waiting.
confidence.
No, you're as well waiting till they're sober and then jump in the panel with them as I will be
On the
doing.
flip
She's
side,
sober. Where is she? She ain't
But
fucking coming up here and having a
well,
go, and I know
yeah, but
she's
she'll start
listening.
off sober. When she comes on the panel, she will be sober
She
usually
can't
at the
do it
beginning.
sober. She's weak.
Yeah, but you need to address her when she's sober, Michelle. Catch her when she's sober and then have it out with her.
but on the flip
No, I'll
side,
just have her
Vincent,
everywhere she goes. Every panel she comes in, I'm going to do this.
when these women get angry, I did have multiple orgasms on Rachel's.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Well, do you know
I
what,
can
Dave? I'm
imagine, Dave.
offended because we weren't there, so fuck you. Fuck you, because we weren't even there.
Hang on a minute.
You get used to the abuse, don't you, Dave? And it becomes a bit of a fetish.
Yeah, it does.
Dave's always sitting there with
Wow, what a bullshit that was. Oh, I pocket under his
Your
that
words,
name.
actually, Dave. You tell me
It's
that.
like sadomasochism, isn't it?
Is it true? I heard you say a couple of times under your breath, Dave. Hit me harder on that live stream. Yeah, I thought
Shout
so.
more, shout,
It
shout.
does.
Hit me harder.
Dave likes it like that, don't you?
Oh, no.
He gets it from all angles. It's not fair.
I bet he
Fucking
does.
hell, Percy! How do you find things to
Percy?
get through?
That's
Do you know
that's a
that?
Will
bullshit.
you remember your neighbours, mother?
Constantly trying to get out the
Remember
bloody
your
gate.
You just apologise to them. She's screaming again now.
Who?
You.
You.
I'm screaming at Percy.
I know,
We
but you
know.
said the neighbours earlier.
Ah, fuck my neighbours. They're all right.
That's what I was going to say. Fuck the neighbours. I was just going to say the same thing. But then I wasn't sure if you got your neighbours, so I thought I'd better know.
I've been here 30 odd years. My neighbours know me.
That's it. Quite right.
They love me. I have great neighbours. I know someone said that there's 27 complaints. There's never been a complaint about me. I can go and knock any door on my neighbours and have a cup of tea.
Who said that, Michelle?
Some fucking fat bitch from
well,
Motters,
that's
the UK Lardy.
I was going to say, you don't need to say anymore. I got
It's always UK Lardy makes up the rumours. And then her little minions, they follow with it.
How would somebody know how many complaints you've had for your neighbours? I don't understand.
Oh, exactly what she... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How would you know?
Round chapping other doors to ask. Fuck's sake. Behave. Honest to
Mind you, I
God.
had a live today, and there was a clip on it where she said, "Do you know what I'm doing, Chubby? I'm going to go into my solicitors tomorrow." Yeah, like you can afford a solicitor, or you're on fucking pip. You were asking me for money. I can prove it. I can show your bank details on my bank. Can't I, UK Lardy?
Asking you for money?
Yeah, oh
What
yeah.
the fuck?
Yeah.
Really?
Who's got something open? Because there's an echo going on.
Oh,
No,
Dave, you
hear
missed a picture, didn't you? Let me get that up for you.
Don't you worry, JPM, I've already sent on the picture. That's been sent ages ago. No, I haven't. Not that picture. Get that picture on the screen. Where'd you see this, Dave? See this hung-
because you can't. You're pee bombing.
No, not that picture. This is a different picture.
Sea bombing.
This is, have a look, Dave.
What the F is that?
Just part of the video, the Jason video.
Hang on a minute. Can you put that full screen again, please?
Put it back up.
This is at the beginning of the video.
The porno.
What the fuck is that?
It's a cat,
Yeah,
you
zoom.
fucking idiot.
That's
And what it keeps on zooming down to this area here.
Thank you, people.
Can you see the
I
cat's
cut my
lipstick yet,
borders.
Dave?
I'm not
You
looking.
helped me cut the borders. Job done. Oh,
Don't
look
look,
at
Dave.
that.
Cover your
That
eyes.
looks so much better. Oh, lovely. Thank you, guys. You've kept me going while
Is
I've
that
done,
actually out
while I've done
the
garden.
clip, or is that just a picture of a cat? Is
That's
that
out the
actually?
video.
So that
That's
actually
Now I
out the
better
video.
do some ship
Oh,
patrol.
shit.
I fucking hate doing ship patrol. But I'm so grateful that the big dog has gone.
Look at that cunt in the chat. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Michael Castellana.
No, the one under that. I was reading the one underneath.
The Black Lantern.
Yeah, that's the one I was reading. Jesus. Well, you obviously didn't see the picture earlier, Black Lantern, of your Vinny, with his x-ray, when he went for his x-ray. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think that
He
was
had to
a
get his
very,
leg x-ray.
very
That
revealing
definitely was
photograph
not
that
real.
was, Linz.
It was. Well, Michelle, we can pretend it was real.
Oh, Dave, you didn't see the picture of the
What,
real
a
Vega
Vega?
either,
Oh,
did you?
no, Linz. I
Yeah.
couldn't think of anything worse.
No, the
That's
old
not very
version of
nice,
him.
Michelle.
Who's
I mean,
got a
the
real
proper.
picture?
Yeah, this is him
well.
for real.
Nah.
61-year-old Vega.
Really?
My
This is in
mother's
the
not
future.
even that age.
This is in the future, Dave. This is
My
what he
mother's
thinks.
coming up to her 60th.
She was when she had you, was she?
I'm not 60, you cheeky cunt. I'm 54.
I know, I was cheeky. Imagine
not
calling
you.
Michelle 60.
Oh, you're
Well.
talking about your real mother. Oh, right, okay.
Fucking hell. It's very confusing. How many mothers have you got, Vinny?
Dear, dear.
Just the one, Linz, and of course Michelle. And if you're looking to mother anything, just let me know.
No, definitely not. I'm not into that.
Oh.
No, definitely not. Are you going to wear a nappy
right?
and suck?
He's coming
No,
in.
If you want to do shit like that, Linz, I'm open to anything.
But when I got the dog,
I'll be in touch,
Vinny.
Vinny. I'll be in touch.
That's why my dog's called Dotty, because of him.
Wait, what?
Oh, really?
What? Why is the dog called
When I
Dotty?
used to come in, he'd
Oh,
go,
he's
all
called you
right, Dot.
Dot.
And I'd go,
Yeah.
yeah, you good?
Oh,
And then when I
right,
got
okay.
the dog, I went, I'm going to call her Dotty.
I thought there was something completely different
So
there.
she's Dot.
Jesus.
So I literally walk round going, come on, Dot.
I don't know how I ever drew a comparison between Michelle and Doc Cotton. I don't see it these days. Okay, now.
Well, you're Nick.
I am Nasty Nick.
Nick, you fucking idiot. That makes you worse.
Oh, we don't look like him. Jesus Christ. He's one
Nasty
Put him
Nick
back
had
in
a
that
soft
bedroom,
side.
Michelle.
Oh,
Yeah, but it was
Put him
ugly.
back in that bedroom.
I think that's where
Yeah,
Vince
looking
would
back.
like to go.
oh, I feel sick being out there in that sun.
Oh,
Oh, I
Too
fucked
much.
my sliders up. They're fucking green now.
What kind of sliders you got?
Adidas
green ones.
Adidas.
Green ones
Adidas.
now. They were white. I have
White.
to
Oh,
buy
what are you
another
wearing?
pair
White
now.
ones out in the
Fuck's
garden.
sake. I didn't realise I had them ones on.
Oh dear. What's the question for Vega? What does that say, Shirley? Is your
I am
half-aged
thinking
girlfriend
about
going to marry you?
McDonald's.
I'll be honest with you, she's not half my age. And like I say, I'll be honest, she's kind of aging herself out of the relationship.
Oh,
She's
she noticed.
She's nearly mid-30s. She's just about to be 33.
Getting too old for you, Vinny.
Well,
What, the
I look at
bird?
her sometimes and I think, you old bag.
Getting on a bit, hen. You're getting on a bit, hen.
Vincent, you fucking really? That's
He's trading her in
awful.
for a younger model already. She's not even 35 yet.
If she didn't spend quite a lot of time working and away, then, you know, I think I'd have got rid of her a good year ago. A good year ago.
So when's the longest you go without seeing her?
Oh, sometimes I won't see her for a month. She works abroad.
So you noticeably ages then. You're seeing it in, like, you know, not like when you see someone every day, you don't notice them aging, right? So when you see
No, I don't
I get
notice
you.
her aging. She's quite young, but she's a bit work obsessed, really. And I used to be, and I'm not anymore. You know, and I spent 12, 13 years with his mother, and she wasn't work obsessed at all. So I'm used to kind of having somebody who wipes my arse and everything.
There
else,
to wipe
you
your
know.
arse for you, mate.
Yeah, I'd say it was plain
Get your
as I
shoes on, yeah.
As plain as I can.
Quite right. Oh dear. Well, you could always get another person for when she's away.
Well, I've hired 4 people to replace my ex, so you know it's going to take a special woman, Linz. How old are you, Linz?
Too old for you, Vinny.
Oh, I'm sorry, love. I'm sorry,
Far
love.
too old. Still getting 30-odd-year-old men, but I'm doing well. Me.
Yeah, no, but they're
But you're
leaving
into
first
a
thing in the
younger one.
morning and not
Oh,
leaving
fuck.
the numbers, Linz.
I can't get rid of them. That's the problem with these younger
Come on.
guys. They're all
Yeah, you're
bastards
feeding
as well.
them, that's why.
I'm not a feeder, me. I'm a fuck. Just a shagger. No. Too old. You can call me mother. I'll keep my mother number 3. I'm the same age. Well, a year younger than Michelle. Dave,
You're a year younger than Michelle.
Yeah.
Fucking hell.
Well,
I'm so sorry. So sorry to hear that, Linz.
Condolences, eh? Give me your condolences.
Never realised you were that old. You sound younger.
You look younger.
Gee, thanks.
You do. You look younger than what your actual age is.
No, that's because the way I behave keeps me young. Don't ask.
Well, we're all.
Don't ask what I got up to. At least you know, the least the police know. That's all we can say. Anyway, Dave, what about you? You old tart, what you been up to?
I've been looking to meet up with Ubers, but he didn't turn up.
Right, why you want me up with Ubers for? Tell me.
No, I didn't. I just when Spider said he was at All Scars Parade, I was literally fucking 2 minutes away from him.
Do you go on with him?
I do get on with Ubers. I like Ubers, but obviously I did, blast him and say he's an antagonistic fucker. But I like Ubers.
I quite like him as well.
I
But then I don't see the side of him that you do. You just get a different Ubers to what we get over our side. When he comes onto my panel, he's not the same as what he is when he's over your panel. Very different version of Ubers.
Why is that then?
I don't know. I've known him for years. I've known Ubers for years. He's always come on our panel. And what I see of him over your side is not the same. And when he comes over ours, we just talk about like how long we've known each other, who we know, remembering. Do you remember that time? Do you remember this person? That was a good laugh that day. That's the kind of shit we talk about.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
He's quite chatty, just to chat about
you've
normal.
got admirers in the chat now, Linz.
I don't know who that is.
A radio fuming.
Radio fuming.
It's got a
Can't remember.
massive estate out in France.
I wondered what you were going to say there. A massive what?
Chateau.
Yeah,
18 bedroom chateau.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice.
And it's
Just needs a woman to complete it, Linz.
It does.
Not one of your age, though. Or 20 years younger than you.
Oh, fucking hell.
Someone with a bit of metal. You know,
A bit of what?
somebody able to keep up with the pace.
I'll bet I could. I bet I could. I fucking bet I could.
Human says, put yourself a fucking boat and get over.
Go on. I know somebody with a dinghy, if I can borrow it off her. Oh, sorry.
You
Can't say that.
You can't buy experience.
And that's the thing. He's always been looking for a Scotswoman, he said, to complete the estate.
Black Lantern, that's not creepy. That's, compared to some of the shit that gets said on here, that is not creepy. You should hear the shit that some of the people say on YouTube. As you've probably heard.
I've got a caravan.
In the caravan. It's an Anne's. I think I've been there many moons ago.
Blackpool, isn't it?
Is it not outside Blackpool? It's around that area, isn't it?
I think so.
No worries, Michelle Hen. No worries.
No worries, Hen.
No worries, Hen. So, what's the plan tonight, Dave? You doing a live?
I'm a fuck. I'm going to sleep.
I'm a fuck.
You go to sleep anyway.
And that's a good point. Very good point indeed.
Yeah, true, Spot. That is a good point. No, I've got to be up early.
I've never seen you do a live where you've not been sleeping. I think
I've done one.
He done one the other night.
I fell asleep probably near
You
the
done
end.
2 the other night.
He fell asleep
Saturday
on
night.
that one. You fell asleep in that one. I'm sure you did.
No, not Saturday night.
Look,
He didn't.
there's not a live that Dave does that he don't fall asleep.
Even if I'm going
See?
to someone
Thank
else's,
you. I agree. Yeah, well, I know that. Ignorant bastard.
I fall asleep on the phone.
I also know that.
I always say, right, when Dave's feeling tired, he just goes on a panel.
Ah,
That's it. Yeah.
okay.
Wait, I've got. You know, I said to you, you should buy yourself some caffeine tablets or something. But I've got an even better idea. Get yourself some smelling salts.
Really?
Every time you start feeling tired, just boom, you're like alert.
Really?
Just
Yeah.
just take the Pro Plus and a can of Red Bull, you'll be fine.
What about
Pro
butt
Plus,
baths?
that's caffeine tablets, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Butt baths and Pro Plus.
Oh, no, that is a good combination.
Just don't get amyl nitrate.
Oh
get
no,
what?
that makes you
Oh,
paranoid.
that
That does.
does. Oh, yes.
What the fuck does that do to you?
What does?
It puts you on a rush. It gives you
head rush.
Oh.
Head rush.
Oh, give me the link to
Get it once, right?
Dave.
We all
Dave,
took
get
it
me the
and we
link to
all
that.
ran on the and ran by the sheds, right? We all took a sniff of this amyl nitrate, and then we heard the old bill sirens, and we all just fucking looked at each other and legged it in different directions.
I don't think I've ever heard about that. I thought I'd know about every drug. I've never heard of it. What
What,
was it?
liquid gold? Have a look at liquid
Oh,
gold.
right. Well, why did he not say that? He said some other fancy name.
Amyl nitrate.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Or poppers.
Poppers, the one. That's for you. That's for
Aye.
you. Oh, that's why GPM likes it, isn't it? GPM. To be fair, back in the day we took that, didn't we, when we went out raving, and it wasn't for that purpose we took it. Definitely just to get a buzz.
Aye.
Aye, I can't imagine you being a raver, Dave.
And me, yeah, I was.
Dave, wait, why not? Why are you not still like that now? You're
Like
not
that.
ancient. Why not? So
He grew up unlike fucking
Look,
shit ass Rob Random.
Rob
He still
Random.
thinks he's living in the fucking 90s.
Who's Rob Random, Daryl?
Rob Random, he's the lady magnet of YouTube.
He's a prick. He's a two-faced prick.
Oh, sounds lovely.
No, he's the lady magnet, honestly. There's all the women flock
Is
to
he?
Rob.
Fuck, he's a gossip fucking two-faced prick. That's what I've got to say about him.
I never said that, Rob.
But you insinuated it.
No, fuck off, you. Anyway, Radio Humans played people
I heard he's replaced AJ.
No problem, Radio
Hey?
Fuming.
I heard
Has
he's
he?
replaced AJ, yeah.
Oh, not Fuming,
dear.
Rob.
Rob has
Yeah.
replaced AJ in what capacity?
Oh, I know, yeah.
Oh dear.
I don't know, tell me.
Should be controlling these lives now then.
Yeah.
Tell me, Dave, don't keep me out the loop.
Zara.
Oh, that cunt, right.
Yeah.
Lindsay, you need to catch up a bit, love.
I know, but I don't watch yous all the time. I don't watch this.
You
side
need to
all the
watch
time.
yous a bit.
Oh, I need to start watching you. Fucking hell, how boring. No, I'm not. I do watch some. I watch a couple of yous. There's a
Have you
couple I
met
don't
Zara?
watch.
Do you know Zara?
Yes, I know Zara. Yes,
She's a
of course.
lovely girl.
Is she
Lovely
fuck?
girl.
Is she?
Oh. I like the fact that at least we've got one female that was raised properly, you know.
Yeah,
To be fair, what-
dragged up in some
I've
council
never-
shithole.
I've never spoke to Zara bar way back in the years ago where she threatened to phone the social on one of my pal's kids, and that was it. I've never spoken to her since, and that was it. And then my pal, that lassie was going to get killed. She was going to get a door, and it was all kicked off. That was years ago. That was my first and only
she's-
experience of her.
She's a one-stop shop. You know, you can get a death threat from her. You can also get your accounts done, you know, as well. If
Yes.
you're self-employed.
I do
So-
watch her. I do watch what she gets up
Very
to.
convenient.
She's always been all right with me, but then again, I know what she's all about, so you know, that's what it is. But yeah.
She's another one like Nathan who rips off vulnerable people for money.
Well, so I've heard. See, we don't. Obviously, we see different sides of people to what you get. But I've heard. We always hear what goes on. We always hear. Zara's not very welcome over our side of YouTube, so she can stay over here with you. Lovely. I did watch her.
Yeah, she keeps on trying to come back into this fucking community, but she don't really last that long, and then she's off again. Thank God.
Yeah.
So she's on the peripheral of, like, I'd say, of our community.
Yeah, I did watch the live where she'd get an old man to get his knob out and put it in a fucking piece, and there's all sorts of shady shenanigans going on in that live. I think he might have been American, I'm not too sure. Oh, I remember watching that cringing thing. What the fuck are you doing? It was an old guy as well. Oh, never mind, eh? Have you went to sleep, Dave, already?
No.
No, I'll talk then. Tell us. Come on, give us a wee story. Tell us what you've been up to. Give us a rundown of your day.
Today, nothing really exciting.
Doesn't need to be exciting. Just tell us.
Well, I'll tell you privately.
Oh, okay. Fuck's sake. Oh, I was going to do a live tonight, but I need to pay for my StreamYard.
Smiler's doing a live tonight.
Oh, I meant tonight later on.
Yeah, he'll still be on.
What, do you just like stay on
Smiler
forever?
does his legendary 54-hour lives.
Fucking hell, do you?
He has done.
So you could go away, get my dinner, do whatever, come back and you still be on?
Yep, still be there.
Jesus. Ah, fair dues, why not, eh? If you pay,
Even
pay
Vincent
for
will be there knowing that you're coming back.
I'm going to bed, Dave. I'm knackered as well.
You sound fucked. You sound absolutely shattered.
I am tired, yes.
You're
Doing it, Dave.
No.
Never.
I haven't
Never,
done
Dave.
fuck all today either as well.
That's why you're tired.
Yep.
Yeah.
Don't know, fuming. Last heard go into the hospital, apparently.
Who are we asking about? Who's in the hospital?
Brady Fuming said, where's that Lazarus lad?
Oh, I don't know who that is. Another one I don't know.
Anonymous.
Anonymous.
Oh, anonymous, right,
It's
okay.
easy for you to say, Smiler.
Anonymous. Anonymous.
So, what, he's in hospital? Why, what's wrong with him?
I don't know.
Well, he doesn't know, that's why he's away at hospital, I guess.
Yep.
To find out.
How far's Tinter Gel from you, Smiler, without doxing yourself?
Tinter Gel?
Yeah.
Tintagel.
Tintagel, that's it.
You tell him. You educate him, Vinny.
Everybody does.
About 45 minutes.
That's where my mate's gone.
Beautiful place, that is, Dave.
Yeah.
That's where I learnt how to be a swordsman.
Is he
Is that
staying
King
at the
Arthur's
castle?
place, isn't it?
Is he staying at the castle?
I'm not sure where she's staying.
It's the rumoured location for where Camelot was. But
Yeah.
Camelot is fictional anyway, really, isn't it?
Is
Hang
it
on.
fucked?
Sword
Well, it is.
It's not.
It's
James does
mythology.
sword swallowing.
I do. My own.
They've got a. I remember when I went, it's a good 20 years ago, you had to go all the way down the steps to go back all the way up the other steps to get to the area where the castle is. Now they've got the bridge that goes across, I think. So it's a bit easier to get there. If anyone's been.
No.
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 No?
No.
Okay.
I've been to two
It's a nice
castles in
location.
my
Not
life.
much of a castle there. It's more just a sort of a bit of rock, really. You know. You can
I've been
see
to
some
Leeds
original
Castle,
walls.
which is in Dover.
Yeah, that's Leeds Castle. It's
And-
beautiful.
And't been to the Tower of London, obviously.
Ooh. I bet you have.
Many, many times.
Oh, yeah.
Seems I only live 5 minutes away from it. so.
Probably banished to the Tower of London.
I have been chased by a beefeater.
So's Dave, haven't you, Dave?
The last time
In the
I went
morning.
to the Tower of
He's
London,
nothing.
deliberately, because it's not really somewhere I would visit. I've never been inside. I went there with my son to see the roses. They had all the... Was it the roses or the poppies?
the
the poppies.
Poppies. Poppies.
Over in the guard, I should say.
They had the whole sort of moat area covered with poppies. And
Yeah.
it was beautiful. It was really
Nice.
nice.
Yeah, all the horses and everything, wasn't it? It was beautiful.
Do you know what they
Poppies
done
and
with
Yeah.
those poppies afterwards, Vincent?
They sold them. They
Yeah, correct.
sold
Yeah,
them
they
off
weren't real
to
poppies. They were all made out
organisations
of
and
metal,
individuals.
weren't
Made out of metal, did you say?
they? Yeah,
They're made out of clay. Well,
No, they're
Sculptured,
ceramic.
well-
They're ceramic.
Ceramic.
Yeah, I
oh,
knew there was
ceramic. I know
Ceramic.
Yeah, I knew
I
they
knew they
were
were like some
fired.
sort of
Shall I
sculptured
tell you
thing.
how I know?
You've got one.
Because I collected them.
Dave robbed them. Dave's been there at night when all the guards
How many
have
you got
gone.
in your house, Dave?
With, with his missus's tights on his head.
Dave, you're a shady character.
Yeah. I collected them.
For what purpose?
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. What are you going to do with them? Are you going to sell them?
Fucking hell.
What are you going to do with them?
Fucking bedroom
What are
wall
you
with
going to
them.
do with them? Come on, you're going to sell them?
Fucking send them to fucking France and say that our radio, Lindsay's centre of love.
How many did you rob, Dave?
Exactly.
None. Absolutely none.
Give over.
They were
We're
all
not going to tell
accounted
anyone.
for. No, they were all accounted for. Proper audit. Proper audit.
You got receipts, Dave? Have you got receipts?
None broken either.
None broken. All packed with tender loving care.
I remember we were on our way to the airport. We were on our way to Stansted, but my ex at the time really wanted to see them, and I think it was coming to an end maybe whilst we were away, you know. So we made the journey a bit longer, drove into London, saw them, and then shot back up to Stansted.
Oh.
Just like going in just
big
to
up
see them.
November, man.
Flying
Very
visit.
nice.
A flying visit. I got
It's
November,
worth
man.
a view. I've got a photograph somewhere. A couple of photographs. It's in my Vega Poppies collection on OnlyFans if anyone's interested.
Oh,
Indeed.
yeah. I'm already subscribed, so go have a look.
Cheers, Lens. Can rely on you. Not much,
Always.
99 pence, is it?
Well,
Full
you know.
nudity.
That's exactly right, Blunt.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
That was sacrifice, that's why it falls in one.
So, Smiley, can you
Yes.
tell us what benefits does November Man get for splashing his money out as a member here?
How much does he pay for that?
You
Then?
don't get
Yeah.
fuck all.
What do you
Trust
do
me,
for
it
him,
cons me
Smiler?
into getting a fucking
Yeah.
membership.
Yeah, but what do you actually get? What's the benefit of being
Come
a
on.
member?
Fuck all.
Well,
You get fuck all.
you just get private videos.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I
You
was.
can get them
Oh, yeah.
for free. You don't need to pay for it in November, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, wait,
Is that,
what?
you,
Honestly,
is that
you
you
don't
and your
get
budgie smugglers?
I don't
It
understand.
is.
So why do folk
Would you-
become members?
Oiled
What does
up.
he mean by blood sacrifice?
Well, for all
In
the
the
people
pocket.
that lost
The
their
people
lives in the
that died,
wars.
I would imagine, that get killed.
Yeah, but you know the relevance. The reason Poppy was used because after was it No Man's Land, after the battles and that, Poppy started to grow. The only thing that would grow on it.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it is a blood sacrifice. You
It's
know,
blood
we went to war.
sacrifice,
We
yeah.
went to war. We went to war because Judea declared war.
Do you know which battlefield it was, James?
The Somme.
The Somme.
The Somme.
Yep. I've just educated Vincent there, Blintz.
Well, you didn't, Dave, because I knew, but
I
thank
think
you.
you
I'm
already
glad
knew.
that
I
you
believe
knew.
you knew.
Yeah, thanks,
And
Vincent.
do you know a poem that was written about it?
Yes.
I don't know the poem.
The
No.
Auguries of War.
Yes.
Because on one particular
That's all
battle,
right,
and it's documented quite well, and it's documented through quite a lot of wars and battles in history, the animals gathered. Many millions of animals, birds, small animals, all gathered on the battlefield the night before the first orders for charging were given. And it's quite well documented by both sides, both the Allies and the Axis. And the poem was written, The Auguries of War. So the auguries is the unknown phenomenon of where, when something is to happen somewhere, animals gather. They know it's coming. They know what's going to happen.
Birds particularly, right?
Yeah,
Because
and
birds do that a lot.
They know it's dinner time as well.
Yeah.
That's
You're
the,
right, November,
the dark
man.
thing about it. But yeah, the auguries of war.
All been
And yeah,
educated.
And yeah, it's the total opposite at the concentration camps. It's no animals.
No animals.
No
No,
birds.
There's
no
a
animals.
reason for that, but let's not get into it. Hey, Smiler. Yeah, fuck all happened. That's why.
Yeah, certainly.
And people, don't buy fucking poppies. Don't waste your fucking money on them.
Oh,
Okay.
don't get political on here, Smiler, or else you're out.
No. Fucking Royal British Legion sitting on all that fucking money.
They were gambling it on the stock exchange as
Stock
well.
exchange.
They were
Gambling
also
it on
buying
fucking
fucking-
losses.
Also buying weapons as well.
Were they?
Oh.
Yeah, selling, investing into weapons.
How are they allowed
companies.
to buy weapons?
Invested into weapons companies.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a different thing.
So were quite a few schools as well and councils investing in the weapons. Barclays as well. But no, they've got all that fucking money. They don't help ex-squatters. They tell ex-squatters.
That's the Chelsea pensioners.
They weren't really set up for that, though, were they? They were it was more of a social group, wasn't a helping homeless people out organisation.
Or helping injured soldiers, no.
Oh yeah, hospitals, wasn't it? Was it not?
No, it was just to set up little clubs all across the country, wasn't it?
No,
the
first hospital was a
military.
The first ever hospital was like for sailors, wasn't it? For the Navy in Portsmouth.
The first hospitals, organised hospitals, were in Korea.
No, I mean in the UK. I mean, I'm talking about the UK.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure it was a naval hospital, and it was in Portsmouth, I think.
Yeah,
or
probably.
Plymouth.
Yeah.
Plymouth.
I watched
Plymouth.
I watched Master and Commander a couple of months ago, and after being recommended a million times, I thought it was a good film. But the medical practice on there wasn't what I would call hospital-like.
The Royal British Legion. The Royal
Bite
British
onto
Legion
this.
was actually set up to support care for those who had suffered as a result of their service during the First World War.
Yeah, injuries, that's
and
right.
to provide lifelong support.
And
to
the hospital's still there.
and
But I don't
ex-serving
remember them
personnel
having
and their
hospitals,
families.
is all I'm saying, Smiler. I don't remember them having
No.
buildings, themselves.
No, it's to pay for their treatment, weren't it?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's why I'm unaware then. I thought they just built the little, like the conservative clubs all across the country, and and provided support in that way. Free meals and so on.
And can I just say a disclaimer on behalf of Smiler's channel? It is a 4x2 friendly channel.
Oh, well, the 4x2's in London looking for you right now, Dave.
I'm sorry, I can't believe that.
Are you still in London, Dave?
I am indeed, Vincent.
Go and have a look for him now. Get your camera. I know what he looks like.
I know what they look like.
Go to all the gay bars in Soho. I'll find him in an instant.
Well, I bet that's where you find Ubers right now.
Exactly.
Oh, I would like to have seen him, though. I didn't know he was around the corner.
I think he's here for a few days, isn't he? Yeah, you never
I'm
know.
not. I'm off tomorrow.
Oh, yeah? Where are you off to?
Secret location.
Secret. Oh, I love that place.
I've been there.
I'm going to Uber's temporary residence in London.
Oh, Wembley, eh? You're off to Wembley.
Wembley!
Any views on the boxing?
Oh
well, I don't think it was a 4 fucking round. I think Eubank pipped it.
One
think
round.
it was
That last round.
One round. I agree.
That
with
last
one
round cleared it up for him. I think it was a draw up until then.
Yeah, I agree.
Amazing fight though. I could not believe how energizing it was to watch.
Yeah, but Ben just lacked. For me, Ben lacked precision.
Yeah, precision.
And he hit him with a good few shots, but he should have got that. Oh, he's just
because he's half the size and he's never fought anyone of any fucking any sort of distinction in boxing. Yeah, he's a nothing.
He's always had easy fights, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, he's never been able to get to any hard fights. Is more accurate. They say, well, he'll go back to 147 now, and he'll be a wrecking ball. I don't think so. I think they were evenly matched because Eubank is on his decline. You could see Eubank is declining.
The last.
Yeah, no, the last 2-3 fights I've seen Eubank fight, he did incredibly well. Even Liam Smith until he got fucking demolished. He did amazing in the Liam Smith fight. You could see he had strength, power, speed. You know, he was still fresh, but that fight on Saturday, he looked like round 6 when he first started. But nice little payday for them, and I thought it was a great fight. I don't think it's one of the greatest fights ever, and I don't think it's fight of the year.
And the weigh-in is a farcical. The weigh-in, they've already fucking that was set up. That was.
Well, it didn't.
Fucking
Didn't
10
make
kilo
any
dumbbell
difference.
on there that was under. They put a 10 kilo dumbbell on there that was underweight.
Yeah.
And it weighed under, and they never. They said
the dumbbell bent.
Yeah. We'll calibrate the fucking scales afterwards.
I just thought anyone who bought that fight, I didn't, I watched it on Cody, got their money's worth. Well worth pay-per-view that was. You know, a good little scrap.
Probably the
So at the end of the fight, I didn't know. I didn't know who won or lost. I thought maybe a draw.
Yeah.
I'd be happy with a draw. Maybe Eubank just pipped it. Those were my initial.
I think Eubank pipped it on. Eubank pipped it on fucking jabs, didn't they?
That last round did it for Eubank. He roughed him up and he had him going.
Yeah, I
down.
would have thought that he would have lost a little bit of steam towards the end, but he didn't, did he, old Eubank? He was like,
he was.
Sometimes he looked a bit knackered, but then he come back again. So,
well, Eubank was chuffing from round 8.
Yeah,
whereas Ben was fine.
4.
Was it round 4?
He was chuffing round 4, yeah.
Okay, I noticed around round 8, and then he looked tired. Whereas Ben kept
3,
going.
Round 3, he was sat there on the fucking stool with his fucking mouth open.
Yeah, taking every last second before he stood up.
Round 3 was when Nigel Ben shouted, "Get out your fucking chair, then." As he still sat down.
Hey up, Tyrone.
You right, Ty?
Hi, Tyrone.
Hello, Tyrone.
Yeah, then I went and watched MMA after that.
Didn't you watch Garcia?
No, I watched.
bed
Did you see Barry? Did you see the Beast?
No.
By Crossfeed, whatever his name is.
No.
You know,
Anoski.
Yeah, totally.
Whatever his name is. Yeah. No.
Yeah, he done him in 30 seconds, man.
I know.
Did he?
Yeah. I'd want them both drug tested. Those fucking silly fights.
Careful, Ron might be watching.
Does he like Eddie Hall?
No, he thinks MMA's gay.
Yeah.
He thinks that they rub themselves with oil for some reason. I don't know where that comes from.
Maybe that's in Ron's fantasies.
Yeah, it's in his own head. And the thing is, I went away. I was doing something else. I come back, and Ron was still talking about gayness.
What does that tell you?
I come back, I go, fuck, what? Ron's still talking about some fucking Quentin Crisp he was talking about when I come back.
I liked Quentin Crisp.
It was a good film, to be fair.
Yeah, what's his name? John Hurt.
John Hurt.
There's a good few documentaries about Quentin Crisp, of him when he lived, and he's a very entertaining guy. For some reason, I like that character. You know, like shut that door. What was his name?
Larry Grayson.
God, Larry Grayson. For
Shut
some
that
reason,
door.
Dave, I'm drawn to that character. You know, the sort of the effeminate, overly effeminite man.
Ooh.
And that's why you like.
You'll
me.
know that, Dave. You'll know that, Dave.
You do.
I've seen some of the women you've dated.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Sorry, Emma.
You know.
No, I don't know if it was because I remember people like Liberace. I remember when Boy George came along, and my family didn't know for about 2 weeks whether it was male or female. You know.
That was when you were running around singing "Come a Chameleon," wasn't it?
I'm a chameleon. So, plus growing up in that, you know, the late 80s, the smooth period, and the men wearing all the makeup. So that instantly became quite normalised for me. Larry Grayson was fantastic, I think. Very funny, very entertaining. I spent an evening with, not an evening, maybe about 2-3 hours with John Inman after going to see him in a play on the Bournemouth Pier. We went to the bar afterwards. John Inman was in there with his boyfriend and a couple of other people. I sheepishly went over. I was only a kid. I was only 17, 18. Sheepishly went over there and asked for his autograph, and he said, come and join us. And we sat there for the whole evening, well, for like a couple of hours, being entertained by him. It was very funny.
JP, are you working these dates out now?
Shirley, you need to get over this. You need to get over this age difference, because I'm fine with it. She's not that much younger than me. In some ways, she's older than me as well, I'll be honest. Maturity.
Where've those two gone?
Don't know. As soon as we started talking about gay men, they were off. I think they felt a bit uncomfortable. Smiler. As soon as you mentioned overly effeminate men, James McDonald disappeared. Probably to do his lipstick.
I didn't mention them. You mentioned them.
I know. I know, but if I can shift focus, it kind of strengthens my point when I say it.
You and your mate Quentin.
Quentin.
It's
Quentin in the chat, isn't it? Quentin.
Yeah.
Do you remember the end of the film when it was John Hurt walking down the middle of West End somewhere, and then it goes back and it's literally the real Quentin Chris right at the end of it. Was it right at the end of the film?
Oh no, I don't. I don't think I've seen the film with John Hurt. Because he left, didn't he? He went abroad.
Yeah.
Quentin Crisp did for many years, and then he came home to die, I think.
Yeah.
Live out his last few years.
Oh dear.
Maybe I ought to see the movie.
You should do. It's a good film.
It gets fans.
He was so flamboyant, and he
November, man.
Yeah, he didn't care, and he really didn't care about his gayness. He was always getting fucking nicked.
Yeah.
And John played it well. I mean, probably one of our best actors, I think.
Yeah, he was good.
Ever.
John Hurt.
John Hurt. In peace. He is dead, baby.
Him and Jason Statham, of course. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Jason Statham. I don't know how Jason Statham hasn't got an Oscar yet.
Fucking hell. I like Jason Statham films, though, to be fair.
I do. I watched The Beekeeper. I watched recently was very good.
The Beekeeper 2's out now.
Is it? Beekeeper was good. Beekeeper is the one where he not rescues, but his neighbour, the black woman, gets murdered. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah,
so,
over the money.
Yeah, and I thought that was an exceptionally good film. And then I watched Working Man a few weeks ago. Didn't think that one so much. The Working Man is his latest one, I think. I didn't know there was Beekeeper 2 out.
I just wish he wouldn't pretend. Him and fucking Ray Winston do the fucking worst American accents you ever heard in your life. They just should not do it. Just be English. It's a modern world. There's English people all over the world. Just be English.
Could we consider it an act of vengeance for all the years we had to put up with Dick Van Dyke?
Yeah.
All right, governor. Chimney.
Up the chimney.
He's still alive, isn't he? I'm not going to do this, James. Isn't he still alive?
I think he's still alive. I think he's about 101.
I'm not going to fucking kill you, Dick.
I'm not. When you're that age, you can never say he's definitely alive because he could croak at any time.
Yeah, I remember every
I
time he
will,
pops
yeah.
up in media, I always think, fuck me, still going. Still going. Still going strong.
Perfect, we've got on most of that.
Excuse me. Whose was that voice?
It was James's brother, wasn't it?
I don't know.
Who the hell's Tara Hawk?
Mystery man enters the room.
No, that was my son. Who
Oh,
you
okay.
need to know. Dick Van Dyke. Yeah, he's 99 years old.
99.
And you know what? He actually looks younger than you, Vega.
He's got darker hair, that's for sure. And he's a size 32 waist.
Yeah.
99. That's good innings.
99. Yeah, fucking hell.
Almost a century.
Who the
Would you
hell
want to
is
live till
Tara?
99 though? Imagine all the fucking bullshit you've got to have put up with.
Well,
by
if you,
now.
I look at it this way: if you can still wipe your own arse, then why not?
Well, if you can still get somebody else to wipe your own arse, then why not? On that theory.
Well, would you really like someone else to wipe your arse?
Buy one of those Japanese toilets.
Penis truck there.
Yeah, but
there's a jet and then
the old
a
point of
brush
saying
comes
wiping
up.
Your own arse is actually getting on the toilet. It's the old like, shebang. It's like getting up, sitting on the toilet, being able to squat while you wipe your arse. So everything's encompassed in
Right.
that.
Having the energy to push it out.
Yeah, exactly.
After you've made it to the bathroom. Exhausted. Oh, we've lost everyone, haven't we? Lindsay's gone.
Yeah.
My mother's gone.
Dave's having a power nap.
Yeah. I think Dave's gone hunting for Ubers. I think Dave is going to present Ubers' scalp on screen very soon. Go on,
those
Dave.
big
Sniffer
red
dog,
cheeks.
Dave.
Big red cheeks. Oh,
And
Dave's
he
dropped.
fucked off.
Dave's gone. Man down.
He's found him. He's found him.
Man down.
Oh, his battery died.
His current wife, 70 years old.
See, Shirley, that's a big age difference.
Eh?
Who said that she was 70?
I was quite sad
He
at
currently
Gene
ain't
Hackman.
married. He's not married, is he? Gene Hackman's dead. He's definitely dead.
Well, I'm aware of that. I wasn't going to comment either way, but I was very sad at his passing. I did have an admiration for Gene Hackman. Now, he was an actor, and I've since downloaded pretty much every movie he ever was in. And was it?
There is mystery around that, though. I mean, she died a week or so before him.
Yeah.
Or something. He had dementia. Or,
Yeah, dementia.
Some sort of dementia.
Dementia.
Dementia. Sorry. I tried to
Was it the
sound
second
posh.
or the
Yeah,
third dementia? Well, they're suggesting, no foul play, they're suggesting that it was a disease that possibly the animals may have passed on to them from rats in the garden from the mess. That's about the long and the short of it I got.
But only one dog died, right? Only one dog was dead.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think. But this is, I suppose, the danger of not having much contact as you get older, isn't it? It's probably always wise to have somebody. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't have a woman going in just to, or a man, let's not be sexist, going in just to check on them and do a bit of jobs, you know?
Yeah, like even a gardener or something.
Yes. But they were not found for a couple of weeks, were they? So.
And did you see all the videos after that, like what was found in Gene Hackman's basement. Like, you won't believe it. All these fucking videos coming out. I just never clicked on them. It's just clickbait. It's shit.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to fuck off now, so I'll see you all later.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go as well. I am going to go to sleep. I'm tired.
I'm thinking the same thing.
As well.
Little afternoon nap.
Have a little nap. Have a little fucking granddad nap.
Early evening nap.
Power nap.
Yeah. Join Dave, I think. Not literally.
No, of course not. No. They live in the same area, folks.
Yeah, he's only
No. I live on the right side of the Thames.
They go way back.
I'll catch you all later.
Well, in honesty, Dave goes back further.
Well, he's more flexible than me.
He's not here.
See you all later.
Yeah, see you later.
See you later, James. Oh, fucking hell.
Blimey, you stopping on, Smiley, if I fuck off?
No. I was going to end it anyway.
Okay, all right.
I was only doing the ICJ shit, and then when
You finished with the Jew bashing now?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Until tomorrow, because it's all again tomorrow, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't really know much about that at all.
Well, it's fucking lip service bollocks, isn't it?
Well, I know it's a review, and I know they're not seeking any charges with it, so there's no real point to it apart from it being a cautionary tale.
The first one, she actually did ask for anybody that's not impartial, and anybody that's actually supporting Israel in what they're doing, then they should be held accountable.
Yeah, but it's not a criminal court, is it, the ICJ? It's a review board.
Well, it's International Court of Justice, isn't it? So it's,
well, I know, but it's still a review board in the sense that they might decide, but they won't, of course.
It's a human rights court, isn't it?
How many times have the Jews been discussed in the Court of Human Rights?
Exactly.
All across the world. Didn't South Africa try them not long ago?
Well, South Africa was the one that issued the arrest warrants for them.
Yes, that's right.
When Netanyahu went to Hungary, he should have been nicked. Then when he flew from Hungary to America, planes should have forced him to the ground, and they should have arrested him.
Yeah, I always tend to think these things are just lip service, because if they don't happen, they might happen for real, So it's better to stage these reviews than have somebody completely independent actually hold the review,
Well, yeah,
better to control it.
You've got 176 lawyers now as well, haven't you? That have set up. They're prosecuting 10 British soldiers that were in the IDF. Oh. Yeah, they're actually prosecuting 10 British soldiers. For the war crimes, because they've got video evidence of them committing war crimes.
But how can they do that without involving actual IDF soldiers as well, Jewish?
Well, that's it. But because they're on English soil and because they came back to England, then they can be prosecuted in England for war crimes in Israel, can't they?
I'm not sure that holds much water.
Well, I mean, it's the same as the British Army in Northern Ireland, isn't it?
But when you sign up to another country's army, you're subject to their laws and rules. Which is why when our British soldiers come back from Afghanistan and Iraq, they were able to charge us, because under British law we represented, whereas those British soldiers would be representing Jewish law.
Yeah, but we've still got
kind of fast and loose on the rules of war.
But you've still got the Geneva Convention, haven't you?
Yeah, but that means fuck all, Smiler. Absolutely fuck all. Since World War II, that has meant absolutely fuck all.
Oh yeah, it meant
they wheeled that out.
They fucking beat people's bollocks in and fucking pulled the fingernails out and all kinds of shit, try and get confessions out of people.
I don't know if they will. They will the Geneva Convention out when they want to sanction countries, when they want to slow down their sort of ability to trade or spend money or whatever else, better themselves. It's not really... I mean, name one big Geneva Convention case where a country or individuals were punished. I bet you can't.
Really?
Exactly.
And like they're shouting about the United Nations, they're shouting about United Nations being attacked. But the United Nations just stood there with their hands in the fucking pockets and allowed themselves to get fucking battered.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they had their own weapons. They could have fought fucking Israel and said, get out of our fucking camp. But instead, they laid over and said, tickle my belly.
Well, the white helmets, you know who they are.
Mm. Well, half of them were Irish.
Were they?
Yeah.
Irish sign-ups, or...
Yeah, Irish working for the United Nations, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, that's why Ireland's been kicking off so much, and that's why Ireland is so pro-Palestine.
There's a lot of Jewish in the UN, I know that much. A lot of Israel. Yeah, the UN is a ragtag organisation, a very sinister organisation as well.
The UN is absolute bollocks. It should be disbanded. You know, we're putting 5% of whatever the monetary value is, which nobody ever tells you other than that we pay 5%.
Yeah.
But what do they actually achieve? I mean, you can go back 80 fucking years of UN calling out Israel, and nothing has ever. They've passed judgments and everything else, but nothing's ever been done.
The United Nations is a legal body in essence. It's not a military force. It has the military force there merely for presence to back up whatever decisions it's made. Now, the only UN decisions that I'm really aware of over the last few years is making child sex legal in Haiti and what's the other country? Another African country. They've made sex with a child legal, and then they've sort of been involved with the animal sex laws in Scandinavia
and Germany.
And Germany, yeah. Well, Germany not so much. Germany's always been legal for shagging a dog. You can fucking go to a brothel there and do all that. It's all been there for years.
As long as the dog doesn't get hurt.
As long as the dog doesn't object. As long as the dog is consenting. But they're trying to ban these dolls, you know. The UN, I think, are trying to get these sex dolls banned in Germany. I'm sure I read something like that recently.
Yeah, it's the same as the Red Cross as well, Lip.
Because it implies that the man is in total control. That was the daft twist they have on it. Imagine that with an inanimate object lying on a bed, you know, and they find it worrying that the man is totally in control of the sexual experience. So they're trying to ban them, something like that, something really daft. I read this about 6 months ago. I didn't read the whole thing.
Well, that would probably be Israel pushing that anyway.
Well, they don't
want...
You
know, a doll isn't one of the genders, is it?
No, they want humans being dehumanized, don't they? Not dolls. Anyway. So, Smiler, any new gossip? Anything coming up? Are you doing any big reveals? Are you finally going to drop the bomb on Zara, or has she got you completely under control as an asset?
I think I dropped the bomb on her, didn't I?
Not really. She got away with that scot-free.
Oh, I mean, yeah. People let her get away with it, didn't they?
Well,
I don't personally think she's got away with it scot-free. There's obviously things going on in the background that people don't know about.
Oh. Care to share?
No.
Okay, then on that note, I'm off. Cheers, Smiley. Have a good evening, and everyone in the chat.
Right.
See you later, man.
Take it easy. Thanks for going, Vincent. Well, there you go. There you go. So what do we do? End it now and then do one later on? About Uber's as well. I've got the history of the IDF, how the IDF started. Originally from the Get Some Tea Smiler. That's it. History of the IDF. Tied up at the moment. Who's tied you up, Michael? Somebody's tied Michael up. Don't tell everybody though. Yeah. Get off. Have something to eat. See who else is live later. Did Gypsy Dave say? No, Gypsy Dave said he wasn't going to do one, did he? He might do one. Don't know. Yeah, do no. Done up like a kipper. Yeah, I think Michael is getting done up like a kipper at the moment. Yes, thank you, Edwin. I hope you're well. Hope your lawnmower's still working. I know you fix it. All right, catch you later, Black Lantern. Right. Cook some food. Wash some more dishes. Hang my washing up. Oh, I haven't hung my washing up yet. But I thought the ICJ was going to last longer, and all of a sudden it just finished. It was like, whoa, Nelly, I'm on the phone. Wait till I go live. What time you go live, Shirley? What time you going live? Have you set one up? No, I've got no notification. Oh, why's my chair gone so squeaky? Putting my ducks in a row. All right then. Right. I shall catch you all later on. Nobody else has gone live by 8:30. I might throw one up. So if you're around about 8:30, might schedule one for them. But thanks for tuning in. It's a good laugh. Good life. And I'll speak to you all later on.